Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi will this morning be back to testify before the committee investigating allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the justice system. The committee's chairperson, Soviet Likhanyane.
We will also be distributing the responses from the presidency. We received the responses in the afternoon, and when we were supposed to distribute them to you, the officials came back and requested to make improvements or to add additional information to the responses that they have given to us. And then we allowed them to add that additional information.
And finally, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has warned the escalation of the Middle East crisis risks drawing resources from Russia's war with his country. He says Washington's focus has shifted from Ukraine to the Middle East. Zelensky was speaking in London, where he addressed both houses of the British Parliament.
I have a very bad feeling about the impact on the situation in Ukraine. The focus of America is more on the Middle East than on Ukraine, unfortunately. Therefore, you see that our diplomatic meetings, trilateral meetings, are constantly postponed.
Recapping the top story, the High Court in Pretoria will today hear an urgent application from law firm Bikulu and Partners Incorporated to have the appointment of Advocate Andy Mutibi as the National Director of Public Prosecutions declared unlawful and set aside. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
This February, fall in love with the journey. No phones, no flights. Just determination, connection and the open road. From breathtaking landscapes to unexpected challenges. Race Across the World is back. Bigger, bolder and more emotional than ever. Because sometimes the best way to find yourself is to travel together. Race Across the World Season 4, Thursdays at 6 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
You can become a victim of a legal problem, wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30, making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution, it must be lived, protected and upheld every single day. Join SAFM as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change, and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up. S3.
Safety begins in our homes, our streets, and our communities. Government is working to ensure that every person in South Africa feels safe. Based on the President's commitment during the State of the Nation address, the South African National Defence Force is being deployed to support the South African Police Service in crime prevention operations across selected areas in Gauteng, Western Cape, Free State, Eastern Cape, and the Northwest. Their role is to support the South African Police Service to protect communities and strengthen safety where it matters most. Fighting crime needs all of us. If you see criminal activity, speak up. Report it to your nearest police station or call Crime Stop on 0800 10 111. working together for a safer South Africa. A message from the Government Communication and Information System, the GCIS.
The Talking Point with Cathy Mohlahlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
There's a version of you who shows up when your edges are frayed, the moody one, the snappy one, the one who takes no prisoners and leaves bodies in your wake. There's a version of you that is hellified, and you're not evil. When that version shows up, most likely, you're exhausted. And when you're tired, all the masks slip. This week, introduce yourself to your tired self and honor him or her. Give your heart and soul one thing they've been begging for: a nap, a no, a slower day, a real conversation. Because here's the request: the tired you reveals you are human and you have limits. Let your exhaustion become your instruction, and honor the tired you by taking care of the tired you.
That is Reverend Zina Jacques, who is the President and Chair of the Board of National Senior Communities. You're listening to The Talking Point. A very good morning to all of you that have tuned into the show. My name is Cathy Mohlahlana, and I'll be with you until midday as we lead conversations that move us. It's 11 after 9 o'clock, and if you're wondering, am I at a street fair, at a festival? What is going on? Well, don't be deceived by some of the instrumentals you hear behind me. It's just part of the festivity taking place outside the South African Innovation Week conference that is being held at the Nasrec Expo Center. That is where we find ourselves this morning. We will be broadcasting live from this inaugural South African Innovation Week, and we're going to be finding out more about what exactly the purpose of this gathering is, and we know it's being hosted by the Technology Innovation Agency, which is an entity of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. So one of the organizers for this particular conference is going to be speaking to us shortly. Before we get into that, maybe just a sense of what you can expect coming up on the show today. We will, of course, continue our coverage of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. We will take you back to the continuation of Sergeant Faninkossi's evidence once the commission gets back on track a little bit later on this morning. And you'd recall that, yesterday, Fani Masemola was really at pains to try and explain why it is that he was sharing what is supposed to be confidential police information with individuals and members that are linked to these criminal cartels, and why it is that he saw nothing wrong with sharing some of that information. And the commissioners are going to continue unpacking part of that evidence from Faninkosi when the commission resumes later on this morning. We, of course, then are also going to be keeping a close eye on the Ad Hoc committee that continues its work in Parliament. This morning, we are expecting that the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, the man that pulled the trigger, right, he is the one that made sure that the events of July 6, 2025 unfolded in the way that they did. And that is the trigger point. That is ultimately what has led us to where we are today. So he will be back before the Ad Hoc committee at 10 o'clock this morning. So what we'll do is that we'll take you live to Madlanga when it gets underway at 9:30. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll cross over to the Ad Hoc committee. It's the second time that Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi is back before the committee, and certainly he would also have certain questions to answer, including some of the changes that he has made to his own evidence or to the initial affidavit that he put before before the Ad Hoc committee. So we'll take you live there then at 10 o'clock. That's a roundup of what you can expect in the later hours of the morning. Of course, for now, the number to use to get in touch with us on the studio line, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. So before I go any further and maybe give you a chance to weigh in, or yeah, we were limited for time. Sometimes I wish we could just stretch this 15 minutes that we have. I wish we could stretch it a bit longer than what we actually have capacity to do. I will try and bring in some of your voice notes a little later before we get to the 9:30 news headlines. But for now, let me welcome our guest from our location this morning, the South African Innovation Week that's being hosted by the Technology Innovation Agency, an entity of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. This event is going to be running until Friday, and it's bringing together the country's innovators, industry and funders. Well, to speak to us about it is Patrick Krapi, who is an executive for innovation enabling at the Technology Innovation Agency. Patrick, good morning to you. Thank you for your time this morning.
Good morning, Cathy, and thanks for calling on us to come speak to you.
Let's talk about Innovation Week. It's the inaugural South Africa Innovation Week. What is it?
So it is inaugural because it's something that's going to happen every year. So this is the first time we're doing it. It is intended to be a week-long celebration of innovation and successes in our country's technology innovation capabilities. And I think we devote one full week to celebrating this and to showcasing this across the country. So fundamentally, it is about a showcase of South Africa's innovation capacity and capability, and to celebrate our achievements in the face of sometimes very gloomy stories, to just showcase what we are capable of as a country.
Perhaps let's start with the good, right? You're right when you say that South Africa has some exceptional minds. We've seen really great ingenuity coming through, and sometimes even just from ordinary people that are coming up with just solutions that the rest of the world can pick up on. Which sectors are you finding are more open to innovation? Where is the disruption taking place? And I mean that positively. Well, where we're seeing the greatest disruption?
The word disruption is very synonymous with innovation. So when you use it, never apologize, because innovation is exactly about that.
Yeah.
We know that I think growth globally, locally and everywhere is driven by digital transformation. And I think the ICT sector is the biggest driver of disruption across all sectors. I don't have to give you too many examples around that. I think that's one of the important areas. One thing that is beginning to emerge as an important area of focus, and it's not because we choose, it's because we are driven to it, it's climate change, and how we respond to that and invest in green ways of doing things that are environmentally friendly. Now, that cuts across many, many sectors to try and find ways of doing things differently in a manner that does not contribute to emissions and to climate change. So those are the key drivers where you see a lot of innovation is heading.
Are there any sectors where you believe South Africa, even if it may not be the leader, but it's highly competitive when compared with the rest of the world?
Look, I mean, there are a number of sectors where we're doing exceedingly well. Number one is that even within the digital transformation space itself, the ICT, we're doing exceedingly well. There's a lot of innovations that are coming out of our country, and we're exporting some of these innovations. Another sector would be the manufacturing sector, for example. Let me remind you of, we had one of our innovators, I'm trying to remember his name, he used to be based at the Innovation Hub, ended up in the US because he developed a security technology. I will remember his name. He's one of the pioneers who was out there when ICT was becoming a big thing and security was becoming a challenge. And so he developed a solution and went out with that. So, I mean, these are some of the good stories that we have to tell as our country. In the manufacturing sector also, we've got equipment manufacturers and companies. I mean, we've got one that has developed a tree harvesting and tree planting equipment. Now it's serving other countries around the world with this technology. So I think the Nordic countries are already beginning to buy that technology. So within those spaces, you know, there are niche areas where we're doing exceedingly well.
Who is this conference for?
Fundamentally, it's about startups. And why this is important, it's startups, it's SMMEs and technology SMMEs we're talking to, and it's the researchers. It is because we are investing significant amounts of money in research and science, but we need to see dividend coming out of that. And the only way to do that is to see, I think, big throughput within the commercialization area. And if we don't get startups who are competent to take technologies to market, everything else falls flat. So I think our focus is really around them. That's why we have brought corporates, that's why we have brought investors to come and look at them. That's why we've brought some government representatives who are important source of the market, but also important source of funding for them. So everything centers around them, and that's why we're here.
So the way that you've described it then suggests to me that if there are, entrepreneurs who might not necessarily be in the technology space or manufacturing space, but who have an interest in what the solutions that have been developed are, you're specifically looking for those people to come and see what's available and perhaps take those as opportunities into the market, because the innovators themselves have done what they've needed to do. They've innovated, but now they're sitting with this product that has nowhere to go.
Exactly the point. And fundamentally, it's about giving a boost to the commercialization agenda in the country. I think we're really doing is significant. And by the way, when we speak about innovators, and let's not talk too much about technology, let's talk about innovation.
Yes.
Because it's a broad concept that reflects inclusivity, because young people have got different types of ideas coming from rural communities, coming from townships. I mean, they're developing solutions that address their existential realities. That on its own is an innovation, right? Don't use the word technology, because it begins to sound like this space is an exclusive remit of the educated, the scientists and engineers. And then we traumatize other people who've got ideas to say, this is not for me. So really we're driving a very broad inclusive agenda. But this thing is about all of those people.
What do you find is the challenge for those that are coming up with these ideas in terms of scaling and taking to market? So I guess the question is, why not support them to take their ideas to market?
Number one is that, yes, they have developed solutions, but sometimes there's not enough capital to, for them to access to be able to take the technology to market. But it's not always about the money. It's about the supportive ecosystem broadly, right? Besides the money, you need to bring some level of mentorship, because some of them are good ideas, but they are not necessarily good jockeys. So you need even to train the people who are going to really run the companies to be competent, to be able to know how to manage their books. When they raise funding from the investors, they need to be able to account and ensure that they're properly corporatized. It's a basic thing that many of our innovators struggle with. So help them to corporatize properly, but also help them to be able to know how to pitch to investors and make a persuasive case to them.
One of the risks, of course, with some of these processes is that there is intellectual property, there's IP that is involved, and there's a high risk of people losing their ideas to those that are entrepreneurs that are wiser or are able to navigate the system a little better. how do you ensure that that doesn't happen? Because we have seen examples, I think, the world over, where people have come up with good ideas, they haven't known what to do with them, and then before you know it, it's scalable, but they never reap the full benefit of that simply because they were unable to sit with it to the point of maturation.
Yeah, sure. So IP awareness and how it should be dealt with is a critical success factor in this space because you need to protect those secrets. We do, in our funding instruments, provide funding for them to register their IP with the CPSI and the CPIC. We've been running workshops in the last, and this is an annual thing, in the last 3 weeks in February. We went to 3 locations, one of them Sun City, brought a lot of SMMEs to educate them about IP, its importance, its value, but how to protect it more importantly. So we are intervening in that space. We are working with the National Intellectual Property Management Office, NIPMO, of the DSI. We are also working with the companies and registration.
What does success look like for a gathering of this nature?
From where I stand, success is about one thing, deals. I want to see startups having secured deals with the investors who are here, with the corporates that are here, and with the government entities that are here. You know, our municipalities and metros, they are looking for service delivery innovative solutions. So I think we can't continue to buy things from overseas when we've got our local innovator. For me, it is about transactions.
How are you going to be tracking that?
We are running a number of pitching sessions. We've got about 5 already. One of them will be happening in the room behind me. A great, you know, this whole event is really, really festered with a lot of innovation pitches. And so we'll be tracking that in terms of, you know, people who are able to sign these deals, they'll come to us and report because we put together some kind of a reporting mechanism. We don't want people to disclose confidential information because they, of course, these are, but as long as they tell us to say, here's an interest that we've got from the following corporate and so on. Remember, when they've got that deal, they still depend on us to come and give them more money to make it materialize or some kind of support. So it's never about them alone and then they leave it at that.
Okay.
And most of them are our investees. We're already investing in them. We know who they are. We brought them here and so on. They will be reporting when we finish because we sponsored them to come here. There's a reporting template that has a line specifically to say, what deals did you strike? So we'll be able to get those things on the report without getting confidential information from people.
What do you want to leave South Africans with, Patrick, as we wrap up?
We are a great country, guys. There is going to be a session about technological sovereignty. I think the geopolitical context reminds us that we can't continue to depend on other countries to supply us things because the kind of things that we are seeing happening out in the war in Iran, it tells us we need to dig our own energy resources. When the pandemic hit, we were the last in the queue. We need to be pandemic prepared. So what is the health sector going to be doing? So we need to build those capabilities, but those capabilities are about supporting the innovators who are coming with the ideas and not leave them on their, to their own device. That's the only way we can get this right. That's why we are gathering camp governments. The whole quadruple helix is coming together to forge a way for the future, to make sure that as a country we are at least able to stand on our own on certain areas.
Patrick Krapi, thank you for your time. Executive for Innovation Enabling at the Technology Innovation Agency. So, as you can hear, quite a big gathering, lots of opportunity, hopefully, that will present itself, not only for those that have been working hard behind the scenes to come up with new ideas. And it's about creating the space and the platform for these ideas to take life. I think everything that is happening in as far as innovation should be supported within the country across sectors. How do you feed into ideas beyond them just looking good on paper? And that's what part of this process is about. And we know, and it's a conversation we'll have later on in the morning, that sometimes they're great ideas. Yes, there's, that initial capitalization, but there are challenges with taking these ideas to market. And hopefully we'll also get to better understand what is it that investors are really looking for when it comes to some of these ideas. I've spoken to you guys before about my gripe around Uber, where every time I think about it, I kick myself like, why didn't I come up with this idea? It's such a simple yet good idea. And look at just how scalable it has been. Now imagine how many of us are sitting with potentially many other ideas that have the ability to not only transform and reshape our own society, but can be adopted in the rest of the world. And this is part of where the meeting place then of all of that begins. So let us support innovation in every sector. And he's right, it's not limited to technology. It can impact any and every part of our lives. So we're going to pause things there.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Ngwato. Your mic is off. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Morning, Sergeant. I want to take you to your chats with a person you describe as Mkhwanazi Mswazi, and they are at page 786, and I've lost my file descriptors. Of file 2.
That page number again, 79?
786. 786. Do you have them, Sergeant?
786.
786. They start on, well, the actual chats themselves start on the following page, 787.
Are you there, Sergeant?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You have the number for Mr. Mkhwanazi Mswazi named, saved under the name Mkhwanazi Mswazi, but what is Mr. Mkhwanazi's full name? Pielo. And as I understand it, it's Motakati as opposed to Mkhwanazi.
Yeah, Mkhwanazi, I think it's the same name.
And is he described, is he sometimes called also Ivan Mkhwanazi or Irvin Mkhwanazi, I-R-V-I-N?
I would not know, but I call him Babu Mkhwanazi.
I see. And did you assist to buy a motor, one of those Can-Ams for him?
That's correct.
Sorry, Mr. Shaskasi. Commissioner Kumalo has just reminded me about spelling the names, but I have been thinking this past few days that the transcriber needs to do a little more and try to find a practical way of establishing the spellings of the names. Surely there should be a practical way. I mean, take for example, silly things like having Kyalami spelled K-Y, silly assumption by whoever named Kyalami the way they chose to name it. And one doesn't understand why they did not ask the African people who call Ikaya as Ikaya So the transcriber as well should just do a bit of effort and spell the names correctly. But perhaps with just this one, Mthakati, as it appears at 786, is Mthakathi. But then Mr. Chaskalson referred to another spelling which I think starts with M-O.
That's correct, Chair. M-O-T-H.
Yes.
And Sergeant, just to clarify, if you go to page 732 of the same file, there you'll see your chats with someone called Renier from Waterworld Boat, and I understand it's not just boats, it's also motorcycles.
What's that page number?
732. If you see there, you were discussing the purchase of 2 motorcycles, one for Mr. Msibi and one for Mr. Mthakati, and for the purposes of, I presume, for registering the license of these vehicles, you gave the names as Jotham Msibi and Irvin Mthakati. That's at 3:46:09 p.m. Do you see that?
I confirm.
And that's the same person as Mthakati Mswazi in your chats.
That's correct.
Can we then go back to the chats with Mthakati Mswazi and they start at page 787. And in fact, the very first chat at I think these dates, yeah, it's the 5th of February, 2024. Mthakati Mswazi sends you a document, and you'll find that document at page 311 of file 4. Do you have it?
That's correct.
And you see it's a document that's headed case numbers for Joe Sibanyoni, and then there are 7 case numbers. One at Joburg Central, one at Pretoria Central, 2 at Jeppe, 2 at MTN taxi rank, and 1 at Brooklyn. Why did Mr. Mthakati Mswazi send you this document? What did he want you to do with it?
There was after Mr. Jotham passed on, there was a stream of taxi violence or taxi murders in Johannesburg, Pretoria Central. So what transpired, the Santaco Executive Committee, they then decided to go and meet the then Minister of Police, that is General Peggy Cele, to discuss with him about this matter, that they must be investigated, because after Mr. Msibi died, these were people who were murdered. Some taxis were banned here. So Mr. Mthakati was part and parcel of that delegate on behalf of the family.
Sorry, on behalf of the family or on behalf of Santaco?
On behalf of the family.
But that, so it's it's seven, presumably 7 different families, or not? At least 7 different families, because there are 7 different cases, and some of them may involve more than one death or more than one burnt taxi.
Okay. It was one family, because of these vehicles that were shot at belonged to the Msibi family.
So all of the vehicles involved in these cases belonged to the Msibi family, and Mr. Mtakati Mswazi, on behalf of the Msibi family, was wanting these cases investigated as taxi violence cases directed against the Msibi family.
Yes, after they had a meeting with the body or the committee of Santaco together with the Minister of Police.
And was Mr. Sibanyoni the president of Santaco at the time?
Not as yet.
Not yet?
Yes, by that time I think it was Mr. Apnatsebe.
So why does the heading of this document say case numbers for Joseph Banyoni?
Can you repeat that, Commissioner?
Why is this document's heading case numbers for Joseph Banyoni?
At that time, it was alleged that Joseph Banyoni is the mastermind behind these cases.
So Mr. Sibanyoni was alleged to be a suspect in these cases?
That's correct.
And why did Mr. Mtakati Mswazi give this document to you? Well, let me precede that question with another one. There was a meeting between the Santaco Executive Committee and Minister Cele. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were you part of that meeting?
No, I was not part.
Do you know whether any channels of communication, official channels of communication in relation to the taxi violence problem were created after that meeting? So in other words, was someone within SAPS or the ministry designated as a contact person to take forward the issues relating to taxi violence?
I'm not sure if I get your question. Maybe you can...
The question is, there's this meeting between Minister Cele and Santaco about taxi violence.
That's correct.
And presumably, there was, well, coming out of that meeting, there would have been some mechanism to take the matter forward. It was just a once-off meeting that was never going to result in any further action.
No, I think it was going to be a matter of being taken or to be taken forward.
So my question is, how were issues going to be taken forward? At that meeting, did Minister Cele designate someone within SAPS or someone within the ministry who should be approached on all taxi violence issues? And did Santaco designate anyone who would be their communication point to take matters forward?
That's correct.
Do you know who was the Santaco contact person and who was the SAPS or ministry contact person?
I think at that time it would be Abna Tsebe or Mr. Masase.
Sorry, Mr. Masasa?
Yes.
And that's on the Santaco side?
That's correct.
who was going to be the contact person on the SAP side?
I would not know at that time.
But there would have been a contact person from the SAP side.
That's correct.
So my question then is, why did Mr. Mkhwanazi bring this list to you? Why did he think you were the appropriate person to receive a list of cases allegedly involving Mr. Sibanyoni?
Okay, I think according to him, it was just to inform me that there is something that is happening. As a family head at that time, he was trying to make means to solve what has happened to Mr. Msibi's cases. This is what I thought.
And what did you do when you received this list?
Okay. The other thing that after he sends me this, he said to me, even though the ministry or the meeting, it was resolved that they would find a dedicated team to investigate these matters. It's just alerting me. And then I then said the other people that are working on taxi violence in the province is taxi violence tax team.
And who led the taxi violence task team?
At that time, there were two teams. It was the team of Brigadier Amawa. It was team of this Kenelin. Let me just remind myself. Colonel Payat.
How do you spell that?
Payat or Payas?
How would you spell it? B-A-Y-A-T-A?
I think so.
Now, at the time that once you received this document, what did you do with it?
I did nothing.
You did nothing at all?
The reason that I did nothing is because I thought it was the information to be known, because of automatically they had a meeting with the highest office. So I didn't, if I can remember, I didn't, but I'm subject to be corrected if there is anything that can come.
So Mr. Mkhwanazi or the family, in addition to giving you this document, also had a meeting with the highest officers and conveyed that information to them, is what you understood?
Yes.
And did you have any involvement in any of these cases?
No.
Did you discuss them at all with Mr. Sibanyoni?
Yes.
And when did you discuss them with Mr. Sibanyoni?
I can't quite remember clearly, but I did discuss them with Mr. Sibanyoni.
And what was the purpose of your discussing them with Mr. Sibanyoni?
Okay, after that meeting that was held with the minister deployed Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on that matter. And then General Mkhwanazi informed me that he's got a tasking on this issue to make inquiries.
To make inquiries in relation to these specific cases?
That's correct. And then I must make an appointment with Mr. Sibanyoni to be interviewed.
Okay, and that instruction came from General Mkhwanazi?
That's correct.
And do you know approximately when it would have been?
The meeting?
Oh, well, the meeting or even the instruction to hold the meeting, because we haven't got to the meeting yet.
Can you come again with that question?
Yeah, so when would General Mkhwanazi have instructed you to set up a meeting to put these allegations to Mr. Sibanyoni?
It was not an instruction, it was a request that, hey, Bafana, can you arrange a meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni? We need to make inquiries about this.
But hang on, when a general makes a request, is that not something that is an instruction?
I'm trying to, to put it on the right way, like instruction that, yeah, you must, yes.
But he expected you to do it, did he not?
Yes.
So when did he make that request that he expected you to implement?
I think maybe a few days after this.
And did the general know that you had independently been approached by Mr. Mtakati Mswazi on behalf of the Msibi family to make this investigation?
No.
Did you then not tell him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I didn't think that I should tell him, even though I was supposed to tell him. I thought because of now, Mr. Mtakati sent me this, and now he's coming in to inquire as well about this. I thought because of that one was part and parcel of the family. I thought maybe.
So you thought it was essentially a private request?
Private request, I don't know.
From the family?
No.
But I still don't know then why you wouldn't report it to the general, at least when the general says, I want you to investigate these matters.
Who said I must investigate these matters?
Sorry. At least when the general says, I want you to set up a meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni for these allegations to be discussed.
Yes.
But why wouldn't you then mention to the general, by the way, the family have asked me, have reported these allegations to me independently. The family clearly are expecting something from me in that regard.
I can't remember if I did inform him or not, but I'm not sure about that.
And did you set up the meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni?
That's correct.
Did you have an earlier relationship with Mr. Sibanyoni? Did you know him? Were you his friend?
I would not say his friend. Remember now, Mr. Sibanyoni was Mr. Msibi's friend. So on those bases, I knew him.
So he was Mr. Msibi's friend, but after Mr. Msibi's death, Mr. Msibi's family suspected that he was behind violence directed at the family taxis.
It's because of before Mr. Msibi died, they were no longer in good terms, they were fighting.
Did Mr. Sibanyoni attend the funeral of Mr. Msibi?
I did not see him, he did not.
Did he send a message of condolence in relation to Mr. Msibi's death?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Can you just bear with me for 1 minute? Do you recall that Mr. Sibanyoni, well, if we go to your chats with Mr. Sibanyoni, you can see there on page 1015, if you can go to 1015.
Mr. Chaskasan, are you...
1015, file 3.
Are you still coming back to this 311?
Yes. Do you have it?
Yes. 10 what, Mr. Chaskasan?
1015.
Thank you.
Do you see there at March the 20th, 2024, Mr. Sibanyoni sent you a screenshot at 4:22:11 p.m.
Yes.
Do you remember that that was a screenshot of a conversation between him and Mr. Nhlanhla, both expressing condolences in relation to the death of Mr. Msibi?
That's correct.
So he did express condolences in relation to the death of Mr. Msibi. He did, Mr. Sibanyoni. It's not being streamed, and that particular chat is not in the bundle. I mean, the chat is in the bundle, the screenshot is not. I can read it out for you if you want.
It's fine.
So at least publicly after the death of Mr. Msibi, Mr. Sibanyoni was expressing his condolences in relation to that death. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's correct, according to this chat.
Mr. Chairperson, was this directed at the family when you say condolences were expressed?
The chat was a chat with Mr. Xaba. It was copied to Sergeant Nkosi. Sergeant, did you understand why Mr. Sibanyoni copied the chat to you, his chat with Mr. Xaba, in which they both expressed condolences for Mr. Sibanyoni? What did you understand him to be wanting you to take from that?
I think he wanted maybe me to know that he's also saddened and he feels bad about what happened to Mr. Msibi.
And what further involvement did you then have in relation to the planned meeting between Mr. Sibanyoni and the SAPS in relation to these allegations that had been brought to your attention by Mr. Mkhwanazi?
Can you repeat that again?
Well, to go back to how we got here, it was...
What other plans did I make, if I understand?
Well, no, you had now made an approach to set up a meeting. You'd made an approach to Mr. Sibanyoni to set up a meeting in relation to these allegations that the family had brought to you and the SAPS. Did you have any further involvement in that process? Were you at the meeting?
I was at the meeting, or had I had any further involvement?
Yeah, well, did you approach Mr. Sibanyoni to set up a meeting?
Yes, I did.
Was a meeting then held?
That's correct.
Were you present at the meeting?
That's correct.
Who else was present at the meeting?
Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi.
And what was discussed at the meeting?
Okay. It was just a background on how did this fight come about, and is it true that indeed these allegations were made by him, and then what is it, the fight now, because of he's no longer there, what is it, the fight all about?
You said, is it true that these allegations were made by him? What were the allegations and who made them?
No. It was these allegations of taxi violence after Mr. Msibi died. So Mr. Sibanyoni has been asked that if he's involved in these things or not.
So I see. So essentially, those cases that were on the list from Mr. Mkhwanazi were presented to Mr. Sibanyoni, and he was asked, are you involved in any of this taxi violence?
Yes.
In these cases?
That's correct.
And what was Mr. Sibanyoni's response?
He said he was not involved.
And did you have any involvement in this matter beyond that meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni?
I don't know. I don't understand clearly what is your question about.
Well, there was this meeting. Mr. Sibanyoni said he wasn't involved.
Yes.
Was that the end of the matter as far as your involvement was concerned? Did you have any further involvement either in investigating the matter or in discussing it with Mr. Msibi, or was that the end of the matter?
I did not investigate any matter, but I would be involved, maybe Mambane, Baba's right-hand man.
Baba meaning Mr. Msibi?
That's correct. His taxis will be stopped by the Q marshals, and then they will refuse him to load the passengers, and then he will phone me. Then I will go back to Mr. Sibanyoni and inform him, hey, imoto zakamampane has been stopped. Can you intervene? He said, I've got nothing to do with it, but I will make inquiries with that effect. So I was regularly communicating with Mr. Sibanyoni on those bases.
And in what capacity were you doing that? Was it as a policeman or as a family friend to the Msibi family? In what capacity were you intervening in those disputes?
As a family, no, I can't say as a family man. As
I said family friend, so you are a family friend of the Msibis, including his right-hand person. So I'm just trying to understand, were you playing a role of a policeman when you were intervening in disputes about taxis being allowed to load passengers at taxi ranks? Or were you just a family go-between and trying to resolve a dispute between two families?
I was trying to solve a dispute between two families.
As a family friend, not as a policeman?
No.
I'm not sure I understand the no in that context.
Okay. The no that I'm referring to is the no of as a family friend. Even though I'm a family friend.
You were doing it as a family friend?
No.
No. You were not?
I don't understand clearly.
You were not doing it as a family friend?
Okay, I was doing it as a family friend.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So it was not a police case, it was not a SAPS case?
That's correct, Commissioner.
It was a case between two families that own taxis and you just got involved because you know these two families?
That's correct,
yes,
Commissioner.
Thank you.
But presumably, I mean, when General Mkhwanazi made that request to you, was he making that request to you in your capacity as a SAPS officer, or did he understand that you were someone who could possibly broker peace between these two families because you knew them both and he would want you to try and broker peace?
I think at that time, he knew that I knew Mr. Sibanyoni and I knew Mr. Mkhwanazi, because I once introduced Mr. Sibanyoni to General Mkhwanazi.
This all started with a message from Mr. Mtakati Mswazi. I want to go back to the chats with Mr. Mtakati Mswazi. And can I take you to page 788?
Before you do that, let me ask my question. The Sergeant, this list at page 311, and if you have already explained it, I apologize to ask you to do it again. Why did Mr. Mtakati send it to you, you say? Because you get that list, and within a minute you're on a call with him when one looks at page 787. So either before he sent you this list or after he sent it to you, he called you, or you spoke on the phone and he explained to you why he's sending this list to you. What did he say?
Okay, the call was about, at least there's going to be a movement from the SAPS because of we've already spoken to the minister. So he was making a follow-up on the photos that he sent me.
But if all he did in that call was to tell you that there's now going to be progress because the minister has become involved. He didn't need to send you this list. That has nothing, that doesn't explain why you get this list from him. Why did he send you this list? What did he want you to do with it?
I think, I don't know, to be honest with you. He wanted me to have it or to have a knowledge about it.
No, Sergeant. He sends you a list. He must have told you before he sent the list that I'm sending you a list and this is why. Or if he didn't tell you before that, he sent you a list, and in the call that happens within a minute of you getting that list, he explains to you why you have that list.
Yes.
Yes. And I'm asking you to tell us, why did he send you this list? He's not friends with Mr. Sibanyoni, so he's not making inquiries on behalf of Mr. Sibanyoni. At least I think we can discount that. He must have told you why he's sending you this list and what you're supposed to do with it.
been handed some information which indicates that that may not have been the case. The impression is created by the affidavit handed up by Minister Mkhunu that Madlala almost volunteered to give that information and deposed to an affidavit while he was at Kgosi Makhura. Now, you have made available to us, which I will ask that they flight, a handwritten letter it is in the pack. So, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, you can see it yourself. It seems to be addressed to Nhlamulo, NHLUMULO -FYI for your attention or for your information, and it's a handwritten letter. Perhaps first just explain how you got this letter into your possession, and whether you know who this person is who wrote the letter or allegedly wrote the letter. Have you verified the contents of this letter? Have you sought to authenticate the letter? Just give us some background to this letter before we go to the relevant parts, please.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honourable Chair, a cousin of mine stays in Johannesburg, and she works in Johannesburg as well. She called me and told me that there is an information of someone in prison in Pretoria that wanted to see me and share information with me. But of course, I was in Durban and I could not just be in Pretoria, but I indicated to her that I'm going to be on my way to Pretoria, so if there's something that you want to share, I can meet up with you somewhere, collect whatever that you have collected and come and give it to me. And we made that arrangement. I traveled to Johannesburg, and I met with her at, I think, Woodmead, if I'm not mistaken, and she gave me a handwritten document. And she gave me a bit of a background as to where does this handwritten document come from. So I took that and I was on my way to the Interpol conference in Morocco. I then thought I was going to be able to take time and read it and get to see whether what is written there can be of any assistance to anyone. So that's a background of how I got the letter. When I asked her how she received it herself, she said to me she got it from a gentleman who went to fetch this letter from prison, from a person who wrote it in prison. As you can see, the letter is not addressed to me. It's addressed to someone who I did not even know who the person is. I had to make an inquiry as to who is Nhlanhla. And my cousin had explained to me that Nhlanhla is a member of MK Party. I don't know if he's a spokesperson or what title does he have. But the person that wrote the letter is a friend or is a person who grew up with Nhlanhla, so he knows Nhlanhla very well. And as a result, that person was addressing this to Nhlanhla. And apparently the intention was to ask Nhlanhla to bring it to me. But it is said that Nhlanhla was not available. I think he was in Cape Town. And if I'm not mistaken, Nhlanhla would have sent his father to go and meet up with this person. And that's how the father collected this information. And that information was passed to my cousin, and that's how it got to me. So the person wrote like this, and I confirmed her whether can I present this thing before the committee, and he said, yeah, he's willing to testify. He's currently in one of the correctional centers in Gauteng, but no longer in Kgosi Makhura. And he had even put his name right at the bottom, because I thought we could redact the name in order to protect him, and he said, no, he doesn't mind. He can tell it as is. So that's why we have it here before us.
Sorry, and this is a convicted prisoner.
I'm not sure of his status, but what I read from here, he said he's been in that, I think, in custody for more than 3 years. So whether he's convicted or not, I've never
A
investigated
waiting
the
trial
status.
for 3 years, a bit long.
There are a lot of people that can be waiting trials for many years in our facilities.
Like in the Senzo Moyewa. But so his name appears to be Jermaine Prim. It's right at the end of this letter, just above the digit 8, Jermaine Prim.
Yeah, right at the end is written Jermaine Prim, and he signed it.
Now, this letter is Jermaine Prim, the author of this letter. Is he writing this letter on the basis of information that he is now getting from Busikat Matlala?
What I was informed is that this person was in the same correctional facility with Kat Matlala, and he interacted with Kat Matlala throughout the whole process. In a matter of fact, what the information I have is that it was just the two of them in the cell.
Now, you haven't verified this for yourself or through your investigating team or through any investigating team?
Yeah, well, no. I've shared this information with the team in Gauteng as they are investigating some other cases in Gauteng, but not necessarily myself, to get involved with that investigation.
Now, you agree that there are a lot of names in this letter?
According to what is written, this man, because I established as to how did he gather the information. Information I got is that Kat was telling him things, and he will take a pen and a paper and he will write these things down without Kat knowing at a time. So that's why I was worried about this coming out in public, that maybe his life would be in danger. And he said, no, he's no longer even in the same facilities, so he doesn't mind. We can make this public. What he writes here is stories that he was told by Kat inside that correctional center. But he also makes his own remarks about his own issues here that has got other names. As I said, it's not something that has been investigated by me. I'm sure the team that gets to see this, they will interview him and try and get more information, because there are somewhere in this statement of his where he makes some allegations against some of our senior public figures of government. But that is in brief. I would say more than 90% of what is here, it's what is been told to him by Kat Matlala.
Now, what makes you believe that this letter or copy of this letter is authentic, and that is indeed what Jermaine records, what Kat is telling him? They obviously have a lot of time to do this sitting together in a cell all day.
Honorable Chair, the things that are mentioned here are matters that some of them I was not aware. One of them is I did not know how the minister obtained Kat's affidavit that he came to present here. I did not know that, and I never investigated, but it was presented before this Ad Hoc committee. Some of the things that are mentioned here include the meeting that myself and Kat had in Durban. It's mentioned in this letter because Kat told him that. So this person wrote the things that had not been made public, both in this Ad Hoc committee as well as at Madlanga Commission. So it is there that made me believe afterwards that this person is legit on what he's talking about. The stories that he's putting out there from Kat, at least, might need to be considered and be investigated further, because we have already had some of these things that he's talking about. And this was before a lot of these things presented, and I think it's something that happened before even the minister came to testify, if I'm not mistaken. There's no date on the letter when he wrote it, but when I inquired, was that when the father of this Nhlanhla went to collect it, they gave it to me 2 days after collection of this document. So obviously need to be verified, some of these things, whether are there any facts on them or not. But the story is that later, when testimonies are presented at the commission as well as here, they collaborate some of the information that is here. The issues of Ekurhuleni, amongst others.
So we need to be clear that this letter constitutes hearsay.
Yeah, it is indeed, until the author is tested on it. But from my side, part of an affidavit that the minister brought before this committee, how it was obtained, and then the relationship, it seems, between himself and the minister, that seems to be in a way direct, not indirect as we presented, because all along we've been seeing Minister Mkhunu as communicating with CAT via other people like Mkhwanazi and amongst others, but not a direct conversation.
Yeah, I want to go to that part only of the letter that is relevant to what you're saying. But well, obviously it's up to the honourable members if they want to ask you questions or examine you on any other part of the letter, but it just seems to me to be almost irresponsible also to refer to other aspects where a number of prominent personalities are mentioned in this letter. But as you rightly say, this all needs to be investigated, or is maybe the subject of investigation, we don't know. Now, the relevant paragraph is the one, honourable members, it's marked number digit 2, it's circled. I think it's still, it's still on page 1. Do you have it, General?
Yes, I see it.
Is this the part? On the 22nd of September, is that I received legal visit from my attorney, Natasha somebody, or can you pronounce that surname? Oh, it's not. On arrival at the legal visit, I found Vusi Matlala there. There were 2 white guys there to see him, in brackets, lawyers, close brackets. They handed him a paper to sign. He took it and signed it and handed it back. He did not even read through it. He then left and continued my legal visit. Upon arrival back at the section, I asked him who those lawyers are, because I know Hodis, and it was not him. It was also definitely not Nkwashu. He then told me that they are Senzo Mkhunu's lawyers and that they asked him to sign a statement saying he doesn't know Mkhunu. And then paragraph 3, when Vusi Matlala arrived in CMAX in July 2025, he told me that he funded Senzo Mkhunu's election campaign as Mkhunu was campaigning to be the president of South Africa. He also said he gave him money for the ANC January, in brackets, I think January, and he's got 18, conference, which they have yearly. He said just for the January conference, he gave him over 4 million rand. I was shocked because I've been in CMAX for 3 years. We don't have radios, newspapers, or TV, so I didn't know all this was happening. He told me Senzo Mkhunu is the Minister of Police. He also told me about his case and the police. We spoke daily. He said that he's friends with Cedric Shabia, who is head of investigations and detectives in SAPS. He went in depth and said that Shabia told him to open a case against Mkhwanazi. He said Shabia gave him information of the special task force having kidnapped some lady who works at forensics and then seizing her computer. Sabia also told him that Mkhwanazi is under investigation. He told me many other things about Sabia. Then paragraph 4, a few days after signing the statement, which Mkhunu sent for Vusi, he told me that Mkhunu sent a message to his wife explaining that he is happy, that Vusi must just sit tight, and in quotation marks, help is on the way, close quotation marks. Vusi said, he said, help, all in capital letters. So, General, is that the part that you wanted to highlight for the purposes of this discussion about Minister Mkhunu?
Honorable Chair, in this 8-page statement has got too many things that are relevant to this committee. Too many, beyond this one. This of the statement of Minister Mkhunu doesn't start on paragraph 2, it starts from paragraph 1. The events that happened before the lawyers were spotted in prison. That's what I'm saying, is something can be investigated. If the phone records and the visitors, registers of these correctional services will be able to prove whether such visits happened, was this statement obtained from the prison, and so forth. This person is telling what Kat told him. But beyond this, Honorable Chair, this person talks about things that we did not talk about here. And one of them was the meeting between myself and Vusmus Matlala in Durban. It is here in the statement, because Vusmus Matlala told him about it. That's why he makes a reference to it.
I wanted to get there after.
Yeah,
after this.
but what I'm saying, Chair, is that there is just too many other things that are here that might be relevant. There is Cathy Somalife's issues here that this man is talking about. There are border issues here that are part of the letter of the minister. So there's drug issues that have been spoken about in this letter. So if we're going to only take one paragraph and exclude the others, we might miss something. It is something that
sorry,
I'm present.
General, just a correction. It's not what I can't tell you what to testify to, what to say. This is a document you've presented to us.
Yes.
If you want to go through the entire document and discuss it, then feel free to do so.
Okay.
I was owning in just on the one aspect, which is the
letter, the statement.
The statement
of the minister
that the minister had made to us under oath, and there appears to be some other version which is hearsay at this stage and which needs to be corroborated. But if there's anything else in the letter or the whole letter that you feel you want to discuss, then you must feel free to do that.
Okay. Yeah, no, well, SC, you've touched on the events that this person is talking about, what he saw with his own eyes inside the correctional service. But what also transpired is right at the beginning on the 9th of September on paragraph 1, which I will also want to invite you to first take that part. And after reading that part, then you can be able to link up with number 2. And that first part, and I don't know if you want me to read it.
Okay, I'll read it. On the 9th or the 10th of September, there was a conference call between Shamila Batoy, Senzo Mkhunu, Lawrence Odes, Musi Matlala's advocate, and SAP's general, which he didn't name.
It's just an issue about which September they're talking about in the statement, because it's not detailed. Which year is that?
Chair, if I may respond to that. The statement is as it stands. So the person who's an author, that's why I'm saying that this needs to be investigated further, because the person who's an author that wrote it like this. So the years honorable member is asking is not written, and I cannot say it is which year. It is my assumption that this happened when Kat Matlala was in custody. So if it happened when he was in custody, it might mean September 2025. But I'm not an author, I cannot guarantee. I don't want Honorable James to go to prison, police station again, and open a case against me.
Honorable James.
Sorry, Adams. Did I say James? My apologies, Honorable James. Honorable Adams, I meant to say.
Are you,
My
sorry, are you going to
apologies.
allow me, Chair? Because you said no earlier on. Apologies, I have a clarity-seeking question. General Mkhwanazi.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you profile, number one, you know what is concerning here? Did you profile Jermaine Prim? That is the first thing I want to ask you. Secondly, I'm thinking now if it's coincidence that all three of these people, Nhlanhla, Bester, and Jermaine, are all allegedly in CMAX. So the only way that Jermaine can listen to conversations of Nhlanhla is if he's on a cell phone. How do you explain Mr. Nhlanhla then having a cell phone in CMAX? That's my first concern. My second concern is that Tabu Bester is also in that same block in CMAX. We've now received correspondence from Bester, from Jermaine Prim, and we've heard from Mr. Nhlanhla. I am worried. I have background, sure, without compromising myself with this. I think I'm going to leave it at they are in CMAX. Why do they have access to cell phones? I'm going to leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I'm not sure if I can maybe just make some comment, and maybe as a follow-up to what Honorable James is raising. I'm trying to find the actual paragraph here, but in this statement of this gentleman, this person alleges that Nhlanhla has freedom inside the CMAX. He is very close with the head of the facility. That's why he can get around and can get things done with ease. So it then explains that, and he says he was sharing a cell block with the two of them. They were together. Obviously, we found the cell phone thanks to the Commission of Correctional Services that dispatched in a suspicion after the address that something might be happening in that cell. So the commissioner phoned me to send people to go, he said he sent people to go to the cell and they found the phone. And luckily, that phone has helped us with a lot of these things we investigated. How did the phone get to Cat inside the cell? It's again a question mark, but what this man is saying, the relationship that Cat has with the head of the center and some officials within that center, it's clear that Cat can get whatever he likes inside that place. I'm not going to explain part of the reasons why there was a motivation for him to move away from there, but that's part of the problems that has been experienced, which the head of correctional service, the commission, also identified. Thank you.
Thank you. General, just as a matter of information, perhaps, well, you would know. You know that Radovan Krecha was also there at Kgosi Makhura. In fact, he may still have been there when the Honorable Committee had a sitting there. You know that or knew that? Radovan Krecha was also at Kgosi Makhura.
No, I was not involved in Krecha. I know he was in custody, but I never pay attention until I get to know about the KZN leg of it.
I'm saying this because perhaps the author of the letter was mistaken, because the name of Ms. Natasha, I think the spelling is Otrebski, Otrepski. She is Gretchen's attorney. And he was also there, and that paragraph mentions her legal visit. Also claiming to be his attorney, the author, Jermaine's attorney.
Yeah, well, I think there's quite a lot of lawyers that are representing dodgy characters in our country. You just have to go in the system and check who is a lawyer has ever appeared on behalf of Bodcat, whether he's a Jermaine guy, whether he's a Thabo Bester, whether he's, I know of a controversial lawyer that has also been part of the AKA murder in KZN, which are controversial figures, but I'm not a legal person to say much about it. It's just an interesting thing to notice as a police.
So we went back to paragraph 1. It said on the 9th or the 10th of September, there was a conference call between Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, Senzo Mkhunu, Lawrence Odes, Vusi Matlala's advocate, and SAP's general, which he didn't name. Odes added victim Kwashu to the call. The reason for Odes adding Kwashu was for Kwashu to facilitate what was being discussed. The plan and reason for the call was to get Vusi Matlala to sign an affidavit that states he doesn't know Senzo Mkhunu. Apparently, Kwashu told him to first show good faith by granting Vusi bail. He then refused to take any part in it unless they signed or they granted Vusi bail. First, Vusi was quite angry that Kwashu refused to facilitate this. Vusi then explained to me that Odes and Shamila are good friends and that Shamila and Senzo Mkhunu are also very close. That is why Shamila Batoy is trying to help Senzo Mkhunu. Vusi also said that Andrea Johnson was also part of the discussion and that she's on board. I also know that there were people from IDEC at the prison to see Vusi on more than one occasion. He explained to me that the purpose of the visit was for him to help them discredit General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. He apparently said he was at Mkhwanazi's apartment in Umhlanga, and it's called the Pearls of, not sure what pearls of what. So General, that you say is also then, and it's something I wanted to come to, which is a matter that you also didn't tell us in your affidavit or in your oral evidence. Can I just raise this? It was mentioned to us for the first time, the Matlala's allegations of advance. This was stated in Mr. Matlala's affidavit at paragraph 126, meeting with General Mkhwanazi. I met Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi at the Pearls. Is that the Pearls he's referring to in this handwritten letter?
Yeah, well, this is, I believe, what this gentleman had was told by Ket Matlala, yes, even before the Ad Hoc committee went to hear from Ket Matlala himself. Yeah. That's why I have no reason to doubt some of the content that he wrote here.
So Matlala said, I met Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi at Pearls of Umhlanga on 15 April 2025. Minister Cele had arranged for me to meet him. This was the result of my interaction with Minister Cele regarding issues with my SAP's contract. Minister Cele advised me that he knew Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, but the person who was very close to her was Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Before we proceeded to the meeting, I contacted Lieutenant General Sinona, who is also the head of the Hawks in KZN, as I was not comfortable to meet Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi alone. I first ran this by Minister Nkele, and he okayed it with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. The meeting was scheduled at the Pearls, and upon arrival, we met him outside. He told us to follow him, went up in an elevator to what I assumed was his apartment because he offered us drinks that were in the fridge. During the meeting, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi told me that he had heard I had problems with my contract, but he also has problems which he needed to assist him with. He acknowledged that I had been complaining a lot about my contract and saying that they weren't paying on time and not sending enough purchase orders. He then said to help my contract flow, I needed to cooperate because he was very close to Lieutenant General Nkua, the head of Human Resources who oversaw my contract. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi essentially stated that Lieutenant General Nkua is a stumbling block, quote unquote, and is collaborating with the previous service provider, Metropolitan. He even claimed that she had purchased properties, converted them into bed and breakfast, and used money from Metropolitan, suggesting corruption because her salary could not cover such purchases. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi provided me with the address of her latest purchase, which was a house in Pretoria East. The message I got was clear. If I wanted my contract to proceed smoothly, I would need to, quote, work with her and give her money, unquote, or my contract would be terminated. He was indicating that police officers, even generals, could afford these things because they collaborated with service providers like myself. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi indicated to me that he knew I owned a property in Midstream Estate. He further indicated that he had a problem with a person in the same estate and asked whether I knew a person by the name of Ishmael Nangi. I informed him that I knew this person, but I was close to him, but I knew my son and his son attended the same school, and my wife and his wife knew each other. I informed him I would request my wife to set up a meeting with him. So the reason why I raise this is also, that's also one of the issues which you didn't raise before us when you first appeared, either in your affidavit or in your oral evidence. And so the question is, why didn't you do so? Do you dispute that such a meeting took place? We know from the evidence we heard, Mr. Matlala's evidence at Khosi Mapuru about this, and also General Sinona's role in this. So this is also an opportunity for you to explain why you hadn't mentioned it in the first place, and what is your version of what happened there.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. When I appeared before this Ad Hoc committee, I was presenting in the main the incidents that are prohibiting the police from executing their duties, where we believe the minister has enabled these people to block the police investigations. And of course, not the minister doing the bad things, but the people that are doing the bad things are police officers, and some of them within the entire value chain of justice system officials that are participating on this matter. The meeting of Kat Matlala, we did not see it as a need to present it because it was a meeting that was helping the investigation to uncover some truth about that which the team in Gauteng was investigating. So Kat Matlala, when he met with me in that meeting, he was afraid of the people that he was talking about. And he made it clear that what he's sharing with me in a straight language, you'll refer to as snitching to people. So he was giving out information that would have compromised his safety. So he was giving out information that if it were to come out, maybe his life and his family would be at risk. What I like, that's why we did not communicate. But what became evident to that is that the person who facilitated the meeting, Jairus Nona, when he appeared before Madlanga Commission, he was afraid to name those names. And when Cat appeared before this commission and introduced that meeting, I was not in the country. When I became aware of it, I then sent a WhatsApp message. I actually tried to phone Jairus Nona. He didn't answer the phone. When I sent him a message to outline what the meeting is about, the same message that after sending to Snona, I shared with yourself, Senior Counsel, on the
Yes, we'll ask for that, if it's possible, we'll ask for that, those WhatsApp messages to be flighted. But continue in the meantime.
Perhaps what I can say then, Chair, is I've indicated why didn't I introduce that meeting, that I did not see the need of that meeting to be discussed before this commission, because this committee, because...
Sorry, General, to interrupt. The WhatsApp copy is in hard copy, I think, before honorable members, Chair. Yeah, and the letter from Sanona's attorney. So you can refer to it, General. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Chair, I still feel that Cat Nhlanhla was used by people to try and paint a picture that as a person who looks like a bad person, but he also met with me. And as a result, people will start questioning my credibility. I did not disclose the meeting, and I'm glad that he is the one that introduced the meeting, because the people he spoke about are subject to the investigation by the GCI Ops in Gauteng. And I did not want to disclose it because I had made a commitment that I will not disclose any meeting that he is giving me as an informer. So that was the reason. But he introduced the meeting.
You didn't, this meeting was Lieutenant General Khumalo aware of this meeting, or that the meeting was going to take place? Or did you already discuss with him as the investigating officer that this meeting would take place?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Perhaps the members must give me time to listen to this story, because I don't want you to get it halfway. How does it happen that I get to meet Cat Nhlanhla right at the beginning? And when the members are listening to this, you're going to tally with a sergeant that was sitting on this chair from Mpumalanga that was brought by Mr. James to this house to come and open a case in Cape Town, that allegations of kidnapping and torture.
Mr. Adams.
Oh. And I'm looking at you, Honorable James, but I'm saying the name again. I don't know. My apologies. It's the second time I'm doing this. I'll take the fine, ma'am. Sorry about that. Yeah, Honorable Adams, the sergeant that came here and said things. So I'm going to link all these things together so that you have a clear picture of everything. I work in KwaZulu-Natal as the head of the police in the province. I report to the National Commission. I'm assisted by the colleagues from the national units. One of the colleagues responsible for the national unit is Jairus Nona. Jairus Nona is responsible to DPCI. DPCI does not report to me. They are assisting KZN, but they have their own specific responsibilities. And another one that assisted me back then, I'm sad that Mr. Adams is not here today, because I wanted to talk to him. I'm sure he's watching the TV. Perhaps must look at the screen. The one person that assisted me is Major General Chika. Major General Chika was the head of crime intelligence in KwaZulu-Natal during the time of riots. He was the one that Honorable James should be blaming for the failure, if any. Adams to be blaming for the failures of intelligence, if any, it is General Chika, because he was the head of crime intelligence in KZN. So I have crime intelligence, which is a national entity. I have DPCI, which is a national entity. And then myself in the middle. So from time to time, we're going to be communicating with colleagues. As when Chika is going on retirement, I'm away, I'm on his farewell, and I'm talking to the division to make sure that they fill up that post, the post that has since been vacant from that time to date. has not been failed. But the National Commission told me that they are finalizing the process to get it post-paid, but it's 12 months down the line. We still don't have a head of intelligence. General Snona is a person who comes from Gauteng. He was appointed in KZN. So I interact with General Snona. But I'd already heard of a name of General Snona even before coming to KZN. There's one former warrant officer, Malinga, who used to work at Organized Crime Pretoria, who still today is undergoing court because of issues that he and General Sinona were involved with while they were working in Pretoria. I don't want to get into the details of that. But there's a case that is dragging forever that does not end. So that's how I got to know, because I knew Malinga. And Malinga will tell me about General Snona at the time. So that's how I got to know about Snona, even before meeting him. But fast forward, I'm in KZN, General Snona is the head of DPCI in KZN. I will not remember, Honorable Chair and members, the exact date, but it will be 2 or 3 years back. General Snona approaches me, and one of the conversations we're having, he says to me, I'm thinking of resigning from the police. And I ask him, when you want to resign from the police, where do you want to go? He says, no, I'm going to join a security company of my friend. And this friend of mine is from Mamelodi. He's got a very big security company, and it's Matlala that is in charge. And I said, no, well, I stayed in Pretoria. I've never paid attention of the security companies like that one. And he says, no, this guy is big. There's a lot of police officers that are working for his security company and so forth. He has just got a contract in Lesotho. So he wants me to go and run his project in Lesotho. So this is Nona talking to me. So I then discouraged him from resigning. I said, but you are left with 2 years before you go on retirement. If this is your friend, why don't you retire after 2 years? And thereafter, you then go and work for him. Remember, I don't know who this Matlala person is. And then he took that advice, and he said later, afterwards, I said, hey, no, I took advice. I think I must wait until 2 years is over. But fast forward to that. A kidnapping case is reported of Kwatuguza. And a Muslim guy is kidnapped from the mosque, and he disappears. And nobody traces him. They don't know where he's whereabouts. Such cases are handled by DPCI. So DPCI is involved. The team of DPCI has some members, technical team from the province, which is TRT, that works with them. And some dog unit members, flying squad, they will form a team. But it is DPCI that deals with it. And these other members will just be in support. So then they say to me that there's an incident that has happened where the family was called, and the ransom demanded, the family was called from a number in South Beach in Durban, next to the beachfront. When the team followed up, they discovered that a person bought airtime and loaded it on the phone and made a phone call. And they could identify the person that went to buy airtime on cameras, and they followed that person. And the person said, the person who gave me asked me to go and buy airtime, gave me 50 rands as a payment. So the person was paid 50 rand to go and buy airtime from the tuck shop and give it to this person. And this person was sitting in the car, and the car was parked in this place. So the team followed that car. They discovered that it's a white bakkie with no number plate. So they started following the movement of that car through cameras in the assistance of security companies in KZN, because they're very good with these cameras they put out there. They have the team to trace the movements of this car. So until the car disappeared in the area of Mayville, Katomeno side, they couldn't locate it. So then they went back to check all the other cameras in Durban to look for this car, if there's somewhere the car was picked up early in the day or afterwards. So they picked up the car, stopped at the shop somewhere. And this individual got out of the car, they entered that shop. So they went to that shop and they downloaded the footage, and they identified 2 gentlemen in that footage that came from that bakkie. And one of the people they identified was Mr. Nangi, which was well known from the police as one of the high-profile wanted person on kidnapping in Mozambique. So that's immediately the team knew that means it's Nangi that is behind the kidnapping. And Nangi lives in Gauteng. So they went to trace the movement of the car at Marankin tollgate and all the other tollgates on the entry. They discovered that indeed this car had drove past there. And Nangi was driving, and he would be one passing the tollgate and paying. And they were easily, because I could identify, I could ask them, why you say you identify that it's Nangi? He said he's got a funny eye. I don't know how his eye is like, but that's what draws attention on the team. So the team then moved to Gauteng. From what they are briefing me, they're updating me, but it's not my case. They arrive in Gauteng, they trace this information in Gauteng, they found Nangi, and they downloaded, took his phone, and they opened his phone. In his phone, they found, which was a shocking thing, a person whom yesterday Sergeant Nkosi presented before the Madlanga Commission to be known as an expert in kidnappings. Nkosi spoke about him yesterday. They found a communication between Nangi and this gentleman. And in actual fact, money transfers between Nangi and this gentleman, 300, 200,000 rand, a lot of money. And to the team, they were shocked and said, but the person is known as a private investigator dealing with kidnappings. How does he have a relationship with Nangi, who's known to be a kingpin in kidnapping? It could be that the person who's a private investigator is linked to Nangi. Because if you go back, honorable chair members, and check, majority, 90% of the time, well, this is a 90% I can talk about, maybe not the one of Jara Kumalo that you were fighting with them about. Majority of the people that are kidnapped are Muslim people. Majority of them, because they've got cash in their shops. And almost 100%, majority of the time, more than 90% of the time, there's a lump sum paid before they are released. And the person who's part of the negotiation is so-called expert investigator, private investigator, will always encourage the family to pay a certain amount. Not the full 20 million rands they're looking for, maybe half of it, but there's always payment. So here's this person who's known to be the lead expert in kidnapping, is exchanging money with Nangi. The team got worried, and they said, it means we have an enemy within, because this gentleman is this tight with the General Khan and the team that deals with kidnapping. Is this tight with Jairus Bia, who's in charge of the investigation in the police? This gentleman. I'm talking about the private person now. So the team picks that one up and say, this is something not right, it doesn't add up here. As they were interrogating, I don't know the how part, they discovered that the kidnapped individual is kept in a house in Mpumalanga. They traveled to Mpumalanga. They arrived in Mpumalanga in a particular house, and there was no one there. And when they engaged with the community around, the community said, we've been suspecting something dodgy happening in this house. But before you arrive, there were a lot of movement, cars that drove out with speed, and they left the place. And the owner of the house is the sergeant, the police sergeant. And this police sergeant stays in another house somewhere. And they directed the police to the next house. So the police moved with speed, because they're looking for a kidnapped person. They went to the next house. When they arrived in the next house, they were told, this gentleman has gone to Mozambique. He has crossed with the person that's kidnapped to Mozambique. And the team then engaged with the people in Mozambique and say, looks like there's someone there in Mozambique that has crossed with the person that is kidnapped. So, and I heard there was a talk of, when he was sitting here, he was talking about the video that was available. There is a video available of a shop close by that shows police cars coming to the property and the police cars leaving the property. And later, the community is all over the place there. And later, the house is on fire. And the medical people come in to attend to that house. The video is there. Yeah, they're not just property. The house that was identified initially as a place where this one was kept. So his story on a confession that Molotra made when the police got him confirms this arrangement with Nangi. But Molotra then is found, eventually is brought back into South Africa. The How Party, remember, I'm not involved in this. And is taken with Nangi and everyone else. The team transport them to Devon for the case at Kwatuguze. But what I don't know what happened in that case, because the DPP contacted me and said, this team that was investigating this case, they messed up this case. And the DPP wrote a complaint via the NDPP to DPCI for disciplinary steps to institute against these members that were working on this investigation. So that's how the case was withdrawn from court. And this Nangi and this Molotra guy left. They were released because of that. So that's how the Nangi story comes about. Well, obviously, internal, the organization will have investigated.
Just pause there, General. The Nangi story, you can deal with it maybe a little later. That's not gone yet because there's now...
It's gone. It's coming back into why Snona. We end up talking to Cat about it. So remember, it said Cat, Snona talked about Cat when Snona wanted to resign, to join Cat. Then subsequently, there's this incident of kidnapping. There's the incident of a case not being finalized that involved Mlojwa. And eventually, after they are released, there's a case open in Johannesburg by Nangi and Mlojwa team. They open a case of stealing of Rolex watches and many other, torture amongst others, many other things. It's registered in Joburg. I have no clue because I'm not part of it. Sinona comes to me and he says to me, General, there's a case open against my team. Remember, it's his team. It is DPCI's team. He said, there's a case open in Joburg against my team. And the case is opened by Nangi and the people that are with him. And I took note. I said, oh, well, what is the case about? He said, no, torture and all those things. And I said, but was he tortured? Were they tortured, these people? And he said to me, no, they were tortured in Mozambique. This guy, when he was arrested in Mozambique, was tortured and so forth. But Snona sounded like he was not even part of the team. When the team was doing all this movement, he was not there. But I know today he's also facing a disciplinary case. I don't know why is he facing a disciplinary case, but I'm not part of it. But he tells me this thing. He said, there's a case open in Joburg. Unfortunately, you, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, you're one of the accused in the case. So I asked him, why am I accused on a case that I don't know? He said, no, they're alleging that we're part of this. So I just laughed it off. I said, it's one of many other cases that will be thrown on me. Maybe someone influenced that. I'm not going, well, I guess if it's there involving the police, IPIT will investigate like many other cases. So we end there with Snona. Few weeks later, Snona speaks to me again, face to face, and he says to me, General, I found someone to help withdraw that case against my team. So then I asked him, but when you say you found someone to help withdraw the case, how is this person withdrawing the case? He said, no, this person spoke to one of the complainants. So I asked, who is this person? And he said, Vusmus Matlala. Now I already know the name Cat. And I said, but okay, you said you found him. How did you find him? So no, I was with him in Gauteng. And I told him that there is a Nangi guy that is opening a case against my team. And Cat took the phone, he called Nangi. This is what Snona tells me. That Cat took the phone and he calls Nangi. And he told Nangi that, hey, don't get involved in this case. Why did you open a case? And Nangi said to him, it is Jaras Bia that influenced him to open a case. But otherwise, he's no longer going to participate. Now, IPIT must come and explain. Since the case was registered, a year later, nobody's ever come to me. What is happening on that case? Could it be that the main complainant on the case did not want to cooperate anymore with the investigation? If that's the case, he's going to check out on what Snona told me that he was told by Cat. Because that means Cat influenced that Nangi not to participate in the case at the time. I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect Nangi is the main complainant. Perhaps that's why Mlotha was brought by Adams here to become a complainant on a similar case here in Cape Town. But I'm not on that. I'm just saying that's how the Nangi name came into the picture. It is Cat that tells, it is Sinona that talks to Cat about Nangi to drop the charge. So that's what got me more interested to ask more about the relationship between Snona and this Cat guy. So when I asked him, I said, but you wanted to resign to join his company, and now you are telling me that he's helping you to stop the investigation. How do you know this guy? Then Snona says, we grew up together. We were playing soccer together. Then I remember I said, but you said Cat stays in Mamelodi, and you are from Soshanguve. How did you grow up together? This township are far apart. He said, no, we're playing soccer together. That's how we know each other. Remember the time, I don't know the age of Cat. I don't even know how old he is. He's just telling me about they grew up together, and that's how they got to know each other. So I had no reason not to believe him. So I said, so he's your brother, né? Is that close to you? He said, no, he's my brother. Then I started saying to him, but there's investigation happening in Gauteng, where this Cat is got issues that are questionable about him. So you sure you're not part of the wrong? He said, no, Cat is, I know him as a clean guy, he's my brother. Even if you check the phone communication between me and him, we are brothers. So I had no reason not to believe the head of the Hawks in KZN when he tells me this, that Cat is just a brother. I finished the conversation, I talked to Khumalo, I said, Snona has this close relationship with Cat. Maybe when we check the downloads of Cat, we must run the Snona's phone and see if there's any communication between them. So that's how the extract of the communication and the relationship between Cat and Snona was discovered, because it's Snona that disclosed the relationship between him and Cat. Fast forward from there, Snona comes to me and he says, hey, remember the guy I told you about, Cat Matlala? I said, yeah. He said, that guy's got a contract in the police of health contract. But he's struggling because police are not placing orders. Now he wants to reach out to talk to the end user, which is Jaranhua. And when they establish the people that can link him with Jaranhua, they discover that you're the one of our entire management of the SAPS, you're the one that is closest to Jaranhua. Can you arrange a meeting? So now I said to Snona, but why must I arrange a meeting for Cat Matlala and Jaranhua, for what reason? Then he says, no, but looks like Cat has an information that can assist Khumalo and the team with their investigation in Gauteng. So that's what drew my attention, and I said, but he's got information. What information? He said, no, the role that's be ablaze in this whole criminality happening in Gauteng. So that got me excited, and I said, okay, well, we'll confirm the meeting. From there, I then contacted Jaro Khumalo. I said, Jaro Khumalo, this is what I'm aware of. Must we have this meeting? So we agreed, no, let's have the meeting. But let's control the venue where the meeting is. And let's wire the place so that you can record everything happening in the meeting. Hence the flat. That we had to discard, get a flat, a place where we can go in, nobody can trace us. Anything happening there can be on record. I was hoping the day that Cat is going to say he gave me money, because I was going to come and show you that there was never anything handed. I'm glad he didn't, because there was nothing. So the meeting then is arranged, and I go back to Snona and I said, tell him to come. Then Jaro Snona invite him to come. And I said to Snona, I know this guy moves around with bodyguards. When he comes to see me, he must be alone and you, just the two of you, nobody else. So you're going to pick him up, or you pick him up, you're going to bring him to me. Then he said, okay, we're going to meet at Mhlanga. The meeting is going to be around Mhlanga. They met at the hotel. Mr. Adams is not here. I'm sure he's watching at home. Oyster Box. Oyster Box is a very expensive hotel in Durban. That is where they met, Cat and Snona. Whether inside the hotel or at the parking, I was not there, but they met at the hotel. Because after that, Snona, first time I saw Snona driving a Polo car. You know, this one is driven by these Uber boys, the small car, VW. Snona was driving that car. He called me, he said, I'm with Cat. We are driving this Polo. We are getting out of Oyster Box. So I said, okay, come up because I'm in the vicinity. He gave me the description of the car. I spotted the car. Then I said, okay, I see I'm driving this car in front of you, the Mercedes-Benz. Can you see it? He said, yeah, no, we can see it. I said, okay, follow me. So I drove them down towards Pavilion, not Beverly Hills Hotel, around into Pels. There's a parking at the bottom there for those that know Mhlanga, towards the beach. So we enter in there, into the boom gate. I show my face, the boom gate opens. I go in, I tell the security to open for him. They open for them, and they followed me. Some 50 meters we park, we walk, we get out of the cars, we walk into the lift, into your apartment. Honorable Chair, that apartment from where we're seated in a 3-seater dining room table, a glass table, can only seat 3 people. Where I'm sitting, at least a meter, is the wall. Behind me, a meter, it's another wall. On this side, it's a lounge that will be at least maybe about where Honorable Skosana is seated. That's where the TV is. And on that corner, on that side, which is a good 4 meters or so, is an entrance into the apartment. And on my right, open plan, Honorable Chair, up to where the podium is, which roughly about 4 meters or so, is the sink at the end of the kitchen. So for Snona to say he was busy drinking somewhere, he couldn't hear anything. When we are here, you're talking, A person on TV, a person here can hear everything. It's just the three of us, nobody else there. So we said, we spoke. That's when he then gave me this information. The information is about Steve Mutsume. Steve Mutsume is a name that the 68 million people, excluding the independent podcasters, they are the ones that got guts to talk about Steve Mutsume. The rest of media houses in South Africa don't want to research about that person. It's a name that has come out so many times, Steve Mutsume. He told me about Steve Mutsume. He gave me the address of the house of Steve Mutsume. He told me about activities of SBIA, how the SBIA is collecting money. He told me about the property of SBIA that I didn't know. He gave me the address. He told me about the impalas he bought for SBIA. This is all coming from CAD voluntarily. I don't have a clue about all these things. The properties in a townhouse in Sentin. So I take note of all these things. And then he asked one thing, but the other one was just a comment which we couldn't do much about it. The first one was, I've got this contract, I've got so many people that I should be paying that I haven't paid, but the police not placing an order. Can you get General Mkhwanazi to meet up with me so we can discuss and get to hear what is the issue? Then I said, well, I'll talk to General Mkhwanazi, but I don't know anything about the contract, but I'll talk to her. The feedback will come to Snon. That is one. Two, what is the next thing? The next thing is that I hear that there's investigation in Gauteng on an attempted murder of his ex-girlfriend. What is happening on that? I said, no, don't ask me that question. I'm not in Gauteng, I'm here. I can't even answer any question. If you have issues with it, Gerald Snona is your brother, must talk to Gerald Commando and establish what is the issue. That's how the meeting ended. We left. After leaving, I pick up the phone, I call General Kumalo. I said, General Kumalo, this is information. Here's the address of Mr. Mutsume. Mr. Mutsume has got a house, standalone house somewhere in Sentin. I just don't know the address now which I can say, but from the American High Commission in Sentin, for those that know Sentin, if we drive down towards the western side, but we go down the road, Steve Mutsume's house is there, the one that he alleges to be Steve Mutsume. It's a very big house. It's there, because I saw it on Google. He came and said, that's a house where SBIA collects money. Because I was not satisfied with the information about SBIA, he says SBIA collects money there, but using the police vehicle and the police driver. And mine to him was, SBIA cannot be arrested then, because when you arrest him, he's going to say the money belongs to a driver, not to him. But if he uses a police car to go there, we'll be able to get that on investigation. We need more information about SBIA. He said, no, he paid 2 million rand towards his plot, he bought him impalas. All the Impala stories came with me, but nobody asked, how do I come up with Impala story? It's because of that meeting, when I spoke about these Impalas. I just did not elaborate where I got the stories of the Impalas in details. But the Impalas come with Cat. The townhouse. Cat says he didn't even know about the townhouse himself, but another foreigner told him about the townhouse. He went to see the townhouse, he saw SBIA's cars there. He confirmed, but Cat did not know about the townhouse. So he told me all these stories about SBIA, Steve Mutsume, and that fact that Steve Mutsume's property is at Waterfall Estate in Midrand. I've never been to Waterfall Estate.
Can we hear Honorable Sangwana?
Thank you, Chair. No, I just wanted us to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Adams. I think Honorable Adams left the TV so he could be here himself. Thank you, Chair.
General Mkhwanazi.
Yes, sir.
Behind Honorable Skosana. Behind Honorable Skosana is seated Honorable Adams.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. At least I see him now. I can talk directly.
I was going to ask you a question. Mr. Mutsume, is he also alleged to be one of the Big Five?
I had said, Honorable Chair, with respect, Councillor, as a legal person, you'll know that we cannot, as police, pronounce of people that are not before court. But it's a character that the police officers are afraid to even call his name. It's a character that even the judge at the Madlanga Commission was concerned about the police being so afraid. It's a person that I spoke this morning to Sergeant Kosi, who was sending the communication between me and him to the very same person. So Steve Mutsume is such a character. I'll leave it there. I don't want to go into details. You can read between the lines.
Yeah. Now, when Mr. Nhlanhla conveyed the fact that there was this meeting that's now a fact that took place between you and him at the Pearl's apartment, his evidence was that he was going to the meeting, brokered by Sonono, but it was going to be in exchange for information that he would give you. You were particularly keen or interested in hearing information about Lieutenant General Sabia, and in return, the quid pro quo for him that motivated him to go to that meeting was that you would assist him with the Medicare contract, which was now being stalled because he wasn't getting any purchase orders. And you're the one who knows Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, who's in charge of the supply chain management.
Yeah, well,
now that sounds quite plausible, even from what you're telling us.
Yeah, well, he was frustrated with the contract. That's why he approached Nona. But in my memory serves me well, it does not say that it's Nona that arranged the meeting. He says it's General Cele. That's a lie that he told. He wanted to protect Nona. But it's Nona that facilitated the meeting. So the meeting was held as per his request. Obvious, when the meeting was held, is because I'd already spoken to Khumalo about the investigation they're busy with and the purpose of what the meeting is all about. So the meeting is then held. I said he then, after sharing this information about Sbia and Steve Mutsumi, he then tells me about his contract and he wants to take Jaron Hua. I said, I'll talk to Jaron Hua, but the feedback I'll give it to Snona because I don't know you. I'm not going to talk to you. That's one. Two, I had said to both of them, Snona and Kat, that the information you're giving me about Sbia, I don't think is sufficient enough to get Sbia arrested. Yes, we're going to investigate the issue of the impalas that you paid for him, but the least can ever happen if we don't have any criminal linkage is that maybe he didn't declare that at workplace. It can only be a departmental thing because he would have received it as a gift. If you have contributed 2 million rand to his property when he bought his property, and again, is it a loan or what is it between the two of them? So the information you're giving me is not strong enough to say Sbia has done these criminal activities. But he kept on saying, no, Sbia is a dangerous man. He controls a lot of things there, investigations and the likes. But I wanted something tangible. Then he says, no, well, we'll arrange something tangible to give it to you. Then I said, but don't give it to me, give it to Khumalo because the investigation is in Gauteng. And I can tell you, Honorable Chair, that subsequent to that meeting, after giving feedback to Jaro Khumalo, Snona made a contact with Jaro Khumalo, and Snona sent one of the TPCI members to go and give a statement to Jaro Khumalo and the team about the corruption that Jaro Sibia is involved with. And Jaro Khumalo can attest to that because the statement was given subsequent to that meeting. So that's what I'm trying to explain, how this, me getting to know Kat existence, the story about Nangi, and the meeting with Kat, the purpose of the meeting and the outcome of the meeting, where the meeting was held, all that, I wouldn't have came here and said, Kat told me A to Z, because I was going to be putting his life in danger. I was going to be compromising the very same investigations that are happening. So I did not invite him. He asked to meet me, and Jaron Hua did talk to her about that. She can attest to that, and it ended there.
Is it quite normal or is it usual for a person in your position or perhaps any police officer investigating a case to meet with someone who is either known or is suspected to be involved in criminal activities, especially the ones seriously alleged about Madlanga, in exchange for information? Because by now, before that April meeting, you must have known there were articles about him in the News 24. There were issues around in fact, this very tender where he is seeking you perhaps to intervene and to assist.
In meeting Kat, was Kat coming to give information that is going to assist with the investigation in Pretoria? or in Gauteng specific. So a police officer will meet a person who's providing information, not meeting Cat to socialize and party. I'm meeting Cat because he wants to come and give information. So I've met a lot of people that are, some of them in custody, arrested, and some of them not arrested yet. Some of the people come up front and say, I was part of a crime. I'm here to give you the facts. And they give facts and they incriminate themselves, and we take it to the prosecution, and there's negotiations done, there's less sentences and so forth. So that is part of the investigation. That's why I'm saying that investigation is not in KZN. So when Nona approaches me with that information, I paused him and I said, I don't deal with things here in KZN of CAT. All these investigation of CAT in Gauteng. So let me first verify with a person in Gauteng. That's why I engage with Jared Kumalo and the team. When they say it's fine, I can meet him, that's when I confirm to meet him. Otherwise, I was not going to meet him because I was not going to do anything with the information that he was giving me.
Just to round off on this aspect, what is it that you want to highlight in this WhatsApp exchange with Sonona?
What then happened, Honorable Chair and members, is that last year I'm attending an Interpol conference in Morocco. While I'm in a conference, I received a communication that Cat Matlala is talking about the meeting me and him had in Paris, in Devon. And for me, I was shocked to say this is a person who was snitching to his own people, but he's the one who's introducing the meeting. So I found it interesting. But because I don't communicate with Cat, I then communicate with the person that brought Cat to me. I phoned Jairus Nona. Jairus Nona didn't answer the phone. I called again, he didn't answer the phone. I then called Jared Kumar, because remember, Jared Kumar knows about this. I phoned Jared Kumar and said, hey, I'm trying to reach Nona because I'm told Cat is talking about the meeting we had, although he's twisting what the purpose of the meeting was, but he's talking about the meeting that we had. And Kumar then says to me, he just laughed it off. He said, you know what, I don't think Nona is going to answer because Nona is scheduled, and then he was going to get caught. I don't know how he came to know, maybe the media that communicated it. Nona is scheduled to appear before the Madlanga Commission on the same day that Cat Matlala is supposed to appear before this committee. So which means the two of them will have most likely spoken against each other if both of them were in these two committees simultaneously. So Nona might have thought, let me excuse myself at the Madlanga Commission so I can listen to this one. So he was excused at Madlanga Commission. That's why he did not present last year. He only went there this year. So when I call him, he's not answering. Then Kumalo says perhaps he's not answering because he knows what his friend is talking about in prison. So then I thought, okay, if they're going to try and make up the story, let me write something to him so that he can be on record. I wrote him a WhatsApp message. And I told him about how he used to tell me about Cat, how he knows Cat, how he facilitated the meeting, what was discussed in the meeting, how he exposed his syndicates that he operates with, including Jarasbia, in that meeting. But then I closed my message by saying, I'm still going to go to the Ad Hoc committee, and I'm going to come and present this thing on record. I left him like that. Today, Jairus Nona, who's my colleague, who works in the same building with me, who talks to me anytime he wants to, has never called me, has never walked into my office, has never confronted me about that call and the message I sent him. Until in January, when it was a week or two before he goes to the Madlanga Commission.
And then his lawyers, and this letter is in the exhibit bundle. There's a letter that his lawyers write to you on the 9th of January. It appears as if the meeting was also recorded.
The lawyers write...
Have you got the letter?
Yes, I do have.
Yeah.
Well, I know what I wrote there without even having to worry, but it's part of the exhibits.
Maybe just while you're looking to find it, this is from Rudolph Baloy, Inc. We act for Major General Lesecha Sonona. It's dated 9 January. We refer to the WhatsApp communication on 26 November 2025, which you addressed to Major General Sonona, wherein you claim to be in possession of a recording of a meeting. held between Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and Usumuzi Kat Madlanga on 15 April 2025 at the Pearls Hotel in Umhlanga. Our client accompanied Mr. Madlanga to the meeting. They also attached a copy of the WhatsApp communication. The WhatsApp communication came after Mr. Madlanga's appearance and testimony at Parliament's Ad Hoc Committee to investigate allegations made by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi on 26 November. Major General Sinona considers the tone and content of the WhatsApp communication to be threatening and intimidating. In the said communication, you state that Mr. Madlanga, by disclosing the meeting of 15 April at the Ad Hoc, invited you to make the recording public, and that in so doing it will put Mr. Madlanga's life at risk. In the course of consulting with and preparing our client's response to the Madlanga Commission, I'm just stating it briefly, Rule 33, notice dated 9 October 2025, it became apparent that the recording you allege to be in possession of is essential to Major General Sinona for the purposes of finalizing his response to the Madlanga Commission, which is due on 16 January 2026. In the circumstance where we hereby instructed to demand, we hereby do that you furnish the office with a copy of the alleged recording between the meeting between yourself and Mr. Madlanga on or before the 13th of January.
Yeah, no, that is correct. The lawyers on the 9th of January wrote me this letter. What I'm grateful for is that they had attached the WhatsApp that I wrote to Gerald Sinona. Honorable Chair, when I wrote, after writing this WhatsApp, I forwarded the same WhatsApp to the Senior Council for record, so that the Senior Council is aware of what's developing. And I think it will have happened when someone was I don't know what case was, or was during Madlanga's time, I don't know. But I did send it.
Yeah, it was while we were at
Hosimapur. Yeah, I did send this WhatsApp. In this WhatsApp, Honorable Chair and members, without having to repeat everything that is written here, what is of an interest on the WhatsApp, if I were to summarize, is what I said earlier. The information that Kat Madlanga was giving me about Mutsumi, Steve Mutsumi. I still don't know how the surname is written, but the pronunciation, it says that. Steve Mutsumi and Jarasbia, and the property in Sentin somewhere, or properties, and the property in Waterfall Estate, and the property in Centurion, and the Imbalas, and everything else. This is information coming from Kat Madlanga in the presence of Jara Sinon, his brother. They are sharing this information to me. After writing this, Sinona had never confronted me about it until the lawyer sent me this. And the lawyers, if the honorable members were to check, they are not interested in disputing the content of this. The lawyer's interest is to finding out whether do I have this recording that I say I have. They're interested in the recording. They want to find the recording. I did not respond to them. In me not responding to them, Jara Sinona then goes to the Madlanga Commission. He says he was drinking during the meeting. I had invited the Madlanga Commission to go to the same pairs to go and investigate what time did we come in, what time did we leave, what would have got Sinona drunk. He was driving a car coming in, for him not to hear what he's talking about. Inspection in law could to be done in that apartment, so you can be able to see how far is this kitchen that Sinona said he kept going down, up and down, where he couldn't hear, because I've demonstrated how big the place is, or how small the place is. So what was interesting for me is that when Sinona, after writing this thing, he copied the Madlanga Commission, which was a good thing for me. I had not presented to them because we did not discuss it there. I presented to the SC because Kat Madlanga spoke about it here. So when the Madlanga Commission became aware of this, they contacted me about this, and they had to lead Sinona on his testimony at Madlanga Commission, which include this WhatsApp. When it was time for Sinona to read out the names of the people that they were snitching on, him and Kat Madlanga, he refused. He was afraid. His lawyer said, you can Google it and go back on the record of Madlanga Commission. His lawyer said, these people are very dangerous, that Sinona cannot read out their names. One of the very dangerous people in this message is Gerald Sibiya. These are words from Gerald Snowner with his lawyer that he cannot read out his name. I'm the author of the WhatsApp. His was only to read the WhatsApp because he did not write it. I wrote it. But because he knows the content that is the fact, he's afraid to read out the names because this Mutsume is going to know that Snowner and Cat, they were snitching on him. Therefore, he might have to deal with him somehow. That was the only reason that made Snowner be afraid to read. That took the judge at the Madlanga Commission to overrule and forced him to read the names. So he read the names under duress before the Madlanga Commission. So, honorable members, this is a clear indication that the content of what is discussed at PERS, I put it on the WhatsApp that will be read by Snowner, and Snowner was afraid to read them. If he didn't know Mutsome, if he didn't know how dangerous Sibiya is, what would have made him to be afraid to read this? Because this was the actual fact of what we discussed on the day. So that's what I was giving it to him, that he must not lie before the commission, because that's what the meeting is about. In actual fact, I preface this WhatsApp by saying, if I were to quote, you made arrangement that I meet this guy, Cat, because he's your friend and brother, and he needed my help to speak to Jaran Hua to place orders on his contract. I don't hide that. It's there, because that was a main thing that he wanted to come to me. And then he volunteered in information about a house in Sentin, where Sibiya collects money using the state vehicle, and that he, Cat, paid over 2 million rand towards Sibiya's purchase of a plot. And he also told me about Sibiya's townhouse. The fact that he's the one who introduced this meeting at the committee, so I go on and say, he invites me to come and make this information available before this committee. And he therefore must not accuse me. That's what I say on the almost another paragraph. I hope you won't blame me for risking his life because I have to tell the truth about our meeting. I was well aware when they were giving me this information that they were snitching on their crew. And one of their crews is Gerald Sibiya and Steve Mutsumi. They were snitching on them. And that's why he was afraid to read these two names on record before the country watching. Well, he's not the only one. We had even the judge made remarks, being worried because another Shibiri who works under Sibiya was afraid to read another name before the Madlanga Commission. That tells you that there are powerful people out there that have been feared by the top generals in the police. That's why the judge even was concerned about it, that if the generals are afraid, who then is going to protect the citizens? So this is a background behind why I had to write this. It was because I wanted to put on record clear that what Nhlanhla was presenting before you was not the facts. These were the facts. Khumalo, subsequent to this meeting, will show you the affidavit and the member that was sent by Sibiya and the communication between Khumalo and Sibiya after this meeting as a follow-up and a further information out of this meeting that was provided. I'm not privy to that. I don't have the details about it, but I know they met and they provided further information in this regard. So that's all about the meeting at PERS that I might want to explain, and not unless any further questions.
These allegations, especially the ones against Sibiya, have they been followed up? They've been investigated? Why is he not? He's under suspension. That's his current status, is it?
The jurisdiction. Almost everything that is presented to me, I said what information was going to bring me are activities happening in Gauteng. So the people that I know they are part of that investigation is that Gauteng organized crime investigation team, the counter investigation team that is in Gauteng. So this information must go to them for further investigation. So if I get information, I will only share with them. So the details of what are they, how far are they with the investigation, I think they're in a better position to come and present. I'm in KZN, I can tell you, honorable chair members, that 200 million rand worth of drugs were lost in KZN. And that worried me. But that case docket is with DPCI at the national office also. But on my own digging on the side, I've discovered things. That's why I'm engaging with the DPP about it. Which unfortunately seems to link the very same characters we're talking about in Gauteng.
Just talking about drugs getting lost while we have the benefit of having you here. There was also, and your reference to Honorable Adams, there's also, do you know of a Cape Town case where there was also seizure of a substantial, I'm not sure what the amount was, maybe over 200 million of drugs, hard drugs, I think mandrakes, seized. But when he made further inquiries about the matter, it appeared as if the drugs were gone, they were lost. And the only inference that he can draw is that those drugs are now out on the street, and they've been put on the street by dishonest SAPS members.
Honorable Chair.
Maybe you can help us with what's
Honorable
happening.
Chair, I'm not in Western Cape, so I will not necessarily have the details, but in having listened and watched this commission on television, the Honorable Mr. Adams, when he presented here, when he was asked the question, how did he know about it? He said he was told. So the moment the person says that, but he's 100% sure this is what happened, it's questionable. What I said before, and I'm going to say again.
Did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
100%. The entire consignment that is found in the crime scene is the same consignment that lands at forensic. It's the same consignment that is destroyed. That is found in the crime scene. Firearms are found in crime scene. On register, they are destroyed. But the police find the same firearm in another crime scene. Firearms are found in crime scene. So if it happens, the likelihood is that it can happen with drugs. The belief, the intelligence we get is that the information at hand, the honorable members that are within the police committee can tell you, the police does 100% of the consignment we get in our forensic. We don't.
Do you share the view of Lieutenant General Kumalo that some 90% of SAPS officers in Gauteng are on some or other payroll of these drug syndicates?
I might not talk about the percentage, but what I can talk about, Honorable Chair and members, that I've said before, we have three categories of employees in the organization. We have the hard-working ones that are straight to the point in the fighting crime. We have the corrupt one in the opposite that are participating in the wrong. And we have the middle who don't want to act and just turn a blind eye on what is happening, the lazy ones. So some of them are influenced by fear and for them not to act. So if you fail to act as police officer, you're as good as a bad one. So those are the categories of employees we have. I don't have the figures. I cannot talk about percentages, 90% and so forth. But by and large, the biggest problem of wrong that is done by the South African Police Service in the country, you'll find it in all provinces, but mainly we'll find it in Gauteng, and mainly you'll find it in the borders. The border police, good percentage of the members working there, they're not good. A big percentage, I won't put a number. In Gauteng province, majority of the members that are working there are not necessarily doing good things. But I'm the one that came here and said, 2 junior members, sergeants, they started this chaos, if we call it a chaos, but they uncovered these problems that we've been talking about in Gauteng. Those are the 2 members that invited Jara Kumalo to join them and his team. It's those 2 members that led into other detectives and other members to join them. Those 2 members that led me in KZN to become involved. Unfortunately, they are still sergeants. Despite all that, they are still remain sergeants. They are still not sleeping at home. They are in Gauteng. So we can't say the entire Gauteng is bad, and we can't say the entire Gauteng is good. We must accept that we have quite a lot of bad apples amongst us.
Yeah, General Masemola yesterday described it as perhaps as an exaggeration, but he also said that as far as he was concerned, most of the police officers are honest and hardworking. But you also added another category, the missing middle.
I gave you three categories, not all of them are hardworking. A good percentage, yes, but there's also a good percentage not. So to what percentage it is between the two, I cannot tell. But I know, and I'm going to demonstrate here in these next few hours about the connections that Mr. Adams has that led into him finding himself in prison in KZN to come and give you a statement from an arrested person. It's a testimony that's coming. That's a bad thing in KZN.
Yeah.
To come and give you a statement from an arrested person.
Now, if we can just go to the briefing of the 6th of July, and you've got the memorandum which we also made available to the committee. During the press briefing, you made these allegations. An organized crime syndicate drug cartel is infiltrating the criminal justice system. Is that still your view?
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
Then you say the incident that triggered the disbandment of the PKTT was the arrest of Mr. Katiso Molefe on the 6th of December, who is believed to be one of the members of the syndicate. Is that still your view?
That's correct.
Senior members of the security cluster who are associated with the crime syndicate issued instructions without the authority of the National Commissioner for the removal of case dockets. That's a reference to General Sabia, is it?
That's correct.
A potentially corrupt relationship existed between an alleged associate of the Minister of Police, named as Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, and the Minister of Police, Mr. Mkhwanazi. Is that still your view?
That is correct.
A potentially corrupt relationship existed between Mr. Vusumuzi Matlala, who was awarded a police healthcare contract of over 360 million rand in 2024, Brown Mkhwanazi and Minister Mkhwanazi. Is that still your view?
That is correct.
That a member of parliament used potentially classified information that was passed from crime intelligence officials to register cases against crime intelligence officials. This member also sent communication to the Minister of Police and requested him to refer the matter to an independent investigative body to investigate these matters. Is that a reference to Honorable Adams?
That's correct.
And the reference to the independent, that's a reference to the matter ending up with IDAC that then resulted in the arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo.
That is correct.
Then you also say unnamed prosecutors in Gauteng are part of a crime syndicate which also involves politicians, law enforcement, that includes SAPS, Metro Police and Correctional Services, Judiciary, and is controlled by drug cartel as well as business people. That's still your view?
Yes.
These unnamed prosecutors, are they unnamed because of classified information that you have, or are they unnamed because you don't know who they are? Either you've been told who they are or you suspect who they are, but can you not share it with us?
Well, it is known who they are, some of them, but we cannot share because this investigation is conducted.
Can you not share it with us? Does the same apply to politicians?
But we cannot share. Yeah, well, we've named some politicians that are part of it.
Does the same apply to politicians?
That are enabling it. When I mention the role of politicians, and maybe, I don't know if you want me to qualify this in some instance. Honorable Chair and members, I had spoken about Honorable Adams, I spoken about Honorable Kolapanat, amongst others, that are politician, Minister Mkhwanazi. But I must indicate that our leaders of society, which is our politicians, might not necessarily be involved with the bad things at the beginning. But because of the corrupt members within, they capture these leaders and they use them. But because of the corrupt, and to extend that when the leader then is used, is either becomes aware but continues doing the wrong. If he's not aware, once this thing is made, is brought to his or her attention, and that leader is expected to pull back and then start asking questions. And a classic example of that is me saying that Minister Mkhwanazi was new in the organization. I believe, I'm still saying Honorable Sangon, that Minister Mkhwanazi was captured to end up writing that letter. But he doesn't accept that. He owns it. Yes, I understand. He typed the letter in his own iPad. The iPad that when he came here and the others said the information was deleted. Yes, I understand. Because they went to erase, where the information was taken by the team that was investigating, gadgets were taken. The gadgets were taken, and when the gadgets were analyzed, the information was deleted. All of them were deleted. Minister deletes information from the government document. They delete it. But as I said before, you delete, we retrieve. So we have the information. We know that indeed, he's right. He is an author of the letter. He wrote the letter. He typed it himself. He sent it to his chief of staff. Chief of staff sent it to the PA. What sits in the letter is an electronic signature. It's not Mkhwanazi signing it. It's a secretary that places the signature there. The document comes back to the minister. Minister instructs that distribute. And the chiefs of staff distribute. We then feel, okay, that's how it lands to Mkhwanazi, because while it's distributed to the official email address, there's a private email address where the same document is sent to by the chief of staff on the same day. So I still believe, I'm still convinced that Minister Mkhwanazi was made to do what he did. He was made to do what he did. So it's many other leaders that are made to do what they do. But some of them, then they find joy in it, and they go with it. But when we put here the issue of politicians participating, it's because politicians become enabler. Because in the instance of the minister, is controlling the organization. For the minister to write a letter and stop the filling of vacancies, and suddenly a year down the line, we have no head of crime intelligence because of that letter. If the minister decides shut down this team, and the process is undertaken to shut down the team, that will compromise investigation. Honorable Chair and members, when Kumal and them were arrested, that entire CGI ops operation came to a standstill. Those junior members couldn't sleep at home, could not get paid, could not do anything, because the money and resources needed to come from crime intelligence. And they put a stop on it. Honorable Adams is not here now. Millions of rands were spent by crime intelligence from the secret fund account between the time Kumal was arrested and the time when he came back. That they are busy auditing now to try and justify before the Auditor General, when the Auditor General is going to come and audit. So that shows the extent of the problems that we had. So the investigation were frustrated by that arrest. Until they were released, allowed to go back to work, then they continue working. So without going into details, Honorable Ms. Korapalnat, she's the first to get a phone call when a member of crime intelligence was arrested, Gerald Shaba, comes back from prison straight back to work. The members of crime intelligence, because they did not want them there, they pick up a phone and they contact the honorable member. The honorable member is quick on the pen. She gave the court order, which was similar to Kumar. The magistrate was sober. He said, me as a magistrate, I'm not going to prescribe where must go. I'm releasing you on bail. The state did not oppose this, so go back to work. He landed in the office. I'm releasing you on bail. The state did not oppose this, so go back to work. He landed in the office. What came out of that is an honorable member that writes a letter saying the National Commission is violating the law. You must arrest Lushab. So this is just to show you how the politicians have been used. The honorable member can tell you. She received the response. But she was fed the wrong information. So she will end up with the stigma of saying she's working with the team because they don't verify information. You take it and you jump and you run with it. You know, I respect the leaders of society. Honorable Adam sitting here, we still call him honorable. Despite the fact he called himself a thief. But we still call him honorable. The reality is, once they start getting involved as leaders on things that are supporting the rot within the justice system, working with the criminals outside, business people outside, it then compromises our leaders. Each one of the parliamentarians represent millions of South Africans, so we cannot undermine their presence here. Regardless of how they behave, they represent people. So we must respect that. I will still call them honorable, despite how I feel. But it's that which I want to indicate as we have it here, that yes, the members, the politicians and the members of parliament, they still participate in things that they shouldn't participate in. So I will ask that they will have to pause next time they receive information, interrogate information coming before them, so that they make an informed decisions.
What we also see in the directive, Minister Mkhwanazi's directive of 31 December 2024, is a reference to not filling posts in crime intelligence and the reference to the border police, border management. Did that surprise you, or is that unrelated to the termination of the political killing stars team, the disestablishment of that team? Or do you connect those three things? And if so, why do you connect them?
Yeah, Honorable Chairperson and members, I think we're going to, maybe when we, SC, talk further, be able to dissect the whole letter with those topics.
Yes, I'm asking you now because I may not get there.
Yeah, PKTT is disbanded. The filling of vacancies at crime intelligence and the border issues. On the first, when I looked at it first, what affected me as a provincial commissioner was the first one, the PKTT, because it operates in KZN, nowhere else. That's what worried me. I said, but why would the minister come and dispense something that is here, that I'm in charge of, without talking to me? So it is that investigation that we started doing, because right at the onset, I'm a disciplined person that wants to talk to the minister, to try and establish, Minister, somebody might have fed you the wrong information. That's why I reached out to Nkabinde and said, hey, can you get the minister, the three of us sit down, so we can talk about it, so I can establish exactly what's happening. But instead, what I get, I'm being recorded as if I'm threatening the minister. I'm glad that the recording was played here. So you have to tell me as lawmakers that it's clear the minister is the one who instructed Nkabinde to record. Is that not a violation of the law? I'll leave it to you to advise me on that one. What should I do with that? But they record me because there's a certain agenda that has been pushed. The minister has fed something else. Had I called the minister directly, perhaps he wouldn't be here, because he would have realized what he's been made to do. That is wrong. So that's what was a problem. But the second part of filling of vacancies, I did not understand. But as I started paying attention to what's happening at crime intelligence, then I realized that it is crime intelligence that influence him. That minister must not allow these vacancies to be filled, because they're going to be filled by people that they cannot control. And I thought, okay, this is what's coming. But what about the borders? So when we link the chain and we realize there's criminality, and the majority of the criminality of ours, what is investigated, that link the PKTT, touch the borders, because these drugs come from South America into the country mostly. Could it be that there's something to do with the borders? Until Jaramo Sikiti arrived here and she submitted this statement about their engagement with the minister, which made her realize that the minister is talking about the borders because the minister wants the police to withdraw from the borders and hand over this whole policing of the borders to the Border Management Agency. So it's all these things that become clear as the time progresses that ordinarily I didn't know about it at the onset. But as we were putting it together, we were linking it with the drugs. But the latter, why intelligence, why the borders, we didn't understand. But as the time progresses, then we start realizing, okay, this is how all these three subjects are so important to the minister on the 31st of December.
Was this letter of the 31st of December 2024 also a prelude or precursor to you and General Masamolo possibly being arrested, or that your arrest was now imminent?
Honourable
Because
Chair,
you
members.
had
The sergeant.
the theory that you called this press conference on the 6th of July to preempt your arrest.
Honourable Chair and members, I've said it before that I'm going to invite, if honourable members are not going to get to that, but it should be on the annex, the affidavit from BMA that involves that sergeant.
Yes.
That he had ran with the abducted person to Mozambique illegally. So BMA says so. That he crossed to Mozambique without going through the system. And he only came through the system when he came back. The statement under oath.
Yeah, you can refer to the letter. It's the Home Affairs. It's in the bundle.
It's in a bundle.
Yeah. Lot was.
Yeah,
It's item 5, honourable members. No. Which page? What number?
I'm not seeing it here on my bundle. But, honourable Chair members, if you do have in your bundle, then it's fine. I know of an affidavit that was
it.
This. Oh yeah.
It's immediately
here's
after
Home Affairs.
After the handwritten letter.
Yeah. So this is a person that the team investigating the kidnapping tells me they are tracing this. They found Nangi and they chased Nangi to Mpumalanga to a house. The man is not there in the house. They follow to other addresses. They are told the man has crossed to Mozambique with the victim. And the victim was released 2 weeks later and dumped next to the garage in the north of KZN, next to Mozambique border at Mangus. And was blindfolded, he did not know. But the DNA of the victim was found in the very same house that is alleged to be burned, which is a very interesting thing. The DNA of the victim was discovered by forensic in the house that was allegedly burned, which confirms that the person was kept in that house. So it's a very interesting thing that comes with this sergeant that is allowed to come here by Mr. Adams. Home Affairs says this man did not cross the border. The information the team says he ran with a criminal into Mozambique. Home Affairs says he didn't cross here. When he came back with a temporary passport arranged by the commission that side, this is how he was registered coming back into the country. This is a man that is a police officer who's been working in that border police for many years. It's a police officer who runs a funeral parlor. I wonder what has been moved with those funeral parlors between Mozambique and South Africa. I want the parliament to investigate such. These are credibility of the people that came here. But nonetheless, he speaks about the imminent arrest, a case I mentioned open in Johannesburg. Sinona says to me, he speaks to Nangi to drop the charges. It's a year later. I've not been approached by Apit about that matter. He comes with Mr. Adams to Cape Town to lay the same complaint that is registered in Johannesburg, hoping maybe there's going to be a different team. I won't be surprised if that case is now with IDEC, because it seems like Mr. Adams has found a different way of making sure cases are investigated. But when he thinks that I'm going to be arrested, I would have been arrested a year long before that, but I was still there. The reason for me talking on the 6th of July had nothing to do with that, but it was the effort that one had tried to communicate, to try and find intervention. Maybe in our communication, Honorable Cameron will say, you did not present clear during the 5th of March meeting of the Portfolio Committee the issues that you were worried about. Maybe the committee will have acted differently. Well, we can take that. Perhaps we did not present it. But I felt that now I've tried this, and I was afforded an opportunity, I've tried it, the minister is still denying knowing Brown and all sorts of things. It's clear something's happening here. Fortunately, the very same IDEC with members that are inside IDEC that are sharing information with me. I was able to know before Khumalo is arrested. I told Khumalo that when you leave Cape Town, when you land at the airport, it will find you there. And that's exactly what happened. When I got information from IDEC, the Reorganization Commission, when you touch down in Cape Town, they're going to arrest you. The plan now is to put Sbiya as acting. So that's information I had to share because it was coming from the people that are investigating, that have been told, do this now, do that now, do this. Because they had failed to get Sbiya at DPCI because of his age. And the next plan was, let's remove the National Commission so that it can take charge. Not because there's a legitimate case, but things were going to be alleged. But that was not the reason for the press briefing, in the main.
Okay. As can you pause a little, can you take Honorable Sangoni?
I'm sorry, Chair. No, it's just been bothering me a lot since the morning. General Mkhwanazi keeps saying that witness Mlojwa, who was brought here by Adams. Can I just get clarity? I thought Mlojwa was a public participation witness, or is that evidence that's still going to be led?
Mlojwa is from Mpumalanga, honorable members. Mlojwa, since his arrest to date, he has never seen the doors of his office. He's a member, has been booking off sick ever since. His last sick note was in last month. He's still been on sick. But Mr. Adams brought him in one of the corridors here of Parliament with a television. While you were busy inside, they were having a press briefing outside. I think days before he came before you. So he was brought by him from Mpumalanga to come here. From after the press briefing, they went to the police station to open a case on that assault that he was talking about, which is the same case that was opened in Johannesburg. So they went to police station to open a case. Fast forward, he come and sit on this chair. So it's a person who was arranged for him to come and talk bad about Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. That's how we landed here.
So the evidence is that Mr. Mlojwa would have used the procedural process of Parliament to appear. Because I think what is bothering Honorable Sangoni is that it may appear as though that he is a witness that was submitted to the committee by Honorable Adams.
Honorable Chair, Acting Chair, I will take that. I cannot prescribe because I do not know how the members decide on listening to a person. I'd like to believe that you are presented with a witness by someone else who brings this person to you, and then you deliberate and you accept the person. But for the person to come to you, be presented before you, he had arrived in Cape Town a few days before that. And public officer, a police officer was off sick at his workplace, and his address is in Mpumalanga. So for him to travel from there, come here, have a press briefing, go to a police station, 2 days later is in Parliament. From the layman point of view, you might conclude that perhaps this has been part of the arrangement. But I take that, and I don't want it any way to accuse the committee for having done wrong. But what I meant to say, he came here and was accepted to appear before the commission, present his story.
Proceed, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to make a follow-up?
No, Chair. Honorable Sangoni requested a follow-up when you're outside. Yeah. So that's what we're closing. That's why I was taking back to the SC. Now, Honorable Tais is doing another follow-up.
I allow you to recognize her.
Honorable Matis, you are duly recognized.
Acting Chairperson, your last day for acting. Lieutenant General, so you're saying that he opened a case in Cape Town regarding the torture?
I'm told so.
Or his alleged torture, rather.
I'm told so.
A few days ago, before he appeared here.
That's correct.
And then he also reported here that a case was already opened in Houghton Police Station almost a year ago. So
That's
it's
correct.
all the same thing.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. We just need to get the case number and follow up on that. Thank you.
Yeah. Evidence leaders, you can proceed. If members eat your time, at 1:30, you must indicate to me how much time you lost to members, and I will compensate you. It is their decision that you must finish at 1:30, remember.
General.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we were just going through the list of items that you mentioned in your press briefing, and at 6.8, you refer to unnamed judges, magistrates as part of the crime syndicate, which again also involves politicians. We didn't. Do you have names for us? Again, is it what you know but you can't disclose? Has it been communicated to you that you can't give the names, or do you have names and for some reason you can't make it known to us?
Yeah, Honorable Chair and members, at times I know we are in a country that is governed by the legislation, so we have to follow the law on things. That's why we cannot name a person if we have not necessarily arrested a person or have an evidence presented before you that says a person did A to Z. However, we have evidence that is part of the criminal investigations where recordings and documentations are available as part of the case dockets, where the actions of officials that are given the responsibility to make sure that the law is upheld are deliberately manipulating that. So a classic case that I'll put before you. I'm not saying that this is a person that I'm accusing of, but there's a classic case. Bail conditions in our country are prescribed, but the powers for bail are given to the presiding officers. So one presiding officer abuses the powers that they're given in order to benefit certain individuals. The only recourse that a person has is to go through the prescribed legal process that might take time. So while you're undergoing that process, the evil deeds that are planned, they continue. So I'll draw attention to a typical example that not me, but the judge have said it, which I made a reference to Ms. Korabana, what happened with the release of one of the police officers that was arrested. The magistrate released the man and says, go back to work. But another magistrate released other people on the same case, and the magistrate says, do not enter any premises of crime intelligence in the country. Now, I'm drawing comparison from the two professionals in the same court. Why would they come up with those conclusions? Call it an error. But they've been to court to try and argue this thing. The very same magistrate doesn't want to listen to them, and he keeps postponing until eventually he wants to withdraw himself from that case. The magistrate, the court says the magistrate erred in coming up with a... allow me. The magistrate erred in coming up with a bail condition that the state did not ask for. So in that case, I'm using that as a typical example.
Yeah, but is that enough to infer?
No,
that these magistrates or judges who make mistakes, they make it all the time, every day. Everyone involved in the criminal justice system. That's why we have a system of appeals from the lower court to the highest court, so that mistakes and errors can be corrected. But my question is that sufficient for you to draw a conclusion or an inference that these magistrates, where one differs with the other, even in the same court, the same set of facts, that they are necessarily involved with crime syndicates or that they corrupt?
Honorable Chair and members, SC, I said the information in writing, information in recording of people talking is part of the investigation in criminal dockets that have been investigated. But the evidence that we're bringing to you is that typical example. Here is the team that is investigating drug squad in Gauteng. The team that get arrested on cases that you and me, you'll agree that at the first place they should not even have been arrested. But they get arrested. As if that is not enough. This team is barred from entering crime intelligence offices in the country. Let it sink in, SC. It is a magistrate that exercises a bail condition that the state did not ask for. What does that do? It puts on hold the entire investigation in Gauteng. I told you that these junior members are not sleeping at home. So they have to be paid for in accommodation, not a 5-star accommodation that has been alleged. But they must be paid accommodation where they must stay. They must get subsistence allowance where they are staying. They've got labor rights to work overtime and be paid. So they need resources. They are not getting this. Simply because the court decided that they must not participate in those things. I don't think if you get what I'm saying. Call it a mistake of the magistrate, but it's a deliberate to frustrate this part. And it becomes clear. So we don't need to say you have been part of this, but your action is assisting this. And I'm going to repeat again, see, maybe not getting me. We did not say Mr. Mkhunu is part of the syndicate. Remember we said that. We did not say that. We say he's an enabler for the criminality to thrive. We want to bring it to his attention. He does not want to listen. Instead, he's allowing this criminality to thrive by his action. So it's that what we are bringing to the attention of this parliament, that not to say that everyone that we've named have 100% contributed to this, but majority of them are the enabler of the wrong. So if people come to you for assistance and you help them, you are participating. Yes, the end result of a person to move drugs from point A to point B is to make money with drugs. But you're a police officer of the law, you hold a roadblock on the road. If a person says, make sure there's no roadblock, and he gives you money, it doesn't tell you what the reason why you must not have a roadblock is, because it's going to be moving something. It just simply say, make sure there's no roadblock. Or if there's a roadblock, tell me. It ends there with you. And you do that. You share that information, there's a roadblock at that point. That's enough. This person knows I must not go that route, I must take another route. You are participating indirectly so. So these presiding officers, we cannot say they are making honest errors. Because we've seen that I'm not a lawyer myself. I'm a police officer. So some things just don't make sense when the courts or the presiding officers are exercising their judicial powers on decisions that they take. Yes, I know the recourse of that is to launch investigations. But while we're launching investigations, things fall apart. And what we're on the verge of doing in this country was to hand over the country to the people that were going to control it. Honorable Chair and members, had the National Commission been removed, for whatever reason, SBIA would have become the acting National Commission. That one I can tell you. Members of IDEC that were investigating told me that.
Okay. Now, the bail conditions of Lieutenant General Khumalo, they were set aside on review. You don't have or didn't see the judgment of the reviewing court that set aside that decision, because the reason why I'm asking is that that court, if there is a written judgment, would have indicated the extent of the magistrate's errors, if they were errors and whether they were honest errors or whether they were deliberate oversights or whatever. You don't have can't give us a reference to that judgment.
No, I do not have.
Okay. Now, if we can move on from there, we've dealt with the 6th of...
In actual fact, maybe honorable members who can allow me, I'm sorry to interject, see. A week before the court made that ruling, I had traveled from KZN to Pretoria, and I pleaded with my boss to allow these members to go back to work. Our legal head is here, he can tell you that. I pleaded with him. I stayed in Pretoria until midnight. And the National Commission allowed them. He wrote letters and he gave it to them. A week before the court came with the ruling. Why did I do that? It is simply because the employer had already cleared them. The employer had already cleared them. So I did not see the reason why they are not allowed to do their work if the employer have cleared them. So, but they said not doing the work long after they were cleared. So it was that what frustrating me. But more than them going back to work, it was about the junior members that were being frustrated on their investigation because there was no leadership to support them during that investigation. So they were frustrated sitting on their own after having sacrificed their lives in exposing this rot, but they were not getting the support from management because the people that supposed to support them were told or were barred from entering the premises of intelligence.
General, my colleague Advocate Mkhwanazi has just referred me to the to the judgment. I think it's a bit further on. I'm just looking for the part where the court criticizes the SWOT analysis. You had it. Yeah. No, what they say about the court. They refer to in fact, the last paragraph or second last paragraph of the court's decision. It's a single judge decision. The finding is that the court acquir's decision to impose the bail condition appeal against was made without identifying any supporting facts. It is arbitrary and incorrect and does not reflect a proper exercise of judicial discretion. So for you, this is an example of where a presiding officer makes decisions not supported by the facts, exercises a wrong discretion, and this enables the people involved, the drug dealers, the cartel, to continue operating.
Yes, indeed, Honourable Chair and members. It's a worrying factor because you can see deliberately that it's not a mistake. It's a deliberate act.
Okay. Now, just to get to the press briefing, just what triggered the press briefing, and what steps, if any, did you take to avoid having such a press briefing? Were you compelled to have one by circumstances, and what were those circumstances?
Yeah, well, Honourable Chair, I said it before last year when I presented that I had reached out to the National Commission. I tried to reach out to the author of the letter, the minister, within a day after learning of this letter. And I was not granted an opportunity. I tried again to reach out to the minister later part of the year. He still would not afford me an opportunity. I tried to engage with the National Commissioner to raise concern about this and to try and get the minister to sit around the table, and that was not successful. I reached out to Honorable Cameroon, and I think it was in February when I asked Honorable Cameroon to allow me to appear before this portfolio committee so we can talk about this. And I'm grateful to the Honorable Cameroon that he did allow me, gave me that opportunity. Although the meeting could not sit in February, there were postponements. I think it was scheduled to sit twice until it ended up in March. And we appear in March, and we raise these issues, but the minister just dismissed it. And later, I learned that there was a meeting on the 6th, the day after the portfolio committee, where this matter that I had raised was discussed, and I was not even invited to be at that meeting. And subsequent to that meeting, there was another meeting in Johannesburg where they were discussing the same issues. So a lot of things that had happened, which I tried to inquire about. I wrote letters to Kumari to explain why the dockets were taken. And I raised this thing on the National Commission. I asked the National Commission, did you authorize these dockets to move? He said he didn't, and I pleaded for him to give me a statement to confirm that. So it was my last option to say there are three arms of government, and all three of them are appointed by the people of this country. If we're trying through the executive, the minister seems to be supporting the wrong that is happening. And I'm talking to my boss to get through to the president about this thing, and I'm not getting any positive response. That means the executive is not helping me and the team. So then I moved to the legislature, parliament, hence the 5th of March. But what comes out of it, it doesn't seem to go deeper into this. And for me, I feel maybe there's nothing else I can do, because what I see here, the other third arm of government, which is judiciary, seems to be part of this chaos. You just read the judgment. So a procedure to judiciary is for me to write and take this long for an investigation to be conducted that will come with the results after a year. And this is quite urgent. So what else do I do? Let me then tell South Africans that the three arms of government that supposed to help guide against this wrong, it seems to me that we have failed to convince these three arms of government to deliver or to assist us. It was in that's why I cannot blame all of them, because Parliament I can only engage with one committee out of hundreds of committees here. Majority of members sitting maybe didn't have a clue about what was going on. They will say if they were in that committee, they would have dealt with it differently. I agree. In executive, it was the minister that we're trying to reach out to, but via the National Commissioner. I didn't go to the president. The president might turn around and say, but you never brought this thing to me, Mkhwanazi. So why are you complaining? But I couldn't get directly. I could only via the National Commission to get there. So it's a frustration I have. The Chief Justice might turn around and say, but Mkhwanazi never brought this thing to my attention. But how do I get to the Chief Justice? Again, I must write via my boss to take it to that route. So those are all platforms that I felt in. This thing has got to a stage that, and I told the National Commissioner, give these facts to the president. And the National Commissioner asked, give me the content. We prepared the content and we gave it to the National Commission, we were supposed to discuss with the president. And then we left. So when I was addressing the nation, I felt it is important for me to present this content. We can't wait anymore. That's why we presented it on the 6th.
And the role of the media, you had this press conference. It was prominently, very widely advertised. The example of Nhlanhla's tender, it appeared in the media, it was investigated. In fact, we heard from General Masimola, it's quite worrying, that had this not been raised by Minister Mkhunu in a briefing they held on the 24th of December, just almost a week before the directive, where he flagged the award of the tender to Nhlanhla. That was as a result of the media. Now we know, I don't think we need to debate that these media and media platforms are used for many different reasons, different purposes, different people, different agendas, different narratives. But will you accept that the media, together with Parliament, the courts, the people of this country, have an important role to play in in addressing and correcting many of the things that you've highlighted that are wrong. Many things in this country have been exposed because we have a free press. You agree?
No, 100%. 100%. I agree. I've said when we were doing the press briefing on the 6th of January that if it was not for media, South Africans were not going to hear us. Thanks to the media that we could hear. Thanks to the very same media that makes South Africans to be informed about what's happening here. But to the extent that the bad ones amongst us do capture some officials of the media, we must not turn a blind eye that we have the bad ones. I've raised some journalists. There's one typical example, and I must say, and I've said it before, a media house employs people. The journalists that are employed, some of them are in the pocket of the wrong people. One typical example is this: when a senior investigator, Bongani Mtakane from the Sunday World, I'm not inviting you to go and read Sunday World because they're going to make money out of you. But they've got a tendency of writing a lot of negative things. Here is an investigating officer. You might have heard of a matter of Calvin Matibeti that I'm in court with recently. In his office, I'm not saying him, but in his office, someone is asking for an ID number of an individual. They give the name, say, profile this individual, we want his ID number. They get the ID number. That ID number lands with this journalist. Here's it. And this journalist writes a media inquiry to the South African Police Service and puts this ID number and says, so and so with this ID number. Explain his role in the police. We don't respond because we say, POPI doesn't allow us to come and talk about details of people. What the journalist does, he writes to the Minister of Police. He says, Minister of Police, I've sent this complaint to this question to the police, they don't want to respond. That's how desperate this Dagane person is. And to date, they have not published a story, but we have the media inquiry from him. So I'm just simply saying that amongst the media, they cannot be clean. If we are saying in the police we've got bad ones, the media might be as bad as we have. So we can't say journalists are good. Media is important as much as the police is important.
We've got bad people all over the place.
Yeah, so it mustn't be conceived.
The media all over, and as you pointed out, prosecutors, judges, magistrates, politicians. Our best chance and our best hope is to ensure that the good prevail over the bad.
That's correct.
And that is why your media briefing on the 6th was so critically important, because it has opened up what a lot of people have known and suspected for many years.
Yep.
So that's good. So, but you don't close down certain institutions, for example, the media, or restrict just because of that. You're going to always have bad media, bad press, bad journalists. I'm going to ask my colleague, Ms. Mkhwanazi, to deal with, and just to ask about an update on events subsequent to the 6th of July.
Good afternoon, General.
Yes, ma'am.
I intend to refer to the events dealing, or rather from paragraph 9 onwards of the memorandum, the items listed therein. And in doing so, General, in that paragraph, you deal, or those paragraphs, you deal with an update of subsequent events that followed after you made the press briefing. And you refer to the establishment of the Madlanga Commission and the Ad Hoc Commission. Now we know in the Madlanga Commission, as well as this commission, committee, you had a graph where you made reference to the cartel, and where you refer to the various role players that were involved in the implementation of the directive, like Mr. Nkabinde, Minister Mkhunu, and also General Kellen. You had a graph where you indicate the respective roles that they played. I'm trying to get the diagram thrown up so that when you provide us an update events, and to the extent that you can, speak about your subsequent investigations and the outcomes thereof. Chair, if I can just be assisted to have the diagram, there's Mr. Romano now, to just put up the diagram so that General Mkhwanazi can just speak to that. General, while Mr. Romano is putting up the diagram, maybe let's start with, we now know that the Madlanga Commission was established and this committee was subsequently established. You've spoken about your perception of the committee and that you've been watching the manner in which the witnesses that have been called, which you recommended and which other witnesses recommended. Do you have a particular view before we get into the issues, and did you want to identify certain issues that came out of evidence that were given by those witnesses that could assist in you giving an update on subsequent events?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I said in my opening remarks that while I appreciate the decision taken by the Speaker of Parliament to establish this committee, and also appreciate the President of the Republic from when he appointed the judge to preside over the commission that is running in Pretoria. But one being a citizen in the country, taking time through the media to watch the proceedings as they unfold, we get to notice what is happening at the Madlanga Commission, and we also get to see what's happening before this House. And the concerns that one will have, appreciating, as I said earlier, the long hours that the honorable members are putting into this, sacrificing your sleep and stuff like that, and interrogating facts. But when we see committee members that have a posture of seems to suggest that they are in a corner of Mkhwanazi, or they're in a corner of Mkhwanazi, or they're in a corner of Spear, or they're in a corner of Mkhunu, and so forth. It is that is disturbing for me. I expect honorable members to keep neutral. One person who said, I'm not saying that he's a good person, Honorable Souls, when one person says that person is driving a particular agenda, and I said to that person, Honorable Souls might be analyzing things in his own way, and it does not necessarily mean that it's wrong. But when he is aggressive towards one person, and he seems to be praising the others, he then sends a wrong message. But allow the questioning of each member of parliament to go on the way they want it to present. But what I was worried about is that there are some instances where the honorable members will seem to be more relaxed towards a particular witness that appears here and don't probe it. So when I'm here, I expect the fireworks to come my direction, and not only the applauding what I'm doing. I might appreciate, yes, it's human to talk good about me and to show me that you appreciate. Yes, I appreciate that. But there are things that you need to get to find out. So you should not put back and ask questions in future. Well, you've done now, this is the end. But I would have expected in future that you become aggressive to everyone as you are aggressive. Honorable James and everyone else will experience that. And until we come and we present before you why are we saying what we are saying and why are we doing what you're doing, you don't necessarily say, pass a comment of a judgment that you're going to put in a report. You acknowledge what you are saying. You pose a question, you get an answer, you take note. If that answer doesn't satisfy you, you get a conclusion and say, Mkhwanazi is smoking something here. Make a note. Don't tell Mkhwanazi in the face that, because on the outside person who's in a favor of Mkhwanazi, they'll judge you. So, and a person talks something that you like, don't make it visible that hey, I'm excited about this, what this man is doing. Take note of it, make a note of it, so that when you deliberate, when you're together, you are able to say, these are facts, this is fiction, and this is what we must do going forward. Then you come up with a report. So we must guard against that in future. That is my only observation that I had, and I thought when I have an opportunity, I'll address it. And I did raise it when the chair gave me the opportunity earlier.
And then, General, just with reference to that diagram, you provided us a diagram that listed some of the, or at least only 2 of the syndicate members that you've identified during your investigations because they were arrested. So my question is to you, is there an update on some of the investigations, and can you maybe inform the House whether, because when you came here, you came on allegations, and we understood that all of these things were still subject to further investigations. So what have you since discovered in relation to the issues identified here in this diagram that could assist the committee when it looks at the record, and where could we find the evidence in support of that?
No, thanks. I think everything else other than the red dots that you see on the diagram involves those that's supposed to assist the police in making sure they bring the perpetrators to court and the prosecution is done correctly and the convictions are realized in court. All those other than the red dots. So whether you're a government official in the police, whether you're a government official outside the police, you're a private individual, you're part of the media, you're a parliamentarian, executive authority, on whatever role that you play, you're supposed to be assisting to catch all the reds that we see. But our frustration, honorable members, was that these officials that's supposed to help are connected one way or another with these red dots that we're looking at. And they play different roles, each one of them. So that's what we were trying to reflect on this screen, so that you get to see that we have identified each entity and the role played. We didn't give more details. We were talking about journalists. When we say agents of misinformation as a typical example, that's where you're going to find the medias. You call a professor or a doctor or Miss Merity Haas. I don't know what title she moves with now. Mr. Or Miss, she's not a professor. You find the Merity Haas in the black square. You're going to find the police sort of. So all these people that are peddling information, that are creating problems, they are in there because they've been used and they participate. We are showing the security cluster, the top right corner. They're supposed to help us to win. But when we have the likes of Mr. McBride, that Nkabinde came to confirm his role. Remember, he said, Nkabinde told me these things about IP. Nkabinde was here, and he presented exactly what he told me. So, and now McBride has been elevated to state security. It is McBride that facilitates Mr. Adams' transportation with blue lights police cars to the prison in KZN through his cousin, using blue lights of the state. So these are the things that we're concerned about. We're highlighting it here. Members of this particular this ad hoc committee, they know for a fact that there's a case on the Louis Vuitton. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan came here and said, no, I heard it from the media. The case of Louis Vuitton is sitting at IDEC, I'm told. Cleared or not cleared, but it was at IDEC. How did it land at IDEC? It's a question, because it was an IP case. It went to IDEC because it migrated with the IP members under Sisoko when the IDEC was formed. They took these dockets with them to IDEC. Is that what the parliamentarians wanted IDEC to do? It's a question. So these are the role players that we have in our mix. To date, you heard of the minister opening a case against me at IDEC, at IPIT. To date, it's a year later. I was told by IP, the minister complained. A week later, no, the minister didn't complain. The same head of IP, he goes and tells the acting minister that, no, this complaint came from the chief of staff. He whispers. To date, nobody tells me about what's happening within Pangani case. These are the players, officials we have in these places. So we are trying to show the picture of who does what. General Cele is here communicating with Cathy. He came here and he confirmed that. So we're trying to show that there are people here in our organization, within civil society, that are playing certain roles to allow these RAD to operate. Honorable Chair and members, it will be one day we're sitting under the tree, maybe we'll talk, that the almost duplicate of what we know as union building in South Africa was run in the farm that belonged to one Mr. Mswati in Pretoria, where politicians will account, business people will account, the whole lot will account. Give the list of those that have made a turn that they've had to account, you'll be shocked. So when you have such, and we see that Mswati is no more, and someone else is taking over from him, the name that the media are even afraid to pronounce, Steve Mutsumi, amongst others, and nobody says anything about it, it means we are allowing the bad to continue to happen. So we are having these red blocks. We are not saying they're the only ones. There are many red blocks. But what brought about the letter of the minister was as a result of these ones. There are many others that we still need to attend to.
Yes, General, just on that, because we've also been paying attention to what's been happening at the Madlanga Commission and also in front of this committee, and it does seem that a bigger network has been exposed. Would we be correct to say that it is in fact a bigger network, and there appears to be serious concern that, like you've indicated, senior officials in SAPS indicating that they fear some of the individuals implicated in the cartel and syndicates?
It is that bad. We expose, honorable members, the activities of law enforcement. Amongst them was Metro Police. You've seen what has happened with the Gurulin. There's even a witness that was killed. And who kills the witness, allegedly, is an ex-colleague of mine, not just a police officer, but a member of the Special Task Force, the person that worked under my command. I was involved on that Saturday arrest, assisting the team to get him. It is that bad. The owner of the security company that gave him a firearm reached out and said, we had issued this man with a firearm that resembled the caliber of the gun that was used at Witness D. Please come and fetch it. Take it to ballistic and test it. I hope and pray that it is the gun that was used, because if it is, then we have a serious problem. But I'm grateful to that security guy for coming out and say, hey, I want to assist. I do not know if this is a gun he used or not, but he used to use this gun. And the gun is an AK that has got a mounting for this aim point on top. For those guns, once you have an aim point on top, it takes a second to release that shot accurately. The witness was killed. These are events that unfolded after. We might say we are grateful for what has been discovered, but we're also worried because there are still other people that are in danger as these things are unfolding. When you hear the general saying, we are afraid to call the names of certain people, it tells of the extent of danger that is out there.
Are there currently, and this is my last question before I hand over to Advocate Arendse, are there investigations against these senior officials that subsequently have been initiated?
Well, there are investigations. There is investigations against Gerald Spear that I know of. Gerald Shibiri that appeared, did not come here, but he appeared in Pretoria. And there are many other officials that are implicated. Ngosi, Sergeant Ngosi is one of them. But there are others that I did not know whether the investigation has been launched, and some of them recently I've learned. Typical example is a general that was modeling in front of you here. There's investigations that has been launched because of the behavior and the things she said. I don't know if you listened to what she had said on the record to Gerald Spear when Spear recorded it. I'd like to play it here so they can hear the person that we were appreciating to be one of the honorable members says you ran a good opportunity of becoming a national commissioner. This is a typical person that was here that portray a certain image. He's one of us. I raised a complaint about that so that investigations can be done, and I'm told that there's investigations conducted. But there's a typical example of how manipulative police officers can be in getting their ways.
I'll ask Mr. Romano to play the recording, but I'm handing over to Mr. Arendse.
The Sibia recording.
The recording between General Sibiya and General Sentumule.
You can already play it there, or you want me to play it?
Do you want to play it?
I can find it.
I can also send it to Ms. Ramano.
Yeah, please do. Please
Okay.
play it there.
Okay.
So this is, honorable members, just for you to see that everyone that appears before you, don't say Mkhwanazi is 100%. Honorable Soul says even Mkhwanazi got holes. I agree. We all have got our downfalls. So, but put a straight face, throw questions, don't celebrate, we walk out. You make your decisions. That's what I'm asking for. So Sentumule comes here with their own things. And when she walks out here, she's more like a celebrity. And even some members are even thinking that, oh, this is a potential person. I removed her at Crime Intelligence in 2012. Nobody asked why. Just so you know, her history. So he's a person who acts to be doing good, but when she speaks to Sibiya, you can tell it is not a good person. When I presented, I said, I had experience of manipulation of resources of crime intelligence back in 2012. And there's not much change to date. Not much of the change has happened. So there are many other things that we might not raise, but yeah, we can talk the whole day. Do you have the video?
I've sent it to Mr. Romano. He's going to play it just now. But just while we edit, General, you said nobody asked why she was removed, or that you have in fact removed her from crime intelligence. Now that we have you here, would you be able to tell us why you removed her from crime intelligence?
It is all because of this abuse of secret fund account. Attending functions and parties, chat gatherings and stuff like that should not be attended, using the money. Honorable Chair and members, in 2011-12 when I was acting, I asked the entire management of crime intelligence to move away temporarily while we launch an investigation. Unfortunately, I couldn't finish that because Jara Pierre came in and she put other people in there. There were a lot of wrong that we saw at the time that we're trying to deal with, that we didn't get to. There are many crime intelligence officials that were benefiting on the wrong. I'm sure the National Commission will have presented before you how Gerald Khan, the darling of some of the members in this committee, has been receiving payment on the lease of his own property to the police using secret fund account, amongst others. So there are too many wrong within crime intelligence been happening that we couldn't. So Gerald Sentumule was there at crime intelligence, the abuse of the secret fund account and the resources of crime intelligence that led into her removal. Without getting too much into details about it, but I'm the one that removed her. And fast forward, she becomes the general head of investigations in the police. Don't ask me how it happened. I must say, honorable members, that clip is not in English, so I'm not sure, Advocate, whether you were able to, for those that can hear Zulu, because in summary, it is Gerald Sentumule talking to Gerald Sibiya on the phone call that Gerald Sibiya recorded. And Gerald Sibiya goes to the Madlanga Commission and he says, I recorded Gerald Sentumule because Gerald Sentumule had gone to the National Commissioner and he said things that I did not say. So now that I'm talking to Sentumule, I want to make sure that I can trust this person. That's why I'm recording it. That's what Sibiya said. So he recorded Sentumule. And the recording, Sentumule is the one who's doing more talking than what Gerald Sibiya is talking. And Sentumule is blaming the PKTT. Sentumule is rubbishing. Colonel Khumalo even said, me and Colonel Khumalo, I think we are brothers or a father and son. She made all sorts of allegations, unprovoked by SBA. She voluntarily just said all these nasty things about all of us. And at the end, the conclusion, I'm not a closer person, I got someone to translate the words that she used at the end. I don't know who was she giving those, I don't know, is it what, mene, keta, or something like that. Do you know that word? What is the word that she used? She used a word, funny word, that implies that her own boss has got no backbone or something like that. I wrote a complaint to the Judicial Commission to investigate this, because you can't have a general that behaves like this. If Sibia did not talk about it at Madlanga, we would not have known. And she acted as if, no, she was trying to, she is an intelligence person, yes, she comes from intelligence. She can manipulate and infiltrate people. So she spoke to SBIA about this thing long, honorable members, before these letters, I believe, of SBIA. She was in support, 100% of it. She can't turn around and say, SBIA wrote these letters, I didn't agree with it. But when you listen to her on the recording, it tells you that she was in full support. She even said Khumalo was moving around with Lucky. Lucky is me. Even SBIA asked, who is Lucky? He said, no, Judge Mkhwanazi. This Khumalo has been moving around with Mkhwanazi, was a driver of Mkhwanazi, is this, and this, and this, of Mkhwanazi, all the way. This is the general that came before you. That's what I'm saying. Before you can say Mkhwanazi is a good man, listen to Mkhwanazi, take notes, make your conclusions. Because you're going to come and applaud Mkhwanazi in the presence. So you turn around, someone is going to walk in and say, Mkhwanazi is this and that, like I'm doing now. So this is just a plea to the parliamentarians that in future, anyone who's in front of you, trust them as South Africans. Trust that they're honest with what they're telling you, but don't show that much support in their face. Until you go back behind doors, you analyze what they were telling you, gather other evidence, you make conclusions. Then you'll know this one, no, it's not to be trusted. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay, General. Honorable Chair, can we break at this point? And hopefully we can get the recording up and running. And then immediately after lunch, we would require another 30 minutes.
Look at the honorable member behind you. You can shake your head again. He's looking at you. Show him that you disagree. Honorable Skosan.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm just worried about time, Chair. I know that the issue of time, that we should not rush anything here. In your benevolence, you said you're going to give us 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes. Now, I'm looking at the time, and I'm looking at all the members who are here. I know that we scheduled for 2 days, but we said we want to finish today. But if it means last time, some members complained about that we are knocking off, we are no longer productive if we are kept here until the early hours of the morning. Now, I'm not sure about other members. If they are comfortable, it's fine. We can go up to 4 o'clock. But which means that we'll be out here around 1 in the morning. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I want you to break for lunch, and during your break, you will talk between and amongst yourselves. And then you will come back at 2 and tell me if you are granting the evidence leader a further 30 minutes. Yeah. When you come back, I need a report from you, honorable members. You are under the leadership of the Chief Whip here. When I make a decision here, I must make your decision. May you please stand up and leave the chambers and come back at 2 o'clock.
Started, releasing as independents. With me, it was a combination of many things. I mean, I started, getting into teaching spaces. I was out in Venda for 2 years at Univenda teaching music, and then I ended up in Portchester in 2014. So I've been in the music as a teacher, as a mentor to young people, and also, I mean, I did quite a few collaborations, like recording with other people on other people's projects as well. I mean, I was working with Herbie quite a lot. Swahili, I worked, with a lot of my peers as well. And also, I mean, I was able to do something before COVID, live recording at Market Theatre. So that one is out. I mean, it's selling on Bandcamp. So and even this recording was done in 2017, but I just didn't have, enough capital to release it and do all the editing that was needed. But then I was helped by SAfmRadio. There's a funding that we got, to finish the production. So yeah, thanks to them, I'm able to release this album.
Yeah, it's always of interest to me when an artist sort of puts together a body of work during a prolonged period of time and then rests that body of work. And I wonder, because you are a jazz musician, maybe, with instrumental, it becomes a little bit different, because singer-songwriters will tell you that when, at times, some of them will tell you that when they reflected back on the work, they realized that the world had moved in a particular way. And so that work has become almost unrelatable to some degree, or maybe not relevant to some degree in the here and now. And so they might have to go back into studio to record some elements, to rework some elements, to reintroduce it. But I wonder, when you're a jazz musician dealing with largely instrumentation, perhaps that doesn't even become a factor in your reality. You can do a work and bank it for a couple of years and then release it somewhere down the line, or maybe I'm uninformed.
No, you can. I mean, look what's happening in South Africa. There's a lot of these like marching bands. I mean, I used to listen to the bands that used to play for Vets University. They play when the matches are happening. There's a lot of these things happen in South Africa. I mean, it's like horn, saxophones and trumpets and all these, brass instruments. They just like, it's as if they're starting now. So, and also if you check them, the football players, how they're singing all the time. So, I don't know, there's just a birth of new sounds that is happening, but also based on what has been done before. And I'm happy. I mean, I get into spaces where I play, with, young people in the audience, and they always, be like, wow, this is sounding fresh. You look at what Kujenga is doing. It's probably the same sound. You got your trombone, you got your tenor, you got your trumpet, and that's it. I mean, it's quite a standard, quintet sound, and it's all based on the vocal stuff that we, the stuff that we sing, and then you just put it on the horns. The fact that there's no lyrics, I mean, it doesn't make it less, of an expression.
Absolutely. You described that time when the album was recorded, and it was recorded, as you say, back in 2017, just pre-COVID, recorded in Switzerland. And I read you described that time as a watershed period for yourself, because at that time you were rethinking your compositional identity and also revisiting other musical aspirations from earlier years.
Yeah, just also, I mean, the fact that I was, had spent time in Joburg, and I was living within a community of musicians. But as soon as I started, branching out and leaving the city, I started to look inward, and having time to like reflect and revisit things that, you'd taken maybe just, for granted, stuff that you parked somewhere. And also just being able to listen to new voices that were making impact in my life, in terms of the new voices that were coming out, of this new generation of jazz musicians as well in South Africa. So I became a student, and also someone that also needed to learn from other people and reflect, at the same time, in terms of what it is that I want to really, really do Yeah, so that was an opportunity for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way Out is in. Let's unpack that title a bit.
So there's a thing of when musicians, jazz musicians say, "Oh man, you took it out," it means play it now. Just take it out. Don't be having any blockages and stuff in your playing. Once you take it out, and I think in this sense it means finding yourself and being out there in terms of your expression and no fears and no inhibitions, no blockages. First, you have to look into yourself and weed out the bits that you don't like, the bits that make you scared, and then you go out with the bang, so to speak. No fears, nothing. That's the kind of thing. So Way Out is in.
And I guess that could be a metaphor somewhat as well for just the journey that was for you as an artist over the last couple of years, the stripping away of everything that no longer aligned, sort of working your way out to find your way back in.
Yeah, exactly. It means a lot. Friendships, it means familiar territories, yeah, all of that, habits and all sorts of things like that. But also, the good thing about it is just meeting new people as well and hearing new other things. It's like you basically reboot, yourself.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You've been nominated for Best Jazz Album at the Metro FM Music Awards. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
The significance, if any, I know for some folks, the win is not in the accolade, but for some folks, the accolade is a welcomed recognition of the journey and the hard work.
I think I want to agree. Just the acknowledgement of the great work and stuff. Just that acknowledgement, means a lot. Whatever happens after that, it will be a bonus, really. But just the fact that with Metro, which is quite a big urban radio station with a lot of reach, people in South Africa. So probably some people that didn't know about my music, so they'll probably get to know it for the first time.
Let's wrap it up perhaps by looking at some of the performances that you have coming. And people can catch you at the Montreal Jazz Fest, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Montreal Fest, yes. First time in Africa, yes. We are playing with our group, Kwantile. Hebi Tswayedi, Ayanda Sikate, and Sisonke Klonti. It's on the 28th. And then on the 20, I'm doing something at African Film Station. It's a solo piano appearance alongside Apiwe Bubu. And then on the 21st, it's like a big gig for me at Jazz in the Lights at the Zoo. Yeah.
Wonderful. Andile and Anna, thank you so much for the time, and we look forward to seeing what comes out of this next chapter in this journey with Way Out is in. That album is out wherever you get your music. You can now add that to the collection, and of course those dates for Andile being in concert over the next couple of weeks you can track via his social media presence as well. We're going to take a quick break, commercial break that is, and then we'll come back on the other side with Kids Corner.
You can become a victim of a legal problem, wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Oh, I'm so tired.
There's nothing on the TV.
Fanas? Girls? Let's take a break. We are going to a one-day cup.
Take a break with us. Get your one-day cup domestic cricket 50 over game ticket at www.cricket.co.za. Wazana with It's Family Time.
It's a new day, new deadlines. You're gonna do your best. You're only human.
Thank you for your patience.
So why, when contacting your business's current provider, an automated voice adds you to an imaginary queue, like you're just another number?
Your caller number 17.
Not exactly humane, is it? Don't let bad tech choices get in the way. Switch to a dedicated human specialist, because nothing should stop your business. Call 084 1234. Cell C.
As the nation seeks answers, SAFM brings you live, uninterrupted coverage of Parliament's Ad Hoc Committee investigating allegations made by KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. You can also stay up to date with the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into criminality, political interference, and corruption in the criminal justice system. Stay informed, stay connected. Tune in live on SAFM 104 to 107 and follow the coverage across our digital platforms live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Wednesday. Today we're talking about something funny that happens to many of us. Hiccups. Have you ever had hiccups? How does it feel when you have them? What do you think causes hiccups? What are some things people do to try stop hiccups? Have you ever tried any of those tricks? Do hiccups usually stop quickly for you, or do they last a long time? Who taught you a trick to stop hiccups? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ashley Kawambai. Yes, I have had hiccups many times. It feels like a sudden little jump in your chest, and it makes a funny sound that you cannot control. Hiccups can happen when we eat too fast, drink fizzy drinks, or swallow too much air. Some people try different tricks to stop hiccups, like drinking water slowly, holding their breath for a few seconds, or taking deep breaths. I've tried drinking water slowly, and sometimes it helps. Usually my hiccups stop after a short time, but sometimes they last a few minutes. I learned some of these tricks from my family members, who always have funny ways to try stop hiccups.
Good day, my name and surname is Apelele Mpembe and I am 8 years old. Yes, I've had hiccups before. It feels like a sudden bump in my chest and can be annoying sometimes. I think hiccups happen when something irritates the diaphragm, the muscle that helps us breathe. People sometimes hold their breath, drink water, or eat a spoonful of sugar to try and stop hiccups. I've tried holding my breath and sometimes it works. They usually stop quickly for me, but sometimes they last a bit longer. My mom told me to hold my breath as a trick to stop hiccups. Thank you.
Greetings, my name is Praise Ziba, and today I'll be talking about hiccups. I've once got hiccups and it felt very weird and funny. You can get hiccups when eating too fast or drinking something fizzy. Holding your breath, drinking water backwards can help stop your hiccups. And yes, I tried to hold my breath, but for me it didn't stop, though it works for other teens. For me, holding my breath, it doesn't stop my hiccups, but drinking water is the best solution and it stops quickly. My mom taught me that you can use water to stop hiccups or you can hold your breath, and I've tried the both, and the one that fairly works for me is drinking water. Thank you.
Hello, I am Oketra Mungai and I live in Limpopo province.
Yes, I have ever gotten hiccups before. They felt a bit funny and unusual. I think hiccups are caused by maybe you're drinking a liquid too fast, or maybe you just burned yourself by something hot or cold, or you're just frightened by something or someone. People say to stop hiccups, you can drink water slowly, sit upside down for 1 minute, hold your breath for 30 seconds, get frightened again by someone else. I have tried various of these things. They do not usually work for me, and my hiccups do not last that long. They usually go away quick. So, a trick that I do to make them go away, I will take a spoon, I'll take a teaspoon of sugar, not the whole thing, just a little bit, and eat it, and my hiccups will be gone. So, bye.
Hello, beautiful people of Mzansi. My name is Nhlanhla. Yes, I have had hiccups, and it does really, really feel uncomfortable, especially when you're trying to get rid of them and you just get frustrated because you're thinking of all of these tips that you were given. They say put your hands up high or hold your breath, and you're doing all of these things and they're still not going away. And there's such a pain when you're trying to get words out because as you're speaking, you just go, hic. So no, not my favorite thing at all. I did some research, and hiccups can be caused by eating too fast, drinking fizzy drinks, or swallowing air. Some of the things that you can do to stop hiccups: people hold their breath, some people drink water, or they take very slow, deep breaths. I've tried drinking water. The water one does work, but the holding your breath in, I think that has like a 70% success rate. It could work, but it also couldn't. It depends on the day. To be honest, my hiccups never last a long time. I usually get, honestly, I don't really count, but if I were to really think about it, probably like 6. And then after that, they stop. I don't have hiccups for a long period of time. I actually learned the trick from a TikTok, and crazy enough, I remember that day I was having hiccups and I wanted to know how to stop them. The TikTok showed me, and that's when I tried to use the holding breath method, and unfortunately that day it did not work, but the water did though.
Hello there. My name is Ndlovu. Yes, I have had hiccups before. Having hiccups at times can feel uncomfortable for my stomach, but overall, they don't feel bad. I think when we eat something dirty, even licking our dirty fingers, causes hiccups. Some things people do to stop hiccups are to eat a bit of sugar and to breathe through your mouth whilst blocking your nose. Yes, I've tried both these methods before and they work quite well. For me, hiccups can last quite a long time. I have adapted the methods to stop hiccups from my family.
Good day, my name and surname is Pyogo Shempembe. I am 11 years old. Yes, I have heard of hiccups before. They feel like sudden, unexpected jumps in my chest, which can be a little annoying. I think hiccups are caused by an irritation of diaphragm, which is a muscle that helps us breathe. People often try and hold their breath, drinking a glass of water or eating something sweet like sugar. I've tried holding my breath and sometimes it works. For me, hiccups usually stop quickly, but occasionally they last a bit longer. My mom taught me the trick of holding my breath to help stop hiccups. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Alanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. Yes, I've ever had hiccups, and it's such an irritating thing. It felt very boring because when you try to speak with someone, it'll begin disturbing you, and then you won't be able to speak better and faster. I think something that causes hiccups, in my own thinking, I think it's when you're thirsty or don't have enough water or hungry. Because I've noticed most of the time when I'm thirsty, I get hiccups, and when I drink water, it stops. Some people, to stop hiccups, they drink water. I've never seen someone else doing something different from drinking water. Yes, I've tried it before and it worked. My hiccups usually stop quickly when I drink water. Someone who taught me the trick to stop hiccups, obvious, it's my special mother. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Hiccups are something that almost everyone experiences at some point, and they can feel quite funny or even a little uncomfortable. A hiccup happens when the diaphragm, a muscle that helps us breathe, suddenly contracts or tightens without us controlling it. When this happens, the vocal cords close quickly, creating a familiar hic sound. Hiccups can come suddenly and sometimes make people laugh because they happen again and again without warning. There are several reasons why hiccups can occur. They may happen because someone eats too quickly, drinks fizzy drinks, swallows too much air, laughs a lot, or experiences changes in temperature. Most of the time, hiccups are harmless and stop on their own after a short while. Many people have their own tricks to try to stop hiccups. Some children are told to drink a glass of water slowly, hold their breath for a few seconds, or take a deep breath. Others may try swallowing small sips of water, sitting quietly, or focusing on calm breathing. These methods can sometimes help relax the diaphragm and allow the hiccups to stop. Usually hiccups only last a few minutes and go away by themselves. In rare cases, they might last longer, but they almost always stop without causing any serious problems. Sometimes family members or friends share fun hiccups remedies, and children often learn the tricks from parents, their grandparents, or older siblings. Hiccups are a small reminder that our bodies are full of interesting reactions and movements that we do not always control. Even though they can feel a little strange while they last, they are usually harmless and temporary. Learning about why hiccups happen helps us as children understand our bodies better and reminds us that our bodies are constantly working in fascinating ways. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives. SAFM is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
On the top stories, court reserves judgment in the Bikulu and Partners application, and Nigeria's president begins his visit in the UK. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good day. The High Court in Pretoria has reserved judgment in an application brought by the law firm Bikulu and Partners seeking to set aside the appointment of NPA head advocate Andy Mutibi. The firm argues that the appointment should be declared unlawful and unconstitutional. They contend that their objections to the advisory panel appointed by the president to screen candidates for the position were ignored. This follows the panel's finding that none of the 6 interviewed candidates were suitable for the position. President Cyril Ramaphosa announced Mutibi's appointment in January, who was not part of the interviewed candidates exercising his constitutional powers. The presidency has argued that the application should be dismissed as it has no merit. Bevan Buthelezi represents the law firm in the matter.
The issue of the matter is the president set up a procedure, his own rules on how to appoint the NDPP, and did not follow those rules by not subjecting the incumbent NDPP to the same rules which he subjected to the other candidates without first discharging that process. So that's an irregularity which obviously is bound to be set aside. No, there's nothing personal. As you have read from the arguments presented, we are not even impugning the character of the candidate who was appointed, but the nature of the challenge is the process which was followed in the appointment of the candidate.
The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has heard how taxi boss and businessman Mtakati Mkhwanazi shared CCTV footage of the murder of Vereeniging engineer Armand Swart with Sergeant Fanny Ngosi 4 days after he was gunned down. One of the suspects arrested for Swart's murder, Denny Tiegro Mabusela, is allegedly linked to Mkhwanazi. Evidence leader Advocate Matthew Chaskalson has previously put it to Ngosi that Mkhwanazi may have had an interest in Swart's murder. Chaskalson further questioned Ngosi about why he also chose to forward the CCTV footage to someone who was not assigned to investigate the matter.
Opened the footage, forwarded it to Warrant Officer Zungu, but didn't call back Mr. Mtakati Mkhwanazi until almost an hour after you'd forwarded it to Warrant Officer Zungu. That's what the timeline shows. So why would you not have spoken to Mr. Mtakati about this extraordinary video footage that he had got access to and sent to you, CCTV footage from the scene of the murder?
An independent specialist investigator says the police service needs to work hard to gain public confidence, legitimacy and prioritize ethical leadership. This follows the appearance of 41-year-old SAPS Special Task Force member Matipandile Soteni in the Brakpan Magistrate Court on charges of murder. Soteni is accused of murdering Marius van der Merwe, who was known as Witness D at the Madlanga Commission. His alleged accomplice, former police official Weandra Pretorius, shot and killed himself last month. Specialist investigator Mike Bolhays says many police officers are driven into criminal activities for financial gain.
They hire themselves out as guns for hire and as sometimes getting involved in criminal activities and gangs and other forms of organized crime and racketeering. So this is not new. This has been going on for a long time, and this is a huge problem. And the crimes they get involved with is from cash in transits, violent robberies, and hits and murder.
The sound advice of the Chief Whip is that we are granting the legal team 30 minutes to conclude. 1 hour. To conclude, that is the sound advice from the office of the Chief Whip. It is not done out of favor, but out of consciousness that due diligence has to happen. Yes, we do not want you to come during the overview of evidence and point fingers at the committee and say, when I wanted to probe the following, you said no. Can we please go ahead? Bonan. Oh, you are playing it. Is it not playing?
Honourable Chair, we're just waiting for the recording to. Shall we, Honourable Chair, shall we have permission to proceed in the meantime? Thank you. General Mkhwanazi, you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
You're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
General Mkhwanazi, a number of witnesses came before this committee, and we will now deal with the ones we have not dealt with in your earlier evidence. We will start with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. when he came before this committee, he testified that you do not have security clearance, and this is at paragraph 72 of his statement. Before you answer that question, General Masemola took us through the process, the vetting process, and the difficulties that SAPS deals with in trying to obtain the security clearance. However, we have to put the question to you. Do you have security clearance?
The answer is no, I still do not have.
Could you perhaps tell this committee when was the last time you had security clearance and what is the status?
Honorable Chair and members, the crime intelligence, which is part of the problems that we hear, under the leadership of Major General Khan, manages vetting section. In the vetting section, when the security clearance are done, you have to disclose everything about you. Where were you born, where you grew up, the primary school you went to, your friends, family, relatives, bank accounts, and everything about you, assets you own and so forth. It is that office that controls things. On the record, Honorable Chair, the members, my last security clearance, top secret clearance that I had, expired in 2018. It expired in 2018. In 2013, I submitted an application to State Security. State Security did everything, polygraphy, everything, tick the box, but they could not issue that because there is Foster, who's an IP person in KZN, who said to SSA at the time that there's a case of, I'm told, a hit squad or something like that that happened in KZN in 2013 that I'm implicated in. I've never worked in KZN in 2013. I was working in Pretoria. So that's the reason why SSA did not issue another clearance at the time. And nobody came with a feedback. I made an application to crime intelligence. It's on record, this. In 2022, today it's not finalized. Crime intelligence, according to the file that is with the divisional commissioner, is that they themselves are coming up with stories. One of the stories that Sunday World wrote a story about an allegations against a case investigated by IDEC against me. They apparently confirmed with Advocate Johnson, who wrote back on an email and said, yes, indeed, IDEC is investigating. The question again, how did IDEC get to investigate stories? How did they get, who referred that thing to them? Why am I not told about it? That's one. Two, there's a case allegedly that was open in Sinoville in Pretoria, where I was accused of interfering with the investigation. And the people accused there is Patlane's wife, I don't know who's the third person. Again, nobody have ever come to me about it. This is 22, back then. Again, there's a case open, I think in Brooklyn and Pretoria, if I'm not mistaken, of a car hijacking. I'm the suspect. When they went to check, I was not even there when it happened. So these are allegations of cases that they say they cannot finalize the clearance because of these pending. I'm told that the division have written to IPIT more than 3 times to ask them to explain these cases. So once there's something flagged, it's a reason not to give you a clearance certificate. So that's a deliberate thing done within there. And it does not affect me alone. There's many of us. It is that office that General Khan was controlling, is still controlling, that does vetting, that will make sure. That's why Paul O'Sullivan is going to know about it, being an outsider, that there is no clearance certificates because they are feeding him with that information.
Okay. Thank you, General. So, General, it looks like these cases are, this issue that you have is a historical issue. It dates back to 2022, and we are now in 2026. What is the status of that case, and is there possibly anything that you could do or anybody can do to assist you with finalization of those cases? Because surely it cannot be the reason why you still don't have security clearance.
I'm not in charge of the organization, but if I was in charge of the organization, I would have removed the whole lot that is sitting in that vetting section, starting with Khan, because they are the ones. The whole file of Gerald Pahlane that started that criminal investigation on the house was initiated from the files that were stolen by McBride's girlfriend from that office. So it's a dirty office. So we might want as parliamentarians to start asking yourself a question. How honest is the office of vetting in the police and many other entities? How honest that office is? Because the officials working there, you give them information, they verify, they interrogate you, they bring you for polygraphy, they throw you questions, and they satisfy themselves that you're a good person. They make recommendations. But when these things are supposed to be finalized, someone stalls it. They stole it because a Sunday World published something. They don't have to verify it. As long as they can't issue. And the right to IPID won't respond. So maybe IPID must then explain. For all these reminders, because from what I know I have no case. They just threw my name in it. So it looks like my name is just flagged. That's why even Nangi's case, I'm there. I was part of the torture, I was part of, so they threw cases all over. That's how the system operates nowadays.
Thank you, General. The follow-up question to that is, if you don't have security clearance, are you then able to access the secret fund? That is at paragraph 73 of Mr. O'Sullivan's statement.
What does he say on the paragraph specifically?
He says that you are not permitted to access the secret fund without security clearance.
You know, Police Sullivan is an old man. And as a Zulu man being cultured from the rural areas, it's not going to be a good thing to speak bad about an old person. He was fragile when I saw him sitting here. He's an old man. But the things that comes out of his mouth is problematic. Sarah's problematic. I'm prefacing the response to your question that how does he get to know about these things as a civil servant? That's a start. But number two, I do not work at crime intelligence. I don't get involved with secret fund at all, zero. In a matter of fact, when I was acting in 2011, 2012, the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence only got to see me on passages. The first time I ever walked into the office here of the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, it's now after this whole saga of July 6th. Before that, I never interacted with them because it's not my role. It was never my role. I respected that the head of intelligence is the one that must account there. Head of intelligence is the one that must control the farms. Head of intelligence is the one who must run the operations of intelligence. I've never been involved with secret fund account. I've never done it. And I said to Jaru Kumar, maybe inviting the committee, talking to your colleagues at JCI, because he speaks about a 30 million rand worth of vehicles that were bought, and he calls it luxury cars, in 2012 when I was acting. Those vehicles are the sedan, small cars that were bought for operational members. The sedan, the luxury vehicles that he mistaken with are the luxury vehicles that I collected from people that were not supposed to be driving. Generals of the police, Q5s, the late Minister Mtetwa, the ML with a wheel at the back, a whole lot of those cars. I took all those, I gave it to Task Force and TRT because they were used. Luxury cars were bought, used by people that are not supposed. Then we took the money and we bought it for the operational members on the ground. So he's been fed information, but he interprets it wrongly.
Okay, thank you, General. Just still on the secret fund, for the basis of clarity, are you able to, you've testified that you're not in crime intelligence, but is it correct that one cannot access the secret fund if they don't have clearance certificates?
I must repeat again, I don't work at crime intelligence, but I can give you the real fact of the situation that we have in the SAPS. A security clearance certificate is valid for 5 years, and it expires. The rule that we currently have in the police is that the post get advertised, you apply for the post, and you go for interviews, you complete that form for you to be vetted, you get appointed pending that vetting. In some instances, people start working without the vetting being finalized. In some instances, you don't work until your security clearance is issued. It depends where you're at. But after 5 years, even after you've received it, it expires. It means you must then, at least a year before, submit a new application. But because of the demand in the organization, over 100,000 members that must be vetted, the resources that crime intelligence has in terms of human resources that must conduct investigations on these applications is not enough. It's not sufficient. So that results to the expiry of this security clearance certificate. Mine expired in 2018. They cannot explain to you to date why I have not been issued with one, beside these cases. But just to process that administration process, it has taken that long. Because of the delays, the workload that they have, they can't keep up with it. It causes a delay. So once a person working at crime intelligence, like Gerald Khan, his vetting clearance certificates, as I'm talking to you now, have expired. But as I'm talking to you now, he's at crime intelligence. I like to believe he does have access to the secret fund account. And he's not the only one. There are many of them that their vetting have expired, but they do access. The how part, how they manage that, I'm sure JCI can explain it. I can't explain it, because I'm not in that space.
Thank you very much, General. Now moving on to the last question from Mr. O'Sullivan's statement. There is an allegation that you recruited a number of young men in KZN through a man called Baba Mutetwa. That affidavit, that statement of one of the recruits has been made available to you for your consideration. In that state, it's a redacted statement, so we do not know the identity of the young man. All we know about him is that he's a young black man. He was recruited to be part of an operation that you were doing. Some of the allegations that he made was that he was taken to an unknown location to himself, where he was, they got some type of training over a 3-day period. He was paid on 2 occasions amounts of 50,000 Rand each, and finally the third amount was 120,000 before doing any sort of work. Thirdly, they were then, together with a group of other boys men that would have been recruited, were given police uniform, which on them do not have police rankings or identity of a police officer, but the uniform mirrored the police uniform. One of the operations that he says in his statement they had to do was in Umlazi, where unarmed young it was a drug operation, unarmed young teenagers were killed. And they then had to leave, but before leaving, you arrived to come and assess the situation and plant evidence. What is your comment to that allegation made by Mr. O'Sullivan?
Honorable Chair and members, as I say again, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan is an elder, but is saying a lot of wrong things. I saw that redacted statement, and we then requested from the Provincial Commission to investigate whether was there ever a case open as such. The member that commissioned that statement gave her own statement to indicate, yes, there's a gentleman that came with Paul O'Sullivan and asked for the statement to be commissioned, which she did. And from there, they left. So, but he cannot even remember the name of the person and stuff like that. That was, I don't know which day it was. He comes here and he presents this thing before you. He doesn't go to a police station to open a case, so he doesn't encourage this person to go and open a case on those allegations. What I did after that, I contacted with the station commander of Umlazi to confirm these multiple matters, because there's been a lot of shooting incident that has been happening in that police station over time. And the station commander said in that month of August, there was only one multiple murder that was registered in 2024 under the case number. And it does not correspond to the story that this Paul Sullivan and his unknown complainant saying. So I don't want sometimes to waste energy and argue and disown things that people are making allegations on and they cannot come and confirm. Let the person who opened the case go to the police station, open the case so it can be investigated. Alternatively, you must come to this committee and present the evidence. But as the head of the police in KwaZulu-Natal, police in KwaZulu-Natal have been involved in a lot of shootings. And many people have not been happy about that. And it's not one police officer, it's not one team. But all those that have been involved are police officers. So if this person says that he was not a police officer, he was recruited, they are making up the story to try and convince the committee to believe that there's bad things happening in KZN. Similar people that will sell stories to Meriti Haas, amongst others, they make them to believe certain things. That's why to date, you hear for any action, shooting, whatever, is PKTT.
Perhaps
so
if
those
we
are the
move...
stories.
I'm sorry, General. We can...
No, it's fine. I'm just saying that stories have been fabricated, so there's nothing of that sort in KZN.
Okay.
You can investigate.
Perhaps what we should do is, leaving aside Mr. O'Sullivan, and just asking the question slightly more directly. Are you involved in operations of this nature, as alleged?
Not at all.
Did you make payments of 50,000, 250,000 batches plus 120,000 to various people who were doing operations?
That's wrong. I did not.
Okay. So you have no knowledge of this, even?
I don't have knowledge, and I like to believe that it doesn't exist.
Okay. If we can then maybe play the clip if it's ready.
Nah, yes, and I'm giving you my honest opinion, unfiltered.
Yeah.
Let him yabo. Ikijima wrong.
Yeah.
Under the guise of this task team.
Nathi sikhona lapha siyaphandwa lapha siyaphenywa lapha.
Yeah, what is it? This is wrong.
Yeah.
Under the guise of this. What I find embarrassing, and when I talk to people, sometimes you are complicit to crime being committed.
Yeah.
Which have been complicit because
yeah.
Because constable in about warrant, about captain, colonel, but uhamba la khamba khona ulaki.
Oh, ulaki ulomupi.
Ulaki Mkhwanazi.
Oh.
So at some point there was into ngathi bayarelate baze bayafana futhi. Ngathi they relate.
Oh, fana noMkhwanazi.
Yeah, kakhulu futhi. So
and uyena lo suspect ukuthi uthathe imali.
I could suspect uye lo NPA etuthatha imali, but
ngithumela ushabalala.
Manje into engayi understand ukuthi abokhumalo like bakhuluma ngathi benza into eziright like mina bese mina kuthi generally ngafunda ukuthi uba isilima kuyanceda yabona ngoba mawusuka ubabonisa ukuthi uyabona kula wenza khona izitha so rather abacabanga ukuthi uhleli la abacabanga ukuthi uhleli khona but it's the same young Khumalo we busy. I asked him the other day ngimbonise ngathi ufuna la bathi kimi ukuthathe ngathi ungacishe ngawo cishe ngathi hawu so uMkhwanazi ukuthumele ngala
ugijima ngami lo
so uthunyiwe because trust me at some point he was his driver ne mara ukuthi nje yela ungambona ufana no Lucky at some point I can't remember wathi no ngathi bayahlobana yabona So I understand ukuthi le team wayengakhona ukuwa sorry, but it is because khona udoti nje abawupushayo that I can tell you, because yini into enzima. That's why ngithi mina tomorrow sibize ukuthi ama docket. If I say court, there's no need for team ukuthi hlala yenzani. If case ya court niyabizwa niyasapuna nama witnesses, you understand? Niya on that day hayi ukuthi kumele lihlale ngathi nilinde.
I think uconsultant no like wathi no amadokedo amalethela kini.
But akakwazi. Angisho kune instruction general
Ukuthi aye kuwe.
Yes.
Yebo.
So which is why ngithi mina yabona ukuthi without ukuthi siveze ukuthi mina ngime kuphi asiyenza official ukona usibize nje uthi hayi na instruction general Sinthumule give me feedback yebo.
Yeah, ngizombiza but angithi uzongitshela nje akunikeza excuse ukuthi akekho local or ukuphi angithi ubonile ukuthi yena siya attend wonke umuntu uyattenda yena akavele.
Ufonile nje ubala shama dockets ngathi mina sonke base size khona John ukuba wathi yena hayi uke uhlale office ngathi mina ekumnandi kuba ngoba wena uvunyelwe yaba.
Yena ubusy yazi ngokutshela babusy bagijima ngame left right and center hot monitoring bazama amafoni wami ngapha nangapha ngiyathola konke lokho yabo.
But into ebuhlungu general ne ukuthi umgodi mina ngafunda ukuthi umgodi mawugubha akungeni lo mgubhela ungena wena.
Iproblem ukuthi ngihlala nomphathi wami ungathi akazi lutho kodwa uyazi okungiya. Ngicela ukuphendula lokho lengenayo tu.
Okay General. Mina tekele sharp General.
General, just for the sake of the record, who are the persons that are speaking on that clip?
It's General Sinthumule and General Sibia.
If you can just summarize, perhaps, what is the content, the basis of their conversation?
The base of their conversation is regarding the case dockets and the investigation that the team is doing in KZN, which is PKTT, and the fact that Sinthumule is in support of these dockets being moved away from KZN. He's even encouraging General Sibia to invite both her and Kumalo to the college to come and account. So she seems to be the master of why these dockets came to her, according to the conversation they had.
Lieutenant General Sinthumule came before this committee, and she testified that she did not even know how the dockets arrived in Gauteng, and she did not even see them. Now, I'd like to take you to specific parts of her affidavit, just in light of what we have heard on the clip. General Sinthumule was responsible for the disbandment plan that related to the dockets. And part of the plan was that the dockets had to be transferred from KZN to Gauteng. She was questioned by this committee as to, firstly, is she aware who gave the instruction for the dockets to be transferred? She testified that it was not her. She also testified that you were quite unhappy, and this can be found at paragraph 60 of her affidavit, where she says, accordingly, on 24 April 2025, I telephonically engaged Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and requested that we arrange for the handover of the PKTT dockets to the murder and robbery unit in KZN. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was, however, confused by the request, as he was not aware of what I was talking about. I informed him about the disbandment of the PKTT and that one of the actions on the implementation plan was that all the dockets under investigation should be handed over to serious and violent crimes in KwaZulu-Natal. She then further stated that you declined to accept the dockets. And one of the things that you are said to have said is that waze wangimoshela ilanga, General. Are you aware of this conversation with General Sentimule? And what are your comments in relation to what we've now heard on the clip?
Yeah, well, General Sentimule did call me, and understand that they had tried to get the members under my command, to collect these dockets. And those members said, we're not taking anything, not unless the Provincial Commission tells us that. And she then contacted me, and she informed me that there are case dockets that are in Pretoria that must be brought to KZN. So I inquired, what dockets are those? And she said, it's PKTT dockets. And so I was surprised, and I asked, but how did these dockets get to Pretoria? Who are they in Pretoria? He said they're in their office. So I asked, but what are they doing there? Then he said, but don't you know, didn't they tell you that the docket, Charasbia gave instruction, this docket must come to Pretoria? So I was concerned. I said, no, I don't know anything about the docket. So if you take the dockets to Pretoria, then you must see how you're going to deal with those dockets, because nobody told me about dockets going to Pretoria. So subsequent to that, I then sanctioned the team that is investigating PKTT to come to my office to give me a presentation to confirm what I'm hearing. Upon confirming, I then contacted General Kumalo. I even wrote to General Kumalo to establish that you are explaining to me, General, about how it came about, but I want it in black and white. So that's how the communication officially started at coming back to me. But she did tell me that. So in listening to this recording, and I'm grateful that when there's no peace amongst thieves, you will see what you see. Because General Sibia recorded Sentimule. Otherwise, we were not going to know about this truth. And she then ran around after this recording was given to her before the Ad Hoc committee, before the Madlanga Commission. And she ran to the National Commission, I'm told. She ran to General Kumalo to try and justify her action. She has not spoken to me to date, because she knows that she cannot approach me. To talk is when there's an investigation somewhere where I need to come and testify if there's anything that I'm involved with. But this, I brought to this Ad Hoc committee to show the committee that what you see might not necessarily be the truth. This is a person who came in and presented herself as a good person, but this is what she's busy with. I don't have the date when this recording happened. Maybe it was shortly after the instruction, or it was prior to the instruction, but from this recording, I deduct that she knew about the letters that are written by Spear. Perhaps she might have been the author of those letters. Maybe she
did it cause you pain?
I do not know.
Okay. Perhaps maybe we can then go to the next paragraph where she says, on the 25th of April, she called the National Commissioner and informed him of your discussion and the serious reservations that you had. I remember saying to the National Commissioner that there was no way that we could disband the task team and replace it with another task team, as that would make no operational sense. The National Commissioner advised that I engage with the DNC, and he must decide on what to do with the dockets. The National Commissioner testified that at some point he told the DNC that he heard that the dockets were at head office and instructed that the dockets be returned to their station of origin. I suppose when I called him to give him feedback of my conversation with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, the National Commissioner realized that the dockets were still at head office. Hence, he said, your boss should decide what to do with those dockets. Now, listening to the clip again, and now knowing that General Sentimule and General Sibia were speaking with one voice in respect of the dockets and not necessarily what this committee was informed. What is your comment regarding General Sentimule's role in ensuring that the dockets reach the destination where they are supposed to, as instructed by the National Commissioner?
Oh, I had listened to Gerald Kumalo when he said Gerald Sentimule kept coming to his office, and he will take a cell phone and take a picture of boxes that were lying in the office before the dockets came, so that she can send it to Sibia as an assurance that the dockets are here, which was a lie. That's what Kumalo told me, that she will take photos and send to Sibia. Said, no, I've fetched the dockets, because she was getting this pressure from Sibia. Subsequent to that, the dockets were delivered. So that's why I said again, Sentimolo cannot be trusted. I could not trust her in 2012. That's why I removed her from crime intelligence. I cannot trust her now when she appears before these two commissions. And what surfaces after that is this recording. Yeah. So it's a person that you need to trust with your own, risk your own life to trust. Yeah. Otherwise, I still don't understand how she ended up being in the position that she's in the organization.
Yeah. Lastly, on General Sentimole, Lieutenant General Sentimole said that in response to this clip, she was using counterintelligence. Perhaps not, it may not be in response to this clip, but in response to her attitude towards Sibiya, she used counterintelligence because she realized that she was not going to get far. What is your comment to that?
That's why I'm a police officer and she's not. Because I'm a police officer, deal with facts and deal with things, not counter and make stories. So her whole career profession is intelligence. So if that, what she was doing, is fine. But in terms of the evidence before us, on a criminal investigation, she did not disclose that what she did, which means she was part of the wrong. It's a clip that is going to make its way now to the team that is investigating the movement of this docket. She was never a suspect, but I'm now presenting to the team because it's a new evidence that we picked up that we thought she was not part of. All along, we're blaming Sibiya alone, not knowing there's a player behind. So this is a person, I don't know in her statement what she gave about a profile, career in the organization. But it's a person that has been moving up and down. This side promotion, this side promotion, that side promotion, all the time. But I don't know how she got it right. But it's one of those that maybe as we conclude here, we need to then start talking about some reforms in the organization because she arrived and she ended up being a lieutenant general heading both crime investigation currently and forensic service, the heart of policing.
Thank you, General. I'd like to now move on to Mr. McBride's affidavit. Mr. McBride testified that Mr. Mandla Mahlangu and Mr. Kuba, who were IPID investigators, they submitted a statement to him regarding your involvement in trying to get him out of IPID. The allegation there is that you wanted these two investigators to frame him of wrongdoing so that he can be removed from IPID. What is your comment to that?
It is false. And there are a lot of false things that Robert McBride came and presented here. One of them was that I was not even in a funeral of the late Mahlangu. So it's a story that he made up out of his own, because he just didn't see me talking in a funeral. To him, I was not there. Maybe you should ask Ms. Wakembole where I was. Okay.
Before we get to the funeral, General, because that was going to be my next question, perhaps let me give a little bit more detail regarding this statement. This offer that you made to the IPID, you allegedly made to the IPID investigators, was in exchange for a brigadier rank. If we could just deal specifically with that first before we talk about the late Mandla Mahlangu.
Okay, well, first, maybe let me start here. I don't know when date that he's talking about that I made that offer. I've said that allegations are false. There was never such. But I had heard in the process that from Mahlangu that there was some intervention from someone from crime intelligence and on issues that they were investigating. I just cannot remember the name, but there were some interferences that were happening at the time. It might be mistaken me for that person. I'm not sure. But as far as I'm concerned, I have never interfered with anything.
Amongst the cases that you testified about, which are at IPID or IDAC, has there been a complaint regarding this very thing that we are talking about?
You know what is strange for me is that there's not even a single of any of the case where Mkhwanazi was ever invited to give a warning statement or being interviewed on anything. And these cases, they date back more than 5 years ago. The story is about the case against you, but not a single person has ever come to me and say, Mkhwanazi, give us your version. What happened here? The least I could say I know of investigation. The only one ever that I was approached was last year when Minister Mkhunu, allegedly, according to what was in black and white on the letter from IPID, laid a complaint with IPID on a matter of Mpangeni. That was a time when IPID wrote to me to give a statement to explain myself. Before that, there was never, to date. So I can't necessarily talk about cases that I was never confronted with. I don't know. They will make stories about cases. Like many other people can make stories about cases, but nobody has ever come to me to say, there is this case against you.
Thank you, General. If we can now then deal with Mr. Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. How did you know Mr. Mkhwanazi?
You know, the late Mkhwanazi, may so rest in peace, the sad part is that we're talking about the person when he's not here. And it is a culture of the intelligence community to always make reference to the deceased because they cannot talk for themselves. The late Mkhwanazi, I got to know him because of his brother. I met his brother at TUT when we were studying there, who was a brigadier in the police. So we were close with him. He was working at DPCI at one stage until he left the police. So I got to know Mandla through him. That's how I got to know Mandla. I got to know Cedric Kabinde through Mandla because I was not necessarily friends with them. My friend was their elder brother, his elder brother, who was in the police at the time. So the incident of Madlanga then happens. The brother is working in Mpumalanga at the time. The incident happens in a plot. I don't know the plot. I was never been in the plot. So the brother calls me and he says, my brother has been shot. He gives me the location to come and attend. He is driving from Mpumalanga coming in. I lived in Montana in Pretoria at the time. So the plot is not far from Montana. So I drove from Montana to go to the plot, to the crime scene. That's how I arrived at the crime scene. I didn't even know where the place was. Fast forward, the members of the National Intervention Unit, they assisted with the investigation of the arrest of a person that was identified to have been a shooter. The person is arrested. The members are interrogating this person. And this person tells them that we shot this one and we acted as if it's a robbery. We took this thing to a particular house somewhere here. We left it there. And according to the vehicle, we drove back to Joburg. And I was paid so much money. It's a policeman that coordinated this thing. But to date, there's nobody else been arrested on that case except the shooter. So we believe that there are people that were behind it, that hired this man from Johannesburg to come and do the job. The funeral is held. I'm in that funeral for Mr. McBride. I sat in a front seat on that funeral. But he didn't even see me. I don't know what he had in his eyes. I was in a graveyard. He didn't see me in a graveyard. I went back home after the graveyard. And I was not alone. I was there with my wife. So this is a man who talks things he doesn't know about. And he starts making allegations. I still believe today there's something behind the matter of Madlanga. Perhaps we mustn't look too far. We must look closer to the people that he was working with at IPID. I suspect something there with those that were closer to him.
General, you are a police officer with many years' experience, and I'm not sure whether to couch what you've just said as an allegation or perhaps creating some type of suspicion. What informs that question? Perhaps you can just comment about that. Why do you say that? Why should that be probed?
It is because the information I received from the National Intervention Unit members that interrogated a killer. So, but when the investigation is done, the people that the killer were making a reference to are not arrested. The killer is arrested. I think is convicted. But the people behind it, they have not been charged to date. So I believe that it's a case, whoever that is handling the docket in Gauteng, that remain unsolved, in my eyes. And that's why I'm saying that I suspect the crew that was around Mahlangu all the time, whether on his private capacity or at work. So when you hear some issues that were happening at the workplace, you also start to asking question mark whether couldn't have been compromised at work. Perhaps there's a possibility there.
If we can then go to Mr. Nkabinde's statement. The Ad Hoc Committee has heard that Mr. Nkabinde participated in meetings where the disbandment of the PKTT were discussed. What was his participation in the implementation of the disbandment plan and his relationship with the minister?
I must say, Honorable Chair and members, I was not in those meetings, so I cannot talk much about the role of Nkabinde except what I read and what I hear about. But other than that, I don't know. The relationship with the minister, I know it was as a result of a murder case that happened in KZN.
Could you expand on that? Mr. McBride testified that whilst he was at IPID, he did an intervention. He visited the minister. He was not the minister at the time, Minister Mkhunu, together with Mr. Cedric Nkabinde. Is that the complaint you are referring to, or are you referring to something else?
That is the one that he talks about. That the two of them went there, because that's what Nkabinde told me.
What is your comment to that?
I strongly believe, Honorable Chair and members, that there is something criminal that was hidden by IPID that might have implicated the minister. Underline my words, might have. I'm not saying it implicated him. But I believe, why do I say that? It cannot be that the police walks into your door, they come to investigate, and from there you become friends in the manner that Nkabinde and minister are this close. From that, it's unbelievable. They are operating completely different levels. It made me believe that what made the relationship between the two of them, it's what Nkabinde told me, they became close as a result of that visit. There might have been something that might have been a cover-up. It is a murder case that involved one of the protectors of the minister when he was a premier. The person is killed. His exhibit are found. One of the exhibits is a cell phone. The cell phone is kept as a deceased property at the police station. It is alleged that a protector of the minister, another protector instructed by the minister, went to collect that phone because the phone had some evidence in it that might link other people. So he went to collect that phone. So when there was a complaint about that, it is that complaint that led to IPID, because a police officer has defeated. The case is open against the police officer, not against the minister, against the police officer. The police officer packs his bag, he ran out of the police. It disappeared because he should be charged. He goes. So when this investigation is given to IPID, IPID meets up because they pick up that this member, when he went to fetch this place, he was told, he was tasked by the premier at the time. That's why they went to the premier to say, Premier, we are told you're the one that gave instruction. The relationship is built from there. But that case doesn't go anywhere. A police officer that had left the service, when the minister becomes a minister at public service, the man will come back into the police. He's currently working with him. You'll see him one day when he comes in.
The evidence that you gave just now, General, contradicts what the head of IPID, Mr. McBride, testified when he was here in relation to that case. His testimony, even though I'm paraphrasing now, his testimony was that they had visited, he was in KZN for something completely unrelated. And because he was already in KZN, he was asked by Mr. Nkabinde if they could go and see, at the time, Mr. Mkhunu. I think he may have been the premier, or he may not have been in office, in Mpangeni at his home. But the issue was regarding his protector who had passed, and there was no progress on the investigation on the passing or on the murder of his protector. He subsequently hired a private investigator to look into the matter. And in looking into that matter, I think the Hawks may have then got involved in the matter, but it had nothing to do with a cell phone. Is this now the evidence that you are giving this committee to say, in fact, there was a cell phone which was removed and it led to a case of defeating the ends of justice? Is that what we are now, the evidence that you are leading?
Honorable members, when I was here last time, I told you about the relationship with me and Kabinde, how I got to the minister's house. Kabinde came here, he tried to twist how we got into the minister's house. I testified about knowing Kabinde and Kabinde, how he was appointed at the minister's office. I came in and testified about Kabinde, what he had told me about the operations of IP that involves Paul O'Sullivan and Robert McBride in a house in Sentin. He came here, he confirmed that. So all the things I've been telling you is what Kabinde told me. And two of them, at least, we can say now comfortable, he said with his own mouth. What was not asked on him is about this case. This is what he told me. I was not involved in the case. I don't know the details about it. I still don't even know the case number, but that's what he told me. Because the question was, how did you become close to the minister? He said, we were investigating. And I asked, then what happened to the investigation? He said, no, we couldn't find anything wrong with the minister. But that's where the relationship started. That's what he told me with his own mouth. That led in one stage to invite me to go and meet with the minister. Later, he says we went on a boys' trip. You know what is an interesting thing, Honorable Chair members? That day he came to the house. I told him that it's late, I'm going to drive, and you drive in my car. Not my car, my wife's car. My wife's controlled a tracker in that car. How stupid can Mkhwanazi be going boys' trip with the wife's car that has got a tracker? We left, we drove there. It was late at night, I didn't have time to call the protector, so I drove myself. I had to do a tactical driving on the road getting there. The tracking device is available for this committee to download if you want. With the details of the car, the starting of the engine in Durban and Mhlanga, the switching off the engine at the minister's house at Mpangeni, the starting off the engine in Mpangeni, switching off at Mhlanga. We didn't stop on any toll gates because there's e-tech in that car. So for Kabinde to come here and try and justify that we were going somewhere and we passed at the minister is false. Tracker records would prove that. It's a car that belongs to my wife that I was driving. So it's just an indication that people will fabricate things. So Kabinde said to me, we flew with McBride, landed in Durban, and we drove to Mpangeni to see the minister. The date when they traveled probably was using a state budget. If we go on the records of IP, we should be able to get the records, whether did they travel on that day, what the state paid, the flight bookings. If McBride says he did not fly, we will be able to get evidence. So I'll invite the committee to go and investigate that. It's a record. If the state mandate was used, bookings of flights were done, and if McBride had traveled before that, he must indicate how did he travel. And to throw those records, you'll be able to get the truth.
Thank you, General. Just lastly on that point, is it common for an executive member, like the head of IPED, to visit a home of a complainant in dealing with the matter?
Well, I don't think there's anything prescribed in writing that you may or may not. So I like to believe, as a head of investigation at IPED, you might have all the right to visit the home or visit a complainant in any other place where he wants to meet with the complainant. You might assist with investigation and so forth, I don't know.
Okay. And I think my leader has taken you on this regarding Mlodja, Mr. Sergeant Mlodja, who was here, and Mr. Nangi. I don't intend to take you through that evidence. The only follow-up I have on that is regarding the house, the guest house that belongs to Sergeant Mlodja, which was burnt in Mpumalanga. In relation to that, Mr. Mlodja testified last Friday that police officers from where he lives, I just need to find the exact name, were sent over, and they did find officials who said they were from KZN, even though they don't have the specific names of those officers, but they did confirm that they visited the home. So that's not really in dispute. And I think you also confirmed same that Sinona did tell you that his team went. What is new evidence is that DNA that was done to test the area showed that Mr. Zachariah Desai, who was the individual who was kidnapped, they found DNA, his DNA at the house. But what we also know is that the house was burnt a couple of hours after the police officers had visited. Just if you could perhaps confirm when was this DNA taken, and when were those results submitted, and are we able to find them on a docket or somewhere?
Honourable
members, guide us.
Yeah, Honourable Chair, you see me looking on the phone because I was sending the team the video footage of the house, alleged fire before and after. The times there, but it looks like quite a long video. I'm not sure if they'll be able to play it for you to see. The entire investigation is done by DPCI, not me and not my team. So the feedback and update I receive, I get it from Jairus Nona. So I don't necessarily have much of the details as to what is. My interest is, here's a kidnapped person been found, here's a perpetrator has been found. The details of how they go about, he keeps updating me on some of the things. That's why I cannot tell you, point by point, hour by hour, what was happening throughout. I can only share that which was shared with me. That's what I spoke about it earlier. So in as far as that team going there, what time did they get there? For instance, I didn't know from looking at the video, it looks like they arrived at night. What time did this guy come back into South Africa from Mozambique? And when was the date? I didn't necessarily go into details to check that. But what I know is that they came there, they left, a house burned. When you look at the video, you see police cars, although not clear because it's lights, and from the lights disappears, and later fire comes up, and later the fire subsides and the fire brigade comes in, or a medical response comes in. That's what you can see on the video. If it can be played, you'll be able to see that.
Okay.
But anything else surrounding that house, even the DNA, I was informed that there was a DNA discovered. Whether it's done before or after, I don't know.
Okay.
Which part of the house burned, which one did not burn, where the DNA might have been found, I do not know.
Yeah, to be fair to you, General, you did testify that you were not present at all in Mpumalanga. I suppose the question was because of the evidence you gave that DNA was taken, but you've now confirmed that you received that information from General Sinono.
The investigation team also updated me about it.
Okay. If you could perhaps furnish us with those details. Thank you, General. Maria. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, it's just one or two more questions that we'd like to ask General Mkhwanazi in relation to the third directive of the Minister. So I think General has covered quite a lot, and the intention was to allow the General to respond to each item of the directive. And I think the remaining item is the moratorium on crime intelligence that's also part of the memorandum. And under this particular heading, General, you've mentioned Major General Khan, and my colleague has asked you about your vetting in crime intelligence, and you've mentioned General Khan as a big obstacle, and that past and present divisional commissioners has had a challenge to get their vetting clearances. And I think it begs the question that I first would like to establish, because I think the name keeps coming up, and not much has really been said about him in the ad hoc committee until I think today, really. So if you could maybe just explain to the committee what the relationship, or what General Khan's role is, first of all, in crime intelligence, and then maybe also the relationship, because I think in the memorandum what is suggested that there is a relationship that General Khan has with politicians and members of parliament. If you could also maybe just speak to that.
I said when I started earlier, honorable members, that some of our politicians, yourselves as leaders of society, you get thrown into the wrong that we do. And you get trapped into that. And you end up siding with them when they do wrong. Crime intelligence has always had this type of people that are evil, that do wrong, but they make use of the people in high position, in powerful position, to manipulate. I cite General Khan here for few reasons. One of them is that, and this is something that comes from his own mouth to me at times. Maybe before that, we have seen an amendment of regulations in the South African Police Service over time. Police regulations, employment to be specific, and ranks. To the extent that the ministers in the past changed these regulations because they were influenced by certain things. Minister Mkhwanazi, the late, went against the Constitution of the Republic, where the Constitution says there shall be commissioners in the police. By Minister Mkhwanazi at the time, introduced the rank titles of generals. We are generals today. But the Constitution doesn't call us generals, it calls us commissioners. Regulations were amended, that violates the law. That is but one example. Other ministers came after that. We know of how Minister Mkhwanazi benefited the wall that was built in his house by crime intelligence. We know the former president with a swimming pool in his house, justified by crime intelligence that it is a fire pool, amongst others. We know of the new regulations that have been published by the former Minister Mbalula, where he then says, I'm taking these powers away from the act that says the National Commissioner must appoint. But the minister says you shall not appoint on senior management not unless you consult me. That's what Mr. Mkhwanazi used to freeze this post. It's a regulation against the act. It's the powers that the minister granted themselves that do not belong to them. Because the act does not give them those powers, but they took them through the regulations. Minister Mbalula, when he first changed these regulations, he was responding to what he deemed as an abuse that was happening in the police. We had a Lieutenant General Motiba that was acting. A person who joined the service in 1991, Major General Khan, was promoted overnight to become, from a colonel, to become a major general without advertising a position, and he skipped the rank of a brigadier. There was no justification for that. So, but Motiba felt he must promote him from this rank to this rank. And Khan became a general. We are calling him general today because of that. But
sorry, Chair, if I may, apologies for interrupting you, General. May I ask just a quick question for clarity, Chair?
Yeah, I think I'll allow him to conclude the response, and you will come up, because she just asked a very short question.
100%.
Yeah.
So Major General Khan get promoted by General Motiba at the time, obviously with the support of the HR. But then I think the minister was upset about that. It looks like there were some things that intelligence were doing that might have been used as a reward to Khan, which the minister was opposed to. Then the minister, through Secretariat, decided to change the regulations. And from that time, we had to then go via the minister for us to fill the vacancies. Again, changes because of Khan. He had worked in different areas until this PSS division was started and he became part of it. It is there where he became closer to politicians. I'm sure majority of the people that are in the building, let me not say the African National Congress, honorable members, but the people that are within that building of the headquarters of the ANC knows Khan very well because he brags about it. He moves up and down that building. Members of EFF will come and say they know Khan very well because he's very tight with the lead of EFF. So Khan is this person who has played politics to get his way. And that's a danger that Khan brings into the picture. I said he's in charge of counterintelligence in the police. He was in charge of the vetting section where all the profiles of everyone sits. So he's a person who's been that powerful. So Khan started fighting with Khumalo, and he will come to me and complain about Khumalo. I will ask Khumalo. Khumalo will simply say, Khan's appointment is this post, which is support. The only thing I'm asking him to do is to go back to his post. He doesn't want to, because Gerald Jacobs had moved him, or before that, he had moved him away from there to counterintelligence. Counterintelligence is where activities are happening. And he wants to stay there, because that's where the investigation of these hijacking, kidnappings, drugs are happening. So he wants to be there. But the fight with Khumalo is only about the position. That he doesn't want to be here, he wants to be there. So Khan remains a person that causes a lot of issues to date at crime intelligence. In the past, it was not him. There were many others. But at this present moment, it is him, the key player. And we believe it is Khan that influenced IDEC to behave in the manner they behave. Yes, others might have come in. For your information, at one stage, Khan, if I'm not mistaken, no, not Khan, someone presented here that Atis Mokhotsi, who said, I had myself and Gerald Clele facilitated a tender for one company in KZN to be issued tender, and that is Magma Security. That's when I realized, after reading that, and I said, okay, now it's clear. Mokhotsi is just an information peddler. He gets told by Kat about our meeting, but he thinks the meeting is in the Provincial Commissioner's house. He doesn't know where the meeting is. He claimed to have been following Nhlanhla for that. He hears things about this, he claims it's his. He hears things about Thabo Bester, for instance. He claimed he was part of the Thabo Bester. So he claims a lot of things, Mokhotsi. One of the things he claims is this one of Magma Security. Then when I saw that, beside me having received WhatsApp messages from Mokhotsi on discussions of crime intelligence, that only person within crime intelligence can share that, Mokhotsi writing to me and say, Khan is going to update me. It became clear that Khan is a big player in crime intelligence. Now I know him and the Inspector General are very tight. Now come Khan here, I was talking about the issue of Magma Security as an example. I'm going to wrap up quickly. When I arrived in KZN to come and act in 2018, I did not know Magma Security. Khan introduced me to Magma Security. And when I met with Magma Security, and he was breaking about what they're doing, that they are helping with CIT cases and many other cases in the country. And I happened to see ex-police officers that are now working for this Magma Security. And when I arrived there, Places Layer was in the news, a lot of murders. Magma Security showed me the whole chart of the syndicate that's operating in Places Layer. We're able to deal with those criminals thanks to that Magma Security. So I built a relationship with that Magma Security from that day. Now, Khan knows their capabilities. He knows what they're capable of doing. So he, I believe, thinks that a lot of things maybe that are happening are assisted by Magma Security. They are a good team. I must say, sometimes they provide information more than what I get from intelligence. And being a private sector. It is Khan that is introducing. So in intelligence and almost everything happening in their intelligence, Khan is in a center. So I was trying to indicate that regulations are changed, it's Khan. The Member of Parliament, Mr. Adams, runs around all these other places to open cases. He said to you here, he decided to go to Soweto.
Of the alleged criminal cartel. Now, excuse me, early on, Fani Nkosi made the point telling the Commission that businessman and taxi boss Behelo Mtakati had access to crucial CCTV footage of the murder scene just 4 days after that deadly shooting of April the 17th, 2024. Let's get right up to date with the proceedings at the Madlanga Commission.
You are listening.
That's correct.
And do you just keep the money in cash until your brother asks for it? You don't deposit it into his account?
No, I keep it cash sometimes.
Do you know your brother's account?
I don't know it by head, but I know that it's got ABSA and FNB.
But presumably you've made payments to your brother's accounts before. You have the I mean, I'm not asking you to recite the bank account details, but you have access to the bank account details so that if you want to transfer money to your brother, you know you can do that.
That's correct.
Can I take you to page 402? Sorry, it's 402 of file 2. Two of 4.
Where?
402.
Sorry, I'm struggling to get the full 2 on each file.
File 2 of 4.
Pascalson, it's 4 of 4.
4 of 4. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. 4 of 4. I'm sorry. I've directed you to the wrong file. 402. Of file 4 of file number 4. At page 402.
Is that the bank statement? Yes.
It's the bank statement file. It's displayed just up on the screen if it would be more convenient to look at it that way. Do you have it?
That's correct.
If you go to the 4th transaction from the bottom of the page, you'll see that on the 3rd of May 2024, there was a 12,500 rands payment to you with the reference First Rand Mampani.
Yes, I see that.
What was that payment for? Well, let me ask first, is that a payment by Mr. Mampani?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was he paying you for?
I can't remember, Commissioners.
I've tried to see if there are any payments coming out of your account. Well, if the payments coming out of your account could be payments to your brother in an amount of 12,500, but there's nothing that adds up to 12,500 after that. So can we assume that this was not a payment for your brother's security services? Can we assume it was not a payment for your brother's security services?
No.
No, we can't. It wasn't, or it was?
It was.
It was?
Yes.
So where did you transfer this money to your brother?
I did not transfer it.
So how did you pay your brother back?
There are possibilities that I might have had.
What are the possibilities?
I might have had cash from me.
12,500 rands of your own cash.
Can maybe I answer that? It might show that I might have not taken out the 12,000 for my brother, but I just assume that at that particular time I might have had cash in my possession.
Are you often in possession of 12,500 rands or more in cash that is your own cash?
That's correct.
Where do you get this cash from?
I get it from my side hustles on weekends.
Sorry, you get it?
From the side hustles. Side hustles.
And who pays you this cash?
The people at the time that I provide my services. It might be a metric tons bike event where maybe they will want as a tombstone, they want bike entertainment. Sometimes I do team buildings.
So you have a business on the side that involves bike entertainment, team building, and which is essentially a cash business.
It's not a business per se, it's a side hustle.
Well, not a formal business, but you make money from these team building and cycle entertainment services that you provide to people.
And boat ride, yes.
Do you and your brother keep any system of accounts in relation to these monies that get paid to you for your brother's purposes?
Can you repeat that?
So your brother has a business, a security business.
Yes.
I've seen evidence that that business does fairly substantial turnover. It's not, I mean, it's a business that I would imagine does a turnover that runs into millions of rands, not sort of thousands of rands. Is that a fair assessment?
That's correct.
Now, I presume it's got a proper set of accounts for the business.
That's correct.
So how are these sorts of transactions where cash just gets paid to you to hold for your brother, how are they reflected in your brother's accounts? Do you get given receipts when you pay over 12,500 rands to your brother?
No.
Is there any accounting record of the 12,500 rand payment that you might make to your brother?
No.
And as between you and your brother, how do you keep track of all of this?
Maybe he does record them somewhere, but I'm not aware of. But based on our communication, that is our record.
So, but you have no record of any of that?
Like if it is paid, let's say on Thursday, I meet him next week Monday, I'll tell him where does it come from.
Yes, but we've seen in relation to the sale of a truck that you had 385,000 rands of your brother's money for months. So it's not always Thursday to Monday, it's sometimes months at a time. Is that not true?
Can you repeat that?
You recall that there was cash found in your safe. I don't want to deal with that in any detail now, which you say was not your money, 385,000, I think. It wasn't your money, it was your brother's money, cash.
That's correct.
And your version was that that cash had been in your in your safe for months. Is that not correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay, well, let's not go there now. I intend to go there in some detail later. How long did you hold that money in your safe for your brother?
2 or 3 days.
Only 2 or 3 days?
Yes.
And the longest you hold cash for your brother?
It depends.
You see, I just don't understand this arrangement. I mean, if your brother comes up to you and says, give me the 13,000 rands that you owe me, or give me the 8,000 rands that you owe me, how do you keep track of what you actually owe your brother if you don't have any records of it?
I keep it in my head.
So you just remember you've got a running total of what you owe your brother, or your brother owes you, sorry, you owe your brother at any given moment. And let's move to something else involving Mr. Mampani. Can you go to page 932?
On which file?
Of the last file, file 3 of the new files. 932. There you'll see that on the 30th of April last year, at 11:56, you sent Mr. Mampani a long list, pages that go on, I think that, a list that goes on for, I think, 15 pages. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
What was that list? Do you recall what that list was? I mean, do you want me to show you the list, or do you recall immediately what it was?
Maybe you can show me once and then.
So if we go to page 980, you'll see the list.
Okay, now I recall.
So what it is it's a list of bidders for a Tshwane Municipal Police Department tender 3 of 2004.
That's correct.
And it has not only the bidders, but also their prices. And it's a list of hundreds of bidders who have bid for this contract with all of their prices. You see that?
That's correct.
Why did you send this list to Mr. Mampani?
Because he also, okay, it was the list of the people who applied there. I sent it to him after it was a public document, because of once it is captured, then it becomes a public document. So I sent it to Mr. Mampane because of he already knew that there was this thing that was coming and so on.
Sorry, I mean, there's a lot that I'd like to follow up on there, but my question is, why did you send it to Mr. Mampani? We'll get to where you got it from, whether it was a public document later, but why did you send it to Why did you send it to Mr. Mampani? I think my microphone was off.
Because he had applied for that tender.
Through which company?
I don't know.
I think you do.
Why do you say that?
Because I think you know that you saw most of the documents inside the tender process before the tender was awarded. You deny that you saw documents from inside the tender process before the tender was awarded. I need a yes or a no there.
No.
No, you say. We'll get there probably only tomorrow. But let's take a look at that list back at page 980. The sixth name on that list is El Shaddai Security Services.
900 and what?
980.
On the same document.
Same document, yes, 980. If you look, each bidder has a number. Number 6 is El Shaddai.
Okay.
What do you know about El Shaddai?
I don't know anything.
I think that's not true. You stand by that answer. What do you know about El Shaddai?
I don't know anything.
Is it not true that El Shaddai and Ngepeshaya were the two bidders who you, Mr. Mnisi, and the deputy head of the TMPD, Mr. Dlamini, who's described as general undercover in your chats, weren't those the two bidders that you decided were going to win this tender?
What's the second name in addition to El Shaddai, Mr. Chancellor?
Ngepeshaya, his brother's company, Sergeant Nkosi's brother's company.
Okay. Your answer, Sergeant Nkosi?
No, that's not true.
It's not true.
Yes.
It's not true.
It's not true.
Did you have any communications with Mr. Mnisi and undercover General Dlamini in relation to Ngepeshaya and El Shaddai?
Not Al Shaddai, but Ngapeshaya.
So you say you spoke about Ngapeshaya, but not about El Shaddai.
That's correct.
Also, the name is Ngapeshaya.
Ngapeshaya. And at no stage you suggested that El Shaddai should also get the contract.
Your
answer?
Oh, sorry. Yes, Mr. Chancellor.
Bear with me. I wasn't planning to get there today, but I was planning to get there tomorrow. Give me a minute. I'll show you where you spoke to them.
Do you want to say something?
You may want to reconsider your answer before I get there.
Yeah, no, I think you may get there, but I'm pressed a bit.
I'll get there quickly. Go to page 148.
Listen, through your commission. I've been holding it for some time.
You're a young man. You can't be pressed this many times.
No, you know why? It's this medication. I drink more water. Then they cost me to. I'm sorry, commissioners, about that.
Let's adjourn.
I'm sorry.
What they call corruption within the CAF bodies around this kind of a decision. Now this goes also to the matter of that has been there, but no one really coming out to put it on how CAF is in control of CAF. In fact, of how Morocco is in control of CAF.
Yeah.
And by this saying, we're not saying they are controlling the CAF president, but they are controlling some structures within CAF, and you cannot roll this out.
A lot of serious big allegations against a number of people who are presiding actually over a number of institutions of government. So I would suggest, Chair, that we first seek for a confirmatory affidavit from this prime person, and two, we request the National Commissioner of Correctional Services to confirm in detail to us if the people who would have been in at Hosimaburu Correctional Center who requested to see Mr. Prem in relation to this matter? Do they have in their record any form of visit to Mr. Nhlanhla on the 9th or 10th of September 2025? Because the allegation contained is that it's the lawyers of the minister who went and to see Mr. Nhlanhla in a way of trying to do some affidavit. I'm sure the affidavit was meant to, for the appearance, according to the allegation, was meant for the appearance of Mr. Nhlanhla before the committee. So I think, Chair, from where I'm seated, was he himself will find it difficult to confirm some of the contents in respect of that affidavit. Moving forward, Chair, I want us to go back, General, to the Mlotshwa issue. The evidence leader did ask some of the questions.
Before you go ahead, must just concretize this and make sure or ascertain that the request that you place on record here has been captured by the Secretariat. Because I did. When I when you were still out,
asking themselves, what does he think about these decisions? As much as he's not involved, he has said that he's not involved in the different decisions that they're making.
Yeah, so I mean, I pick up what Velile is saying, and I think he's right. One has to be very careful about pointing fingers at, like it's much.
One of three. If you go to page 1 of that file, file 1 of 3. It's
file 1.
Yes.
And that's page 148. Is that page 1?
We'll start on page 1 because I need to explain what the times mean. Actually, let's go to 148. I'll ask Ms. Poye just to display page 1 because I can make my point that way. You don't need to see it. Or you don't need to see it in front of you. So if you can go to 148 in the meantime. So you'll see that this chat report has a case time zone that says UTC, and UTC is Greenwich Mean Time. So when you see a time anywhere in this chat, you need to add 2 hours to that time to turn it into South African time. So if one looks at the first chat, it says it was at 2:44 p.m. In actual fact, in South African time, it was at 4:47 p.m. So when we're looking at chats together with other chats, on this printout, you need to add 2 hours. If we go then to page 148. And you'll see that on the 11th of March, on the report time 121, which was 3:21 p.m., so it says 1:21 p.m., you say, and this is a message from you to Mr. Mnisi. Afternoon, my brother. I trust you are well and your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. The two vehicles for land are Ngapeshia Security Services, El Shaddai Security Services. Have a blessed Sunday and lots of love. You remember sending that message?
That's correct.
So what are you saying to Mr. Mnisi in this message?
Okay, maybe to take the Commission a bit back, because from Mr. Chatlison's previous statement that myself and Mr. General Lamini, undercover, and Mr. Mnisi, right, Mr. Charlton?
Please speak up, Sergeant Kosi.
Oh. Maybe to take the Commission a bit back to explain how did it come to be on these charts. There is, according to Mr. Chatlison, that there is General Lamini and the CFO of Mpumalanga. Now, I want to come to the time where this thing arose about. I approached General Lamini, who is a father figure to me, but even though I saved him as a general, but I was once stayed at his place as a young man when I was growing up. So as a result, it happened that when my brother started to register the company, I approached him and say, can you intervene? There is a bit that was advertised at Tshwane. Can't you help my brother? His response was, it will be a contradiction of his work. He can't get directly or indirectly involved. He would then refer me or my brother, not exactly me, but my brother, to someone who is a document expert when it comes to tenders. I referred my brother there. I gave him the numbers of that particular person that was mentioned to me by the general. Then, as a result, my brother and that particular person whom was attached to him, they started to communicate about the said documents and project. So now, as a result, then the general came back to me. Before he came back to me, there is now a city of Tshwane that now is currently the one that Mr. Curtin alleging that we arranged before the bid was even closed. There is Mr. Mnisi, who doesn't even sit on that tender, who does not even influence that tender, who is my friend. Then it happened that after my brother and that person was referred to as Nico, agreed or finalized their document. He sent them to me. He said, show it to the CFO that indeed this are the requirements. These are the companies that they've got a relevant requirement. So this chart, it emanates from there.
Sorry, are you saying that General Dlamini had nothing to do with this?
No, he had nothing to do with it.
You see, that's also false. Because if you go to 512 of the same file, sorry, of file 2. Five, 1, 2. Do you have it?
That's correct.
You'll see that that text that I read out to you for the first time that you sent to Mr. Mnisi was actually a text that you forwarded to Mr. Mnisi from General Dlamini himself. On the 9th of March, 2 days before you forwarded to Mr. Mnisi, he sends you that message. Afternoon, my brother. I trust you are well and your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. The 2 vehicles for land are Ngapeshia and El Shaddai. Have a blessed Sunday and lots of love. So he sends you that message. You then forward it on to Mr. Mnisi. But in fact, his involvement goes much further than that. If you go down 2 chats, to chat number 3, he then sends you a list of 7 companies. And underneath that, and this is now on the 11th of March, underneath that he explains what this list is. Afternoon, Captain. I trust you are well and your family. The above is from the Red Berets. Please check with Mfowethu. And Mfowethu is Mr. Mnisi, is it not? You're nodding your head. That's a yes.
Yes, yes.
Please check with Mfowethu, Mr. Mnisi, if it's the same with his from CIC, brackets Juju, to verify the authenticity. So he is saying he initially gave you 2 vehicles for land, 2 companies. And then he had a conversation with people purporting to represent the EFF. They gave him a list of 7 more companies who were supposed to get this tender. And he says, please ask Mr. Mnisi to check with Mr. Malema to see if those 7 companies are the correct companies that EFF wants to get this tender. Is that not what's going on?
Where is Mr. Malema appearing?
I think CIC Juju means Mr. Malema. Is that not right? No. Who is CIC Juju of the Red Berets?
Okay. I think in this matter, the general was sending me this message to send it to the CFO so that he must verify, because of there was a name dropping about this kind of project, so that he must verify that indeed this company belonged to the CIC. Juju.
Now, I'm not suggesting that the companies belong to Mr. Malema, and I don't think the message conveys that at all. What the message conveys is that the EFF have put forward a list of 7 companies to get this tender, to General Dlamini, and he wants Mr. Mnisi to check that the people who claim to represent the EFF, who've given him those 7 companies, do in fact represent the EFF. And how he suggests Mr. Mnisi should check that is by contacting Mr. Malema.
Mr. Skelson, maybe to be fair, a reference to the EFF, you glean that from Red Berets in that chat.
Indeed. Is Red Berets not a reference to the EFF?
In fact, Mr. Chaskalson, that text, as I understand it, or the way I read it, it requires the CFO to verify that this list is the same as his, that is the CFOs from the CIC Juju.
That is how I read it as well. Is that how you read it at the time, Sergeant?
Yes.
What you then did is you forwarded those 2 messages to the CFO. That we see at page 148. So at the foot of 148, it's in file 1, not file 2. You see that on the 11th of March, you forwarded first at 3:21, which is recorded as 1:21. At 1:21:43.266, or you forwarded everything at once, actually. The second of those 3 messages is the list of 7 companies that Undercover General Dlamini had given to you as coming from the Red Berets. And immediately below that, you forwarded his message to you, which says, "Afternoon, Captain. I trust you are well and your family. The above is from the Red Berets. Please check with Mfowethu if it's the same with his, from CIC (Juju) to verify authenticity." So you've now forwarded those 2 messages to the CFO. What then happens is about a week later, at the foot of page 152, you send a message to the CFO. That's on the 18th of March. And in your message to the CFO, you stand firm. It says, Ngapeshia Security Services and El Shaddai Security Services. So you are saying only 2 and these 2. Is that not correct? I saw you nod again. For the record, we need you to say yes.
Can you repeat that so that I must respond correctly?
As I understand this message that you sent on the 18th of March at the foot of page 152, you are standing firm on your initial position, which is that it is only those 2 companies, your brother's company and El Shaddai Security Services, that should get this tender.
I deny that.
You deny that. What was the purpose of sending, what did you mean by sending to the CFO on the 18th of March a message that just said Ngapeshia Security Services and El Shaddai Security Services?
Okay. My understanding of what really transpired is after I gave my brother, the one was supposed to help them with the document about this tender, right? I believe now the same person that helped my brother to be compliant with all of his document he was also doing the El Shaddai's document. So as a result, when it was done, my general sent it to me to send to CFO to verify if indeed those companies were compliant. That was according to my understanding.
Well, we'll come back to that tomorrow, because I think you know that certainly your brother's company was nowhere near compliant. It had at least 6 different manifestly non-compliant features, all of which were pointed out to you by the CFO, I think, or possibly by General Dlamini, and they were only pointed out after this message was sent. Do you admit that?
That's not true.
Well, we'll get there tomorrow. But for now, what I want to take you to is the CFO's response to your message. That's at page 154.
I think maybe Ms. Cheskalson, to be fair, in 152, before he gives Ngapeshea and Al Shaddai, CFO had said about 4. Just 3 chats from the bottom. And then his response then follows that call.
I think that, say, about 4 actually refers to when the CFO is going. So if you look at the preceding chat, Mfowethu, I'll go just now, say about 4. Okay. And it's sent at, remember the 137 actually means 337 and 141 means 341.
Thank you.
So at the top of 144, the CFO writes to you, 154, the first message on 154, on the 21st of March, on Sharpeville Day, the CFO writes to you saying, "Good morning. I had a meeting with Action SA and EFF yesterday. Telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me." What was he saying there?
I can't really remember or recall, but...
Well, let me suggest to you what it looks like to me. You recall how this all started. General Dlamini gives you 2 companies who are the chosen vehicles for this tender. You forward that to the CFO. General Dlamini then gives you 7 other companies that he says are what the Red Berets want for this tender, and he says, ask the CFO to check out with CIC Juju if this list is correct. You then send a message which goes back to the original 2, Ngapeshea, which is your brother's company, and El Shaddai. The CFO then says to you, a few days later, I had a meeting with Action SA and EFF yesterday, telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me. So what he's saying is, there were 2. We got a list from EFF saying add another 7. We came back and said 2. I met with EFF and Action SA. They said 5, and that was an insult. Is that not what's going on?
Oh.
What is going on? I mean, these are your messages.
Your voice has suddenly gone down.
No, it's not that maybe my voice has gone down because I'm frustrated by the questions. My voice has gone down because my mind is blocked. I'm tired, Commissioners. I'm tired.
Chair, we have a long way to go on this topic tomorrow. So can I suggest it's after 4 we should take the break?
Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
There's a case of, I'm told, a hit squad or something like that that happened in KZN in 2013 that I'm implicated in. I've never worked in KZN in 2013.
The MK party says Dr. John Hlophe has been reinstated as its first deputy president and parliamentary leader with immediate effect. He was suspended last year for making unilateral changes to the caucus.
Service again is that the Police Act gives the powers to the National Commission to organize the service, not the minister. So for the minister coming here and say he was part of the structural thing, he gives himself powers that he doesn't have. So the discussion they were having, I was not part of. And I'm sure all the provincial commissioners that are there in terms of the constitution, they were not invited to be part of it. The only engagement we've ever had regarding the new structure, which the minister was referring to, is when we invited in Pretoria the Board of Commissioners. The person who was presiding over the meeting was Gerald Musikidi, if I'm not mistaken, and Witsibi are sitting on the high table. The rest of us were in that conference. What was presented in that meeting was the new structure. A new structure that my comment was, we cannot just keep on restructuring without applying our minds. You create a division because you want to please someone. A lieutenant general, you're going to pay 2 million rand salary plus the vehicles that you must have, plus the staff in the office. The cost of one lieutenant general, it's a lot of money. So you can't keep on creating structures, blocks that are not well informed. So that was engagement. I'm sure you can find minutes of that. That is the only time where we engage on the structure. But we said, in any way, we are talking about the structure. The only National Commission has the powers. The structure presented to us is already signed. So we are just discussing after the fact. We can't do anything about it. So what led into that structure being the blocks is put and the National Commission signing was preceded by a meeting with the minister, we were not part of it, at least provincial commissioners. I can speak on their behalf.
Okay. Now, the evidence leader asked you about a funeral of Mandla, whom you regarded as your friend and a brother. Were you very close to Mr. Mandla Mahlangu?
I was not very close to Mandla Mahlangu, but I was close to his brother, his elder brother. I happened then to get to know Mandla, but to the extent that we can say we're close, not much.
Were you the first
for a typical example, when I go to a soccer stadium, I'll go with his brother, not him.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's not a person that I was having that relationship, but I knew him because of his brother.
Were you the first one or amongst the first people who arrived at the crime scene when he was shot dead?
I will not remember exactly who was there, but to the extent that the brother called me to go to the crime scene, so someone might have witnessed the murder and contacted the brother, and for me to travel from Montana to get to that plot, surely there might have been people in there. I cannot remember because it's not what is in my head, but definitely there will have been people in there. But who it was, what I know, his brother was not there because he's the one who asked me to come clean early.
But do you understand this insinuation in that statement, without having been expressly said, is that it may happen that you would have known about that prior it happened, hence you were amongst the first people, if not the first person to arrive at the crime scene. And it goes further when it is testified by Mr. McBride that time Mkhwanazi was even in HR. So an insinuation that people who would have been expected to arrive earlier are the police officers on duty in preventing crime. So do you understand that kind of insinuation?
Definitely, I do understand. I think that's why I kept on saying, honorable members, that I think that case needs to be started afresh. There are things that are not being brought into the open about that case. I don't believe that everything that was done to close that case was justified. That case might need to be reopened. Some things that are hidden in that docket. I'm grateful for the fact that, as we say, I was at HR and other places, minding my business in Montana. The person that mobilized me to get there is a brother. Had he not called me and given me the location, I would not have gone there. Even his house, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, where eventually I ended up, was his brother that took me to the house. Because otherwise I did not know. I was always meeting him at the brother's house in Central. That's where I was always meeting him, not where Mandla's house was. So Mr. McBride making an insinuation that goes all the way to me not attending the funeral. At least from my side, the brother knows everything, and he was there and he saw me, not even me alone, with my wife there. So that's the advantage that at least I have. So for the fact that he's making those statements, it makes me suspect that perhaps Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi's murder might involve people that he was close to.
Another insinuation in respect to Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi's murder is that Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi deposed an affidavit to IPID that implicates you of having a hand in trying to sabotage the case against General Phahlan. And he was later, after that, killed. Another insinuation in this assertion, which was also said by Mr. McBride, is that there would have been a dialectical relationship between the deposed, the deponent, or the statement deposed to IPID against you and the murder of Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. Do you understand that insinuation as well?
I do very well.
What is your take on it?
Oh, the question is, why to date Mkhwanazi has never even at least been brought to be questioned about that by a person who claims to have led the investigation and is still part of the security cluster. Why to date he has never been caught? So for what he's saying, if there was a statement, might have been fabricated. If there is a statement, perhaps there's not even a statement for that matter. But it doesn't surprise me because when I get the information now about why Crime Intelligence is not finalizing my security clearance, one of the things I mentioned in that reason is that there is a case docket open in Pretoria against Phahlan and his wife and someone else, where I'm implicated in it. It is that docket that makes Crime Intelligence not to issue me with the security clearance. That is many years back. To date, nobody has ever come to me to ask me questions. So it might have been maybe the case does exist, maybe there was a statement in there that was fabricated, but I've never been involved with anything on Phahlan. Phahlan was the acting National Commission at the time. He became my boss. But other than that, we will only meet at the gym in Montana. That's all I knew about him. No other relationship.
Lastly, did you submit the video or the record of your meeting with Mr. Madlala and General Sanona to the evidence leaders?
No, I did not.
Can you please assist us with that?
I will have to speak to the investigation team because when we conducted that, it was part of the criminal investigations that we're busy with.
Okay, noted. Thank you. Chair, thank you very much. I will allow my colleagues to pursue where I might have left. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See, I'm disciplined.
You have used extra 5 minutes. Kuse, do you want to come now or later?
No, I'm deploying the Secretary General of Controversies party.
Okay. Honorable Nomvalo.
No, I accept the deployment. I'm accepting.
The new Secretary General from the box.
Yes, Chair.
Remember, now when you speak, you no longer speak as an ordinary honorable member.
Chair, no. Don't do that to me, please.
You speak as
Don't do that,
you speak as leadership. And what we want to see from you is the leadership acumen.
No. Don't patronize me, Chair. Good afternoon, General. Maybe let me, before I go further with my questions, do what my colleague here has been doing since we started, Honorable Sols. When we had an altercation with him, I accused him of doing motivations and reading scriptures for witnesses instead of asking them questions. But today I think I must do what he did or what he has been doing. I think, General, for the bravery that you displayed on the 6th of July last year, you deserve to be commended. I know many people want to accuse us of favoritism. You are a police officer. You are not a prosecutor. You are not a lawyer. I mean, you are not a lawyer. You are not a magistrate. You are not a judge. A constitutional and a statutory obligation of a police officer is to investigate and arrest based on prima facie evidence. In this country, we have prosecutors who have taken dockets on the basis that they have prospects of success. And when those dockets go to court and get withdrawn, and some don't make it in court because some cases get dismissed and so on, that does not mean that they do not know their job. So, your job as compared to a job of a prosecutor and a judge is very minimal. So you must never be demoralized when people accuse you for what you did on the basis that we have not been able, as this committee, to prove some of the things further. You did what you were supposed to do as a police officer, and subsequently, because of what you did, some explosive revelations have been made here before this committee. If it was not for what you did, the country would have not known the deep-seated rot in our justice cluster. Our country would have not known that Begicele, because it's an allegation that has not been challenged, received an amount of 500,000 from Nhlanhla. Since that allegation was made, Begicele has never contested it. So it remains the only version that is at our disposal. If it was not for the bravery that you expressed, we would have not known the deep-seated rot and the shenanigans that are finding expression in IPIT, because the overwhelming evidence presented here shows that IPIT, to a greater extent, has been captured and has been criminalized. We would have not known the shenanigans that are happening at IDEC. We would have not known the extent at which the relationship between Mkhwanazi and Nhlanhla, the extent at which their relationship impacted with the running of SAPS. So I'm saying for all those things because we shouldn't behave like here you have a responsibility of being a police, a prosecutor, and a judge at the same time. You are a police officer. And on top of that, you are a human being. So if there are mistakes that you made during your press briefing, that cannot be used to characterize you as a dishonest person. That cannot be used to characterize you as a person who lacks credibility. You did what many people have been wanting to do, but because of fear for their jobs and for their lives, have not done. So this country must commend you for that. because this country, or the justice cluster and the security cluster in particular, is highly compromised. And that has been expressed as evidence before this committee. So you must go to your home from this parliament, you must go to your family, knowing that you did the best for this country by what you did on the 6th of July. Thank you, sir. So I thought it's important, General, and I'm saying this without any fear of contradiction. Many things have been exposed here. All those things were not going to be exposed had you not taken upon your shoulders to go to the media briefing on the 6th of July, 2025. But I think when I ask you questions, I must start here, General. I know some people might think that by asking this question, I'm going beyond the confines of the terms of reference. I'm not, because within the terms of reference, there is a term of reference which says we must investigate the alleged infiltration and abuse of SAPS. I'm not quoting it verbatim, but it is within that context. Now, the question I want to ask you about is a question about a man, a businessman in KZN, a man called Kelvin Matibeli, who made serious allegations about you. I know that you took the matter to court, but I think the matter did not deal, the court did not deal with the merits. It only dealt with your application to interdict. So all the merits that, and the allegations that he raised when he spoke about you were not dealt with. And therefore, they have not been tested by any court of law, and they are not under any judicial scrutiny. So the allegations that he made, I think you know all of them, General, but I will summarize them. He says, you are working for business bosses. He further says, you are using the police to settle scores, and the police are doing dirty work. They target KZN police. They target certain individuals, and they pretend to be conducting investigations with an intention of killing those individuals. What is your reaction to that? How is your reaction? How do you react to that?
Honorable Member, Mr. Matibedi, I did not know him. He believed one of the business people in KZN like many others. But where I become aware is when I'm told about the things that the man is writing on Facebook, comments he makes about me as a person. But what is interesting on that is that he even includes the issues of Minister Mkhwanazi and what we are discussing here. And when I inquired more, then I established that he's a person who's very close to the minister. So he made a lot of false allegations, and allegations of things that are coming from the media, amongst others. It's a given. There are people that are loyal to Mr. Mkhwanazi. The press briefing was in no way to make Minister Mkhwanazi as an evil, but it was a person that was an obstacle for the administration of justice, and we had to come out with that and make it clear. But the people that support him, like Matibedi, came out strongly and started throwing accusation around. So it's for that reason that I took it out of my own to challenge him. And he made use of the media, amongst others, to make those stories. Again, as I said about Minister Mkhwanazi, he's a person that's been fed the wrong information. The least the man can do is to stand up and say, I was told by so-and-so this information about you. Because me and him never met, but now I know his face, and I hope we'll meet very soon. We're in court now. And that was the first matter in court. We are following on that because they've not honored that court order. So we are continuing with the court process on it. Obviously, there are many other actions that are going to follow thereafter. Thanks to him for having come up and started making that noise, that we started getting to know a lot of things about him from his staff that have brought to our attention. That's why there was a search in his properties in different provinces, because his staff are starting to share some irregularities that are happening in his space. Not because we wanted to do that. It is because of what he exposed himself, being influenced by the people that influenced him. The allegations that he made that involved taxi people, I would be happy if you were to mention which taxi person or company or family is talking about. But to my conclusion from after investigated about who is he associated to, because I did not know he's in a taxi as well. I thought he's just a businessman that run tenders. Later I learned that dog is in the taxi environment. In actual fact, the police arrested some of his security guards. I think about 2 of them, if I'm mistaken. But when they were arrested, those security guards were protecting one taxi boss in KZN from Inanda Taxi Association. He's a chairperson there. His surname is Getsemane. When that Getsemane was arrested after invasion of a site, a mine in KZN, the police responded. They were arrested. They were detained. His guards, his Matibeti's guards, were amongst the people that were arrested. So that what triggered Getsemane to start accusing the police on a lot of things. But I learned later that Getsemane has issues with other families in the taxi business in KZN, which is historically between them that dates back to, 2013, somewhere about. So I then believe that that means Motipedi being very close to Getsemane, maybe because Getsemane has issues with another family. It perhaps Motipedi assume that I'm associated with the enemies of Getsemane. So that's my conclusion. But other than that, I have no issues. All the taxi people I engage with, I was there last weekend, Saturday, with another taxi companies before coming down here. I'm not associated with any of them. So whatever he made out there is not the truth.
Yeah, maybe I should have declared that I also know Mr. Kelvin Matibele from when I was a member of the ANC. So we used to be very close when I was still in the ANC. I think it's important that I declare that, but that is not my interest. My interest here is finding the truth. And I want to establish the basis for his allegations. Because he says, General, at some point the police, I don't know whether it was the PKTT or the NIU, raided his house. They wanted to arrest him without a warrant, or with a fake warrant. And he established later that the warrant was fake, was not authentic. Do you know that story?
Yeah, no, I do. Perhaps let me, honorable member, from my assessment of Mr. Matibedi, and I believe that that's what I'm saying. If we're to sit with me here, and he be honest, that he comes and blames me about things without even having engaged me in the past. Someone fed him that information. That's why he went out public to do that. Mr. Matibedi, when his 2 guards are arrested, it is because Mr. Getsemane had engaged with a chief in KZN. That's why the chiefs sometimes get killed themselves, because they become part of these tenders and conflict within the business people. The chief has shares in a mine, but the chief authorizes Mr. Getsemane in exchange of a Toyota Fortuner car that is given to the chief. The chief gives Getsemane the right to take over the mine. He's a shareholder. He's not owning the mine. 10%, I'm told, that is controlling in that mine. But this Getsemane goes to the mine accompanied by guards. In this mine, he's not a wanted, he's trespassing. So he enters the mine and he says to them, I'm here to take over, I'm in charge of the mine. It's a quarry. Now, the people that are managing, one of the directors managing this mine, is contacted by the officials there. And these officials contact him and say, hey, these people are coming here, they are carrying guns, and they are coming to take over the mine. This person then mobilizes the police. Not Mkhwanazi, he phones the police. Police arrives, they arrest these people for trespassing. Matibeti's guards are there. That's where the first grudge with the police comes from. Fast forward, an incident happened in December last year, allegedly, I'm told. An individual made contact with a senior police officer, a detective in KZN, and says, I am Colonel so-and-so from the Hawks in Gauteng. I'm investigating a case against Matibeti and I've got a warrant of arrest on Matibeti. Can you please help me secure this man while we are traveling down to Durban to come and take him? The police officer says, send me that warrant. And the warrant is emailed to a police officer. The police officer takes this warrant and gives it to a captain to take the team and go to Matibeti's house. Remember, they're waiting for this detective to come down. And the verification of the legitimacy of the warrant is done separately. So the team arrives at the house of Matibeti. And when they get there, then they ask, where is Matibeti? The wife says he's not here. They say, no, we've got this warrant of arrest to come and arrest him. That's how he gets to know. They give the copy to the wife. That's how he gets to know the police are looking for him. And then the police communicate back, no, we don't find this person. And the police officer that sent them contacts the Hawks member, but he doesn't get the Hawks member. He may contact again, he doesn't get the Hawks member. So they continue verifying this warrant, they discover that this Hawks member doesn't exist. Then the police have returned. They didn't do anything in the house, but they delivered this to the family. So the police were acting, thinking that they are assisting their fellow colleagues from the Hawks. It later, fast forward, I don't remember, discovered that that person who pretended to be the Hawks had used an email of the police in Eastern Cape to send that fake warrant. Date, stamp of the court and everything in it. And that person have defrauded many people. Apparently he's sitting in prison himself in Pretoria.
So when you say the police general, are you referring to the PKTT?
No. The Honorable Chair members, maybe let me repeat again. And I want you to always maybe help South Africans. A PKTT has always been made out of less than 200 members in KZN. 200. Their sole mandate is in black and white about cases of political killings and later traditional leadership. Anything outside that does not involve them. There is 19,000 police officers in KZN. 19,000. So it is the rest of the police that are doing the work in KZN and not PKTT.
So was it a specific unit or?
The person who's contacted is a provincial head of one of the detective teams in KZN, in my office. He's the one who's contacted. Actually, the head of organized crime was contacted first, but he said, no, he doesn't have teams to go and assist. He referred it to his brigadier next door, and his brigadier then dispatched his team to go and help. These are brigadiers sitting at the provincial office. They are provincial heads of different units in the province. The PKTT is a team that sits somewhere else. They're not part of the management structure of KZN. They are just as an intervention for this.
Yeah, no, because, the reason why I'm asking you further is because the impression that the allegations are giving is that there is a coordinated, concerted effort to deal with Mr. Matibeli as your project. So it's like he is your project. You are dealing with him in pursuit of interest of certain individuals from whom you are taking orders from a taxi industry. That is the allegation that is being made against you. So have you ever ordered the police now within your official responsibility to go and raid Matibeli's residence?
No.
Within your official responsibility?
Well, up until the most recent one, where there were search warrants on his property. That's when I was involved. Prior to that, no.
So what triggered the last one?
I've got thousands and thousands of complaints that came from the Mativeti staff that were sent to me. So I had to act on it. But it comes from different people who are, some of them in Durban, some of them in Gauteng, some of them in Limpopo. I did not know that Mativeti has got offices in all these places. This is the staff they used to work, and some of them are still working for Mativeti. So they are talking about fraudulent contracts. They are talking about murder cases. They are talking about all sorts of things. So it's many of them. As a result of that, I then had to engage with my colleagues on the other side. They said, I've got this in front of me. We have to investigate. Of course, we had to then make an application to the court to get an authority to search. Authority is granted. Another application to another court to search the premises. Authority is granted, and so forth. So the investigation that I was involved with is the one that's happening now. But prior to that, from my understanding, there were 2 raids in his premise, or not 2 raids, but 2 police visits. One was in his house in December, which was as a result of the fake, I can confirm it is a fake arrest, warrant of arrest. When he's got the legal recourse, if he so wish to engage on, I can't stop him. He's got all the rights. But they were not sent by me. It was communication between that person in prison and the police officer, and they sent a team there. That is one side. The second one is happened, I think it was the 13th of February. I'm busy with the operation in Durban on that same day. On a Monday, I'm told that on a Friday, I sent a team to his house. I had no clue. When I started establishing who was there, I discovered that the people that were there were from the head office that came to do farm inspection at his premises. I didn't know about it. But I'm the one that is blaming. So that's why mine was, well, I couldn't just phone him and say, hey, sir, you barking at the wrong tree. I had to go to court.
So please remind me, General, the last raid, did it happen after you took each other to court? After you took him to court?
Yeah, the last one happened.
The last one?
Yeah, after.
So do you confirm that it was not a reiteration?
No, it's not. That's why I can show my phone the complaints that came to me for people I didn't even know. And why I would not just sit back and not act is when I see the team is going to fight me on this one, because I'm not going to declare some of the things that are part of the complaints that are there, is that a tender is completed. In this tender, there are certificates, and these certificates must be commissioned. Now, when the person who commissions a document is sitting in Limpopo, he commissions a document, is taught how to commission a document as if he's a police officer.
Okay.
How to write a rank, how to put a personal number. The stamp belongs to a police station that he has never seen.
Yeah,
he's done this thing in the office. That's what I'm saying.
I think, General,
is those type of complaints.
I think it's because it's still under investigation. Yeah. I don't want to jeopardize your investigations.
All right.
I just wanted to get the gist of this altercation.
No. Yeah, well, prior to these recent searches that happened in all 4 provinces, I did not even know him.
Okay.
For that matter.
General, my observation and my conclusion about the National Commissioner, General Masemula, is that to a certain extent, he also abdicated his responsibility with regards to the disbandment of the PKT team. If I can use a silly language, I can say he also slept on duty, because he was on leave. A decision is taken by the minister. When he comes back, he does not contest it. He implements the directives. He even goes to an extent of making a presentation in Parliament about and they start to implement a plan, a post-disbandment plan. So don't you feel that as a matter of principle, the National Commissioner also is to be blamed for this, because if he knows his constitutional powers, he should have not allowed that decision. He should have contested it right on the spot. He should have said, no, Minister, you do not have powers to do this. We are not going to implement this. So, don't you think this is a fair criticism? I mean, me, if I was a National Commissioner, I was not going to allow the Minister to do what he did. I was going to tell him right in his face that, Minister, you don't have constitutional powers. I am the only person who is the accounting officer here with operational responsibilities. So the National Commissioner as well participated indirectly in violating the Constitution. What is your take on that?
Honourable Member, the National Commissioner and myself are different. His approach on things will not be the same as me, and I'm sure yourself as well. Someone will have asked me, why do you go out public and make these pronouncements that involves, one of the things was spoken here, presiding officers or judiciary? Why didn't you complain through the structures that exist? And my response will be, the procedure of complaint is there, but it was going to take long, and I did not trust the process. That's why I felt it is important for me to approach it in this fashion. The National Commission might say, in my approach of things, I was going to get into the same outcome as Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, but coming in a different way. Yes, I was frustrated, I must tell you that. Because for me, I needed action, and action done fast. That's why I took it out of my own to phone the minister in January and to also send him a message in April. Because I felt that I need to engage him directly. But that was not successful. So I have engaged National Commission numerous times, pleading with him to engage the minister and even take it to the president. But of course, he will come back and respond. He's a person that's different than me. I'm sure you've realized that. He's a bit of a calmer guy, which is different than me. So I cannot say what he neglected his work by doing what he did. He might have not agreed with the minister, but not wanting to go directly. Perhaps that's why the reduced way of closing down the team, which is a winding down approach and so forth. And I must say, Honorable Chair members, that the likelihood is that had the minister granted me an audience in January when I asked to meet him, and perhaps the minister convinced me that although it's not immediately, but we might want to get rid of this so that we can move it like this, perhaps I would have agreed with the minister, and if he had opportunity to sit down with me, listen to me, and we engage and we agree on how we should go about. But that opportunity was not granted. So for the National Commission, he had an opportunity to engage with the minister, how they engage with each other, how he was able to persuade the minister to say, let's not shut it down immediately, let's have a plan of closing it. I cannot say he was sleeping on duty.
Okay. You know, General, when you were making the explosive revelations that you made, the first thing that came into my mind is that was phaguling news. I don't know if you understand that language in Zulu. More phaguling news, ziyaphuma zonke zize kuwena. So that is why you need to hide your face. And that thought came from the prevalent fundamental decay within our institutions. Corruption is everywhere. And we have seen good men and women in this country trying to expose corruption with no success. Some have been victimized. Some have been killed. Abanye today, bane ndandane. I mean, bane ngane ezingenawo ama-breadwinners because they stood on the side of principle. So, have you not become vulnerable since the revelations? Have you not been attacked? Has your family not been affected by this whole thing? How are you surviving? Because Even people who don't know you, they know you now. Some are characterizing you as a rogue individual. Some are saying you are a killer. Some are batu inkabi, we poisonly inkabi, and so on. And I'm sure that affects your family as well. So, since the explosive revelations you made, how have you been surviving?
Yeah, well, I said before, and I will say it again, we all shall die. And nobody will live forever. It depends how you die as a person. I'm not much of a Christian. Christians tend to be afraid of dying a lot, and yet they pray. But I'm not necessarily worried about dying. If death gets me, it will get me. That's why I can still walk out here and play with explosives. That's why I can walk out here and do skydiving. That's why I can do, because anything can happen there, you can die. That's why I can still fly from one point to another, not being worried that the airplane will crash. So death will catch us all. But I must say, Honorable Member, that this action of the 6th, I took a conscious decision that I will stand for the truth, knowing that indeed my family is going to be affected. I can't easily walk around anymore with my children and enjoy sitting in a restaurant and having a meal because people come to you. You can't go and participate in any other place where normal human beings go to because people come to you. I'm the person that likes freedom. I don't like to be guarded all the time. That's why I've said, and I'm saying, those who might be planning something, they must move with speed if it happens.
Some are
if they
saying,
don't.
Some are saying, General, you did all what you did because you wanted to secure your contract. You wanted to be reappointed. What is your take on that?
No, that is not true. It has never been. When I took the decision to go to KZN is because I thought I'll do my bit and I leave the organization. So the organization approached me in December and said, we want you to stay. And then I had my own condition. First, I had to go and discuss with the family because it was never my plan to stay longer. But understanding the situation that we were in, I had to engage with the family and say, this is the request that is offered by the police. What do we do? And we discussed, and I went back to the National Commission to engage on that one. Hence, I'm still waiting for the decision from the National Commission in that regard. So okay. It's not me that applies. The law doesn't apply. Once you choose to become Honorable Chair members, I was sitting as a Lieutenant General at the head office. And that employment was going to keep me there until I turned 60. But I voluntarily left that contract. And I took a 5-year contract with not a single cent in addition. I moved, I relocated from Gauteng to KZN because I wanted to come home so I can contribute in the safety of the family around where I live, so that after 5 years when I retire, I can live in a peaceful environment. So me going to KZN had nothing to do with the money or the contract. It was voluntarily. It's unlike a person who applies for a post of being a provincial commissioner. He goes for interviews, he gets a contract, and when a contract is coming towards an end, he wants to extend the contract. For me, it was different. I was a general already at this level in Pretoria for many years already.
Okay. You see, when I was listening you talking about General Khan, I was asking myself if this committee has done justice to comprehensively investigate at length the allegations that you made. And I was saying maybe we missed an opportunity because the manner in which we have described the role of General Khan requires that he comes before this committee as a witness, but he was not called. The unfortunate part about this committee is that it is constituted by representatives of political parties. So it is not driven by principles of objectivity and impartiality to a certain extent. Some people become overprotective of their party interest. Some become overprotective of their personal interest. As a result, or ipso facto, they compromise principle and they do not arrive to issues that were supposed to arrive to. They just scratch the surface, and some protect don't want the truth to be exposed. Do you feel, General, as the main complainant, because the reason why you are the only witness who has been granted an opportunity to come back is because we regarded you as the main complainant. Do you think this committee has comprehensively ventilated and investigated these allegations? Or we've just scratched the surface? I'm asking this because we have not called any. I know that you said you don't have adequate evidence in relation to the judiciary, but it's open secret that the judiciary is not a paragon of virtue. They also have their smolanyana skeletons, but none of them has been called to come here. Do you think we've done justice as this committee? Leave the Madlanga, but this committee, which is structured the way it is structured politically.
Yeah, well, in as far as the work that the committee has done, I was hoping that the reason for the minister to come up with the letter of the 31st of December was going to be investigated. Not just simple us being called here to talk about it, but I'm talking about a forensic investigation done from his gadgets, where this letter was compiled, his communications between him and his staff, Vusipikoli that he made a reference to, that he shared this thing with, and those legal structures that are established to assist the minister, like the DG at Civilian Secretariat. So those are the things that I was hoping were going to interrogate it thoroughly. And I feel they were not thoroughly interrogated. There are 3 items that the minister raised on his letter. And the majority of the time the committee spent was on the first one. The second part of it is just moving below the radar. The third part of it, which is border security, it's even more of a concern for me, because that's a gateway for the bad things coming to the country. And I don't think the Ad Hoc committee have done justice to establish exactly what's happening there. I hinted on some weaknesses in these areas, but I thought the committee was going to even do inspection in loco, for that matter, to test what we're saying. Whether really are we that open in our borders that things can just come in willy-nilly and without being checked? So those are the type of things I would have expected the committee to do. The time you were given maybe was not sufficient. Perhaps going forward, different structures, different committees, depending on the recommendation, will dig deeper, especially the Portfolio Committee on Police, will dig deeper to find out what are the things beyond this Ad Hoc committee.
Okay. Please bear with me when I cut you, because there are questions that I would like to pose to you, and I'll be very flabbergasted if we finish without asking these questions. Evidence has been tendered here about the misuse of the so-called slush fund in the Secret Service account in crime intelligence. What is a systematic shortfall on how the slush funds are being run? Are there any gaps which are opening loopholes or which are opening a can of worms? And if there are systematic gaps which are attracting corruption to the Secret Service account, if they are, then how do we close them?
It's going to be difficult for me or a member to talk about the Secret Service account, because I'm neither a member of crime intelligence nor understand exactly the details of how they do business there. But one of the things that I picked up from the complaints I learned from the Divisional Commissioner, the Gerald Kumalo, and something I've learned when I was the Acting National Commissioner as well, was that the abuse of the resources becomes easier simply because there are these clandestine people that have been used. So a member is going to claim money on behalf of, and then that claim is paid, but that payment might not land to the person that is supposed to receive because of that system that they have within crime intelligence. Because they have to do things covertly. But also what became a weakness at the time which Arukuma was trying to close was that it is one individual trusted in decision-making to pay. So we came with control measures of putting a committee in place it was aimed at trying to put some controls. But to go deeper to discuss issues of the crime intelligence or any intelligence community on how they operate, I'm not empowered to do that. I don't have necessary credentials to be able to discuss it.
Okay. When you were here, General, I asked you about Minister Senzo Mkhunu. I think the question that I asked is, do you have evidence proving that he is linked to criminal syndicates and drug cartels? And I think you gave a very fair response there too, because you said there are matters that you are still investigating surrounding him, and you have identified some trust account and so on and so forth. Now, General, my perspective here at this stage is that there is no adequate evidence that links him to criminal syndicates and drug cartels. Where we find him wrong is in relation to the decision that he took to disband the PKTT. It is my view, I can argue it for a couple of minutes, but because I don't have enough time, it is my view that he does not have constitutional powers, and neither does he has statutory powers to do what he did. But with regards to the other allegation, there is no adequate evidence proving it to be correct. What is your take?
I can't agree with you more, Honorable Member. I've said it before. I met the minister early in 2024, if I'm mistaken, just before the elections. Elections come. The minister appoints chief of staff. It's a minister that I was introduced to as being the good man. So when a letter is written on the 31st of December, I feel I must reach out to the person that I was introduced to so that I can be able to warn him about the implication of this so that he can retract it. And I'm not granted the opportunity. So the events that follows thereafter, all the way up until I send him a WhatsApp pleading with him to meet so that I can be able to discuss this role of Mkhwanazi that has come to the picture and the Khan in them. The minister acknowledges that, but he still doesn't grant me that opportunity. And then other evidences that comes out, we then realize that minister was consciously aware about the intentions of the people that are rogue within the organization to shut down this team. To what extent did he know that they were going to shut down the team? For what purpose? I'm not sure whether we have the reason for that for now. This statement of someone that comes from prison that seems to suggest certain things, and the witness E at the Madlanga Commission that recorded the minister when he was pleading with him to give a statement, and the presentation the minister made here regarding the work study investigation, amongst others, it made me conclude that the minister is protecting people. He's using justification that does not exist. CFO disputed, everyone else disputed what he presents here as the reason for the letter. So it then leaves me with one conclusion. He was assisting the CBS, who in turn are assisting the cartel squad. So when you are assisting in that fashion, you might not be directly involved, but directly you are allowing the criminality to take place. So that is my conclusion. That's why I kept on saying, if he was honest, he was going to say, I was influenced by so and so and so and so and so and so. And you can easily forgive him for that. But he's not being honest about that. He says he's an author. If he's an author, then he gets into the constitutional question. What gives you the powers? That's what
Thank you, General. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Shongwa.
Chair, can I give my chance to Vos Kosan? I really need to restructure my questions.
You have 25 minutes.
Sorry, Chair?
You have 25 minutes. The only time we have now is towards break. So we can't run for more than 25 minutes.
No, it's fine. We can continue then. Kwale Nkosi.
Mhlonishwa.
Ngiyaphila mphathi.
Siyaphila njani manje?
Hayi asibonga. Ndaba ezitha angicale la waqala khona nawe owakwenza. Waya ebantwini emva kokuthi ubone ukuthi ikomiti lamaphoyisa lenza ngendlela efanele. Angicale ngokuthi ngicele ebantwini base South Africa ndaba ezitha futhi thatha ithuba lokuthi ngibabongele ekubeni nesibindi esingaka ukuthatha umndeni wakho, thatha freedom yakho uyifake kule nkinga engaka. Cabanga ukuthi nathi sibasha la eParliament sithole sikuleso simo leso sokuthi uma sidibana nezinto siyibuze ukuthi ngabe sizela isalary la eParliament noma sizela ukuzothi izwe lakithi malishintshe ngeinqumo esizithathayo. Ngithi angiyibongele kakhulu Nkwale Nkosi South Africa. Ngicabanga ukuthi uhleli lapha uyona ingelosi futhi awuyena umuntu owenze ukudlula abanye kahle. Kodwa okwenzile kuyisiqalo sokushintsha izwe lethu ukuze lithathe direction right. Siyabonga ndaba ezethu.
Ndimali.
Sibonga. Ngifuna ukuthi ngicele ke baba uMkhwanazi ukuthi iSouth Africa nama ngibuyele kuyo ngiyokhala kuyo. Ngoba sekunenqumo engiyithathile nezinto engizenzile zisifaka enkingeni futhi eyifaka ukuphila kwethu engozini. Umehluko kweyiko lokuthi angigadiwe njengoba ugadiwe wena. Kodwa sizokujika sofela khona. Angicela ama-South Africans ukuthi akwenze ukuthi asi-assiste thina nawe namaphoyisa njengawo ukuthi ekugcineni siwathola amandla futhi asithume ekuthenini sitshintshe ama-policies nemithetho ekuvimbile ukuthi usheshe ufake abantu evenini. Ngoba ngibonile ukuthi kuyi-constitution somewhere la ivimba khona ukuthi la ngabe sowungenile uqedile kodwa kubuye kuchitha isikhathi kusibambezele. Ngiyakuthembisa ukuthi uma singathunya kwale Nkosi abantu nabangalalelisisa kahle kahle sokwenza lokho. Ngoba uma sisuka la siyobhala i-report futhi siyobhala ama-recommendation to iParliament ukuthi lithathe inqumo. Angicele nje ama-South Africans ukuthi asibukelele. Kwale Nkosi igama elithi Pravin Gordhan, Johnson, Batoyi, McBride, Sullivan, Padiach, Khan, Usbiya, Mkhunu, uJulius, uGeneral Fan, uSenthumule. Angilungise lapha kuJulius mhlambe kuzozwakala kabi uJulius Mkhwanazi. I'll fix the error. Bengizoqhubeka ngikhulume ngabo. Kodwa kamanje nawo umbuzo wami. Kuthinte kumcule ngimthanda kakhulu ndaba ezethu. Uzincu Malo. In the big five, who is Zincu Malo?
What we know is that amongst the people that are within the big five, that there are many business people that are associated with them. There are many politicians that are associated with them, and some of them has been spoken about in public. But it does not necessarily make them to be the big five. I said earlier, in one of the farms in north of Pretoria, it became like another arm of government, where all these high-profile people, business, politicians, and everyone were accounting it. So for now, what we have on the record that Zincu Malo is one of the business people that are associated with the people, not to make him a big five, but because of his business interest that he had that involved some of the people, he ended up in that space, and he's not the only one. You will see a lot of photos, a lot of names of others. Does not necessarily mean that they are part of B5. They are associated with these people one way or another. it does not necessarily make them big five. So from the records that we have of Zinqumalo, he's, I think, one of the people that became closer through the taxi finance, if I'm not mistaken. He was facilitating people in South Africa to get funding for taxis. And the taxis were controlled, or the Santaco was controlled in that space. So that's why I think he lands in that space and his name is popping up all the time.
Nangibonge baba. Amaphoyisa njengalawa afuna ukuba njengawe abopha abantu kwangempela. Kodwa sovalweni ngoba uyacabanga ukuthi uma uzoba u-detective and uthola ukuthi uphethe information strong, kodwa uzoya phambili uyazi ukuthi le information izophuma ikhishwa yibona lamaphoyisa la ehlalweni eziphezulu. Siwasiza kanjani amaphoyisa kanjalo ukuthi aqinise idolo nesibindi ukuthi aqhubeka ephambili? Ngoba my concern is that amaphoyisa amaningi wabo aqoshiwe umsebenzi in general. Baxoshwe bafakwa ama-cases angekho, kuba nama-dismissals anga-understandeki, bese kuba nama-lawyers angenelela ukupressa labo bantu labo. Siwasiza kanjani amaphoyisa njengalawo ukuthi aqine idolo aye phambili?
Yeah, well, the reason why government came up with the labor laws in our country, yokuthi umthetho uvikela abasebenzi. The police officers are affiliated to unions. So if unions are strong in defending police officers against the abuse, I think that is going to go a long way to support them. That is on one side. But on the other side, channels must be opened. And the only place I think the channels, for me, can easily be opened is through Parliament, the Portfolio Committee on Police. Create a platform, an opportunity, or a section within that can allow police whistleblowers that want to talk about things that are wrong in the police, that they see, or things that makes them not be able to do their work. But it must be an organized structure in such a manner that is going to receive complaint and be able to investigate these complaints and find them to be legit and be able to then take necessary action. They can take action by making reference to IP to investigate such behaviors, reference to the IDEC to investigate such behaviors, or in many other structures. But if the individual committee members are going to be receiving calls from police officers and they don't investigate, you write a question in Parliament that goes in, is not a solution. The question in Parliament will not solve the problem of a police officer. So we as senior managers might be doing something wrong that the junior member is aware of, but is afraid, as we are saying, to speak out because it's going to be reprimanded. We're going to charge and discipline and dismiss. There must then be a platform, at least in a secured environment, which I think the Parliament might be one of the secured environment, where this police officer is able to dispose of his challenges, because IP is created for that purpose. But we've seen a number of cases that IP has in their position where there's no traction in terms of investigation. I don't know the reason. We're hearing of the bad things that IPs are doing nowadays, which then creates a doubt about their capabilities. So Parliament must be then the place where one can cry. Presidents have created a complaint structure, but a complaint comes in, they just dispatch to different departments. What I'm asking for, if we create a structure in Parliament, it mustn't be receiving dispatch. It must be receive, investigate, and then make a referral.
Maybe to follow up on that, as parliamentarians, in your view, what is it that we are not doing, Masenzi oversight, that we need to be doing?
I think that's a good question, Honourable Chair and members. The oversight role, well, I'm not in Parliament, I'm not the lawmaker, so it might be difficult for me to criticize much what you do. But I see in how ordinary living government works. You will have debate about the subject, but that debate might just be a debate as a tick of a box. If a decision is taken, it stays. So same with the oversight. You might find something wrong in a department, but what are the legal things you do as an oversight body that holds an accounting officer, accountable. Shouting and screaming is not a solution. You can bring a person and shout at them in a meeting, but it's not going to. They're going to leave here and go aeroplane and go away. How do you make sure that there is action taken? I don't think there's ever been, I'm not saying that you must start now, but perhaps it might be an opportune time. Provincial commissioners are appointed by the National Commissioner in consultation with the executive in the province. When the executive, who represents society, feels that the lead of this police is not helping in fighting crime, that executive should have a platform to send a communication to the National Commission, the request for a fitness board. But it is the executive of the province that has that legal authority. The portfolio committee of police in the province, or security, I don't know, community safety portfolio, they don't have that right. Whatever oversight they might do, they will have to write to the executive and raise those things. In Parliament, the person who accounts is the head of the police in the South African Police Service, the National Commission. And since the dawn of democracy to date, I don't think Parliament has ever initiated the process of a fitness board against the National Commission. It becomes a decision of the president to say we're dealing with this one or we're not dealing with. But the Parliament, who does oversight, who see the wrong, who have asked for the report, presentations, make suggestions, and there's total ignorance on the things that the law says we must do. There's never been any opportunity, or as far as I know, a time where this portfolio committee will write to the person who's responsible for this accounting officer and say, this accounting officer is not fit for this job. Take action. All the departments, DGs, are appointed by the president. I'm not sure whether the past president and the current has ever received anything from Parliament that says, Mr. President, we are asking you to take action against this DG or against this National Commission, against this general. So I think those are some of the things that we must start want to look at. Because if failure to do that, it means you do oversight over an institution where you really don't have any say on it. You are just calling them to shout at them and they leave again. They come back tomorrow, they leave again. It's the same thing. You'll do that and you become famous to be a very active parliamentarian, but the person you are active on remains in the position. Or the institution that you're doing oversight on, they still do the same things, same way. No changes.
Uchaza ukuthi into esiyenzayo ukujwayela kahle athi sezinto ejwayelekile nje ukuthi hlale kwenziwa kanje but we are not effective. But let me appreciate that. Asikhulume nalo daba. What is in your view uma kukhulunywa ngawe nebag ye-Louis Vuitton? Why did you feel the need to speak out ngayo wena usukela usuka khona uchazela abantu ukuthi kukhulunywa ngebag ukuthiwa wayithola? What prompted you to do that?
Honorable Chair and members, I'm glad you're asking me this because this Louis Vuitton has a history. The history is, I think, majority of government officials suffer the same thing. They fall victim of the similar thing. Mkhwanazi gets on a trip to France where there's a big exhibition to look at different equipment that we use as a police. We are there for a week. In one of the days, as we are walking and person is tired of being walking in this place every day, I come across a plate. I take this plate, I'm a task force trained person, mine is guns and bullets. So when I take this bulletproof plate, it feels like a paper. I take this thing and I look at what is written on it, what can it stop, what caliber of bullets can it stop. The numbers that are written here, maybe not to believe it. So I say to the person on the desk, I said, this is not true. This plate can stop this caliber. This person says, no, it can. I said, no, demonstrate this. Then he gave my details, said, no, we're going to send an invitation. I fly back to South Africa. We receive an invitation. I put a report to the acting National Commission at the time, Ms. Patlana, and I said, General Patlana, we went overseas and we saw this. I'm interested to know about this because part of the problem we have in police is the death of police. They are dying because they are not wearing bulletproof vests. Portfolio committee have been parading us almost every single day. Police officers are not wearing these vests because they are heavy, uncomfortable. And here I am seeing something that is weight of a paper, and they say it can stop the same caliber of the weapons that we are protecting our members against. I want to test this. So General Patlana approves that, no, we can go on invitation back to Germany this time, not in France, to where the company is, to go and test. Remember, I'm the task force person, and mine is managing the tactical teams. I'm not a ballistic expert, so I won't be able to go details about what this plate is supposed to have. That's why we have to get forensic people to come with us. A colonel from forensic in Cape Town came with us. So we travel, we go to Germany. In Germany, they take this plate, they put it in microwave with a high temperature degree. They take it after a microwave, they put it in a bucket full of water. They take it from there, they drop heavy object on top of it to mess up with the material of this thing. From there, they put it against the clay, and they ask us what is the speed of the bullet that we use in South Africa. They load up this bullet and they shoot this thing. 7 bullets goes into it, not a single one goes through. 2 AK-47, 2 R5s, pistol, and the likes that goes into this. Nothing passes. And for me, it was a wow. I've never seen this. The clay at the back, it's an indication of the impact for those that knows the gun. You put a clay in the plate. When you shoot, the bullet might not go through, but the impact the trauma is going to cause on the body, you're going to see on the hole that is going to be created on this clay. That size of that hole is going to tell you that the trauma, nonetheless, although the bullet didn't go through, but the trauma can kill a person. So the plate must not be able to allow that trauma. It must resist even that trauma. So this plate passes everything. I still asked the colonel that was with us, I said, why are we using such a heavy things and not this? So they asked us, what plate are you using? We said ceramic. And then our colonel says, the reason we're using ceramic plate, because in our specs as the police, we have the specification of a bulletproof vest that must stop an armor-piercing bullet. I don't know if you know the difference. The armor-piercing is the one that goes through steel. So the only thing that will stop that bullet is a ceramic plate. And ceramic plates are heavy. That is one. But two, ceramic plates are easy to break. When you drop it like this, it can crack. So once it cracks, the integrity of it is compromised. This ceramic plate must be evaluated every 5 years. Do we do that in the police? We don't. So we walk around with bulletproof vests that we have been wearing for 10 years, thinking they can still stop a bullet, but we don't know because we're not retesting it. So that was a concern. I come back into South Africa. I speak to my management and I say, and I made a recommendation report, General, I think we need to acquire some of these things and evaluate them with the aim of changing our bulletproof vest in the organization. But he says, no, well, start the process. Now, in starting the process, I'm the one that initiates this. So I engage with General Arlo, who's the head of support at Division HRD, and I say, General, can we have a budget to buy this? Because remember, this is not budgeted for by supply chain. It's an evaluation. We want to evaluate a new product. So General Arlo makes the budget available, said, no, we can only afford so much. And there were about 200 of them. We make an application to the division that is responsible for buying, that is supply chain. We say, we request you to get hold of this. This plate is in Germany. We'll want to bring it here into the country so we can test this. With the procurement rules of South Africa, supply chain should have gone straight to that company and get this thing to come in, but they didn't do that. They went via a local service provider. How do they source the local service provider? I do not know. In my understanding, there was no one who was providing a service of that bulletproof in the country when we met with the company. But later we learned that, no, there's a service provider in South Africa that can import this thing. So supply chain goes and buys through that service provider. First batch, 200, is delivered as per our request. It comes. So we take these things to different units for testing. It's an evaluation procurement. General Arlo come with a proposal. Arlo, He was working at HRD. He says to me, General, why don't we increase this number of these vests from 200 to 1,000 so that we do the assessment of Pretoria West Academy? There's 2,000 students in that college. We do the full medical assessment. We give 1,000 of them these new plates, new bulletproof. We give the other 1,000 of them the older ones. After 6 months of running with these, we re-evaluate them medically to see the impact on their spinal cord and their bodies and everything else that the ceramic plate that is heavy has on the body versus this light one. So I said, but we're going to need money to do that. He said, no, we have some savings in the budget, we can do that. And I said, okay, so let's make an application. We do. But remember, we don't buy. We apply to supply chain. Supply chain wants to source these things, but obviously the head of supply chain must engage with the CFO, which is Gerard Skete at the time. So then they decided, two of them said, but we've already bought this thing and it was beyond the money that we're supposed to buy on quotation, we must buy through tender. Because it's for evaluation, we're able to source it. But the second batch is going to be expensive for us to get it directly. Let's go to Treasury and ask for permission. They wrote to National Treasury. They asked for permission. National Treasury said, no, but you've got the 200 to evaluate. The reason you are giving for the evaluation to buying the others, we cannot agree with it. Go on tender if you want to buy the others. So the response come back, and that's where it stalled. To my understanding, because the response we got back from supply chain said, no, Treasury didn't approve, so we can't buy. So we live with that. We cannot buy. But I didn't know that the company that was procured from the 200, supply chain, when they received the second request from us, while they're asking for permission from Treasury, they told the company to bring more. The order is coming. And the company ordered. But when the company ordered, they got the finance, I'm told, from First National Bank. They got the loan and they ordered the staff to come into the country. But when Treasury said no to it, supply chain did not send an order to the service provider. So the service provider suffered because he's got the product into the country, it cost him millions, and he's got no order. That was his, I think, stupidity that he did. But when there were investigations that were done by IP and many other people, it appears that someone from within the bank, they approached these members and said, this person owes us money. He asked for money because of bulletproof, but he's not paying us. That is what started everything to say, this person received this bulletproof, and the investigation was lodged. I'm told they raided these companies' offices, but they realized actually there was no order from supply chain. So they seized these gadgets, computers, and they did everything. That is on one side. But on the other side, I had asked the SC to help me yesterday. Remember those numbers that I asked if you can open them for me so we can reference to? I don't know if you saved them. I hope you did. What I then discovered, honorable member, is that in me introducing this light vest, I'm making a lot of big business angry because I'm introducing something that does not exist in South Africa. So I'm coming to disrupt their business. And out of curiosity, then I started investigating to say, we are forced to stick with this ceramic plate, even if it doesn't work for us, for all these years. Who are these people we are buying from? Then I saw the list. I think less than 5 companies or maximum who are solely responsible for giving us bulletproof vests since the dawn of democracy to date. So here's me coming up with something that's going to disrupt them. A part of why there's this so much attack on me. But fast forward to that initial visit, there's another visit with the National Commissioner to the same exhibit, but we're going to visit the police there, then we pass the same exhibit. When we return from there, because this information now I asked from the National Commission, when we return from there, because there were many of us, one of us was Brigadier Leon Ras from Forensic. She's the one who was always, when I was in the task force, I was receiving a lot of things that she was buying for research that cost millions of rand without tenders. She's the one who was bringing these things. The drones were the first to have drones. bought by her, cost millions without going through tender because she was doing that job at Forensic. She was with us on that second trip. We were about 5 or 6 of us. On our return, allegedly, from what I hear, is that she received a gift from someone. We are there for a week. When we part ways, you go to the hotel, you don't know what the person does. Others go shopping and this and that. Apparently, she received a gift of a bag, Louis Vuitton. They say it's a clash bag, from what I'm told. She comes back, she declares that. But none of us are declaring anything because we're not getting anything. It is the case based on that to say, the way Louis Vuittons that Leon Ras declared, the others didn't declare. So which means, that's why Paulo Sullivan will say, I don't know what he did with Louis Vuitton. That means he gave it to his wife. Because he knows that it was a clash bag, it's a woman's bag, that was given to Brigadier Leon Ras. The rest of the men that were there, myself, I know I didn't get anything. So when the story went out, I asked the National Commission, I said, what is the story about this Louis Vuitton? He said, no, they approached him to ask him about it, but there was no Louis Vuitton. To date, nobody has ever come to Mkhwanazi to ask questions about it. But Mkhwanazi is out there in the media. So this goes to show that it was a fight back that I believe come from people that were disturbed on their business. On one side, for honorable members to know, the price of it cannot be the same as the price of a bottle that you buy in South Africa. If this bottle comes from abroad, there's taxes and everything that is going to make the price of this expensive. So it was a given that vest is going to be expensive simply because it comes as a complete unit. I wish I can present it before you so you can compare both. I'll invite the Portfolio Committee of Police to tell us to bring that bulletproof vest, old one, and that we found that site, bring the ballistic report, the member that was there, to show the difference between the two. I'm glad today these companies are starting to make the very same light plate, thanks to us introducing that. But I can say to date, we are still on ceramic.
So I'll be
to date, we are still buying from the same companies.
So I'll be wasting my time asking you ukuthi bekune 100,000 kuleyo bag left because there was never a bag.
So they talk about the clash bag. I don't even 100,000 rand. How does it even get to that clash bag? So you can see it's a story that was just made up.
Makes sense.
Unfortunately, people that shared with Mr. Paulo Sullivan, he then believed that this is the fact.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. That must be the last question.
Thank you, Chair. No, quick one. Why would General Khan, if there's all these allegations, you as his colleague and seniors, if I may say, maybe it's your senior, I don't know, why would you and in the state probe such a person who has allegations and I'm asking this because I still feel strongly that if he felt that he is innocent of the allegations, he wouldn't come to me. He wouldn't invite me to a certain place to speak to me on a video call. He would be doing exactly what you are doing with the Louis Vuitton issue. In your take, what's that issue?
I really don't know. I don't know because he's not working under my command. With all what I know, if he was working under my command, I would have taken action long time ago. But he does not work under my command, so I cannot be able to answer as to why there's no action taken against him. It seems to be, even in this committee, is missing. You know, he find a way of dodging everything. I do hope that the police commissioner will do something drastically this time. General Commander said he has dismissed over 30 members at Crime Intelligence. But that's not enough. There are many wrong members that are still there. That shouldn't be there. That have been part of the system. So we need to, I think General Khan is one of the richest generals we have, maybe more richer than all of you.
Walter kulizwe mfoka kwale nkosi asibonge bamkhwanazi inkosi kubusise.
Thank you so much. We take a break. We come back at 20 minutes to 6. I want to remind you that your staff members want you outside again now. Thank you so much.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's get to some of your WhatsApp comments. There's many, of course, and that's why you need to send it out so we bank it, right? So this comment about CAF, naturally, lots of interest in that.
Ashraf, good afternoon, man. Flores from the beautiful winelands. CAF. Yeah, Patrice Motsepe was there, Giovanni from FIFA was there. Why did they not implement the rules immediately? Now they want to ask the Senegalese to return their medals, return their prize money. This is so sad. Rules need to be adhered to. But the ref made a decision. And now all of a sudden, man, Morocco is not the king of soccer in Africa. Why must everyone dance to their tune? I wonder what's going to happen now with WAFCON. The ladies who just refuse to go and play there. But here's the kicker. What about the people who did the betting on who's going to win? Are they going to get reimbursed? Are those who won money, are they going to give it back? This is a hornet's nest. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you for that. Morocco are not the kings. Yeah.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Ule here. Ashraf, I'm so shocked by CAF for awarding the cup to Morocco. I think they dropped the ball here. It was not supposed to happen. It was not supposed to happen. This is a sad day for African football. Instead of going forward, we are going backwards. They just took 10 steps backwards. So now that's not the way things are supposed to be done. Really, that's a sad day. Senegal, they are the legitimate winners. End of the story.
End of story. And I hear many things like that. And there's another. In fact, there's more. We're going to play if we get a chance later on. But right now, we need to get to the news headlines. Here's Greg Hose.
In the headlines, the Madlanga Commission's heard how individuals believed to be linked to the EFF allegedly sent the Deputy Swane Metri Police Chief a list of 7 companies earmarked for a tender in Swane. 7 cases of foot and mouth disease have now been reported in the Garden Route region of the Western Cape province. And Iran's ambassador to South Africa has commended South Africa for giving support to his country. I'll have all those details and more at 6 o'clock.
This is SAFM Sports with Duming Khapele.
Jimmy, I have to tell you my tweet because I think it's an important tweet. If CAF listens to me. My tweet says, can we VAR CAF's decision to award Morocco the AFCON title? Can we VAR it?
Please. Let's do that. Well, one of Africa's leading sports law experts, Pace Nduboku, says that the latest decision by the Confederation of African Football Appeals Board to reverse the result of the Africa Cup of Nations final between Senegal and Morocco is putting the spotlight on CAF to review how its judicial bodies are constituted. This follows last night's decision by this arm of the CAF judicial body to award Morocco a 3-0 victory in the AFCON final after ruling that Senegal forfeited the match due to misconduct. Nuboku says that Articles 82 and 84 of the AFCON regulations were applied wrongly.
Yeah, of course, sports law is an intersection of business law, contracts, intellectual property, criminal law for match fixing, anti-doping, match fixing, for forgery of documents and so on. So sports law is a compendium of this area, of these multifaceted areas of law. However, we must have people who are knowledgeable about the specific area, specific knowledge of sports law, specific area of sports regulations. Not the fact that you're a general lawyer or you're a justice or a judge means that you're qualified to sit on CAF appeals body or CAF disciplinary committee. We must bring people who are experts in sports, in football regulations, CAF football regulations, and FIFA football regulations. So I think CAF has to. I agree with you. They have to invest massively in legal education of members of the judicial bodies. I'm not saying they are not competent, but I think they have to invest so much in that department, and also the appointment process needs to be more transparent.
In football, AmaZulu midfielder Bongani Zungu has admitted that his future at the club is uncertain with just 3 months left on his contract. The 33-year-old, who joined Usutu as a marquee signing in December 2024, has struggled for game time this season and was recently omitted from the squad for the KZN derby against Richards Bay. AmaZulu have shifted towards youth development, moving on several senior players, and Zungu's absence has fueled speculation of a possible fallout with coach Arthur Zwane. Meanwhile, Champions League resumes today with high-stake clashes. FC Barcelona will be counting on home advantage as they face Newcastle, with the tie finally poised level on aggregate. Tottenham Hotspur have it all to do with their hopes hanging by a thread as they trail Atletico Madrid 5-2 on aggregate. Meanwhile, Liverpool will aim to overturn a narrow 1-0 deficit, while Bayern Munich head into tonight's clash in a commanding position, leading 6-1 on aggregate. In rugby, all eyes will be on whether Springbok loose forward Cameron Hanekom makes his long-awaited return when the Bulls face Cardiff on Friday night. Hanekom has been sidelined since tearing his hamstring in last season's URC semi-final, with his comeback delayed several times. The Bulls are cautious after the 2024-25 URC Player of the Year also suffered a serious knee injury in the previous season. In the meantime, Argentina has officially launched a bid to host the Rugby World Cup in 2035, aiming to bring the tournament to South America for the first time. The Argentine Rugby Union confirmed that it will work with Sudamerica's rugby and the unions of Brazil, Chile and Uruguay, with discussions underway about potentially involving neighboring countries. In golf, South African golfer and captain of the Southern Guards GC, Louis Oosthuizen, says that while the team would love to perform well at home, the bigger picture is Liv Golf's presence in South Africa. Liv Golf has landed on African soil for the very first time in the league's history, with all eyes set on the four brothers. And speaking at the press conference at Steyn City, Oosthuizen says that the main goal for the week is for the team, Liv Golf organizers, players and caddies to have a beautiful experience of South Africa.
Yeah, obviously I think us four would love to perform well, would love to play well, but I think the bigger picture is getting the tournament here. The bigger picture for me is that the four of us really enjoy this week, that what everyone has done, our team behind the scenes, the Liv guys and everyone that was involved, that what we've done in achieving by getting this tournament here is a massive goal of ours. So I know when we step on the golf course, it will be all down to business and we want to play well. But to be honest with you, I want to enjoy this week. I want to take everything in, and yeah, there's a few more things you have to do off the golf course, a little bit more than a normal event. But I think this week we're happy to do it and just make sure that the fans and everyone here, players, caddies, everyone has a great experience of our beautiful country, and that's the main goal for the week.
So, Ashraf, I'm going to end the bulletin with your words. If you had one word to describe CAF, which word would it be right now?
Confusion.
There you go. I'll have more on other sports tomorrow. Good night, Mudimugyo.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N1 northbound in Midrand, queuing towards New Road due to a crash on the opposite carriageway. On Winnie Mandela Drive northbound in Fourways, there's a crash after Robert Bruce Road, and Rivonia Road southbound in Sandton has a crash reported at Catherine Street. In KZN, on the N3 southbound in Howick, crash recovery underway near Tweedy Interchange. The M7 westbound, slow moving towards Belleville Road exit, and on Inanda Road westbound, slow moving traffic towards the N2 highway. In Cape Town, the M5 southbound, slow moving towards Racecourse Road, the R44 in Stellenbosch, queuing near the Midi Clinic building, and Krombom Road eastbound in Rondebosch East, slow moving towards Jan Smuts Drive. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Jimmy Moyaha, as always, has got all those facts and figures. Jimmy, what's top of your agenda?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. I am trying to find a glimmer of hope because the markets are not providing that at all. So what I'm going to be looking at on the show is I'm going to be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of the V&A Waterfront, getting a sense of the 200+ million rand investment into the yacht marina that they are putting in at the moment. We are looking to attract super yachts to the coast of South Africa, and this is part of that initiative. Then we're going to have a conversation with the Commissioner at the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, the FSCA, of course, responsible for regulating the financial services industry. They are in the midst of their industry conference that kicked off today. It will run over today and tomorrow. We're going to speak to the Commissioner of the FSCA around some of the important matters that the conference will be focusing on and what we can look forward to there. Then we have a conversation with the South African Association of Freight Forwarders around the developments unfolding in the Middle East, particularly as they relate to the Strait of Hormuz and how that could potentially present an opportunity for South Africa, if at all. We're going to take a look at that and see what we make of that conversation, because certainly the tensions on that side of the world rather are escalating, and we'll get into that in a moment when we look at how the markets have been moving. We also have a conversation with the head of the Centre for Development and Enterprise, Anne Bernstein, taking a look at South Africa's unemployment crisis and what needs to be done in that respect. And then we're going to wrap up the show, as we do every Wednesday, with an executive lounge conversation. We're going to get to know the commercial director of Philip Morris South Africa a little bit better beyond his day-to-day responsibilities. Before we get to those conversations, though, a sense of the market movements throughout the day and how markets have been performing. As I said, not much to be happy about in that respect. In fact, I don't think there's anything really to be looking forward to off the back of the United States attacking the South Pass gas field. Tehran and Iran announced that there were Tehran released a list of assets in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates that would be targets for Iran going into the next phase of this war. This is obviously in response to the attacks from the United States, but more importantly, it has pushed the oil price to touching over $110 a barrel. That is a number we don't want to see, and in doing so, it has spun other markets sideways and sent them spiraling as well. The rest of the commodities markets have seen significant declines, more than 2% in the case of almost all markets. The gold price crashed below $5,000 a fine ounce. We're now at about $4,875 odd a fine ounce, having almost gotten below $4,800 at one stage. The silver price below $80 at $76. Platinum also below $2,200, where we left it is at $2,051. Palladium is below $1,600 at $1,550. The resources stocks on the local front were down 5.4% on the day's trade. Industrials down 3%. Financials are down 1.1%. The all share finishing out the day 3% in the red. The top 40 finishing out the day 3.3% in the red. International markets didn't fare much better. The bulk of the movements happening after Asia's session was closed, so Asian markets would have traded out into the green. The Nikkei up about 2.8%, but I suspect we could see some reversals going into tomorrow or going into this evening as Asian markets look to make sense of the developments that unfolded throughout the rest of the day. European markets all in the red. The FTSE in London 1.1%, the DAX 1.1%, all in the red, and the US markets aren't faring much better. 0.47% in the case of the S&P and 0.46% at the moment in the case of the Nasdaq. So markets not loving the developments out of the Middle East and the growing escalating tensions there. If we have a quick look at the rand, 16 rand 78 against the US dollar, which all things considered isn't too bad given where we were yesterday before the escalations and given where we are at the moment. The British pound 22 rand 37, 1 euro 19.34, 1 Australian dollar 11 rand 89, ever so close to that 12 rand mark. The Bitcoin price $71,300 odd a Bitcoin. So that's coming off a little bit, but in rand terms, that's still just above the 1.2 million rand mark, or thereabouts. It's around 3,000 rand below that at the moment. So I'll keep an eye on these going into the rest of the evening and ahead of our show. I have Nhlanhla on markets with me. We're going to try and make sense of how bad the war could potentially get for markets. We know that from an oil price perspective, we've thrown out numbers as high as $150 a barrel.
Press conference. These are not new issues.
That's correct.
Anybody who lives in South Africa who is even moderately knowledgeable
That's correct.
Has some idea, perhaps not of the extent, but has some idea of these problems.
That's correct.
And they haven't been getting better, they've been getting worse. We're all aware of this. So while you were in the senior management of the police since 2005, and I understand a brigadier is not necessarily in the kind of position to do it, but a general certainly is. What did you do to address these issues, to try and change the trajectory of the police service, which we must admit has been a downward one?
Honourable Member, in my past experience in the police, in different levels where I manage, I've dealt with a lot of bad things, and I've corrected them myself in those extent, but not to the bigger scale of the entire organization. That was within the space where I was operating, from the unit level all the way up until I was a task force. I left the task force and I became a component head. The former divisional commissioner, Lamour, who was once my boss, Gerald Motiba, who once my boss, Gerald Mawela, who was once my boss, they can attest to that I will challenge things while working as a brigadier and as a major general.
No, I have no doubt that you challenge things, General. But the question is more, why on a greater level, why on a more broader spectrum? What did you do to change things in the police, to change the trajectory? Not unit bound. I understand that in your own unit you probably jacked things up. But I mean, as a senior manager, your concern should be for the entire organization. So what did you do to do that?
Yeah, well, beside the actions that we took last year, July, I had an opportunity to act as a national commissioner in 2011, 2012.
Correct.
The interventions that I started with there was to temporarily remove the management of crime intelligence because I wanted to clean house.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I didn't last in the office much. When I was removed, Jarpiaka came in, things went back to normal. So that was my attempt to try and clean things up.
Okay.
At the time, many people were being investigated, and amongst others.
So what are the changes that you implemented in that short period? I think you were acting National Police Commissioner from around October 2011 to around June 2012.
That's correct.
So what are the changes that you brought in then when you had the chance?
One of the things that was critical for me was to reduce the number of generals that we had. And one of the things I had said to General Mark Standa, who was the head of HR at the time, that if any lieutenant general leaves, we don't fill that post. Whether that person leaves at the province, we move someone from head office to the province. But we must cut down, because when I came in, maybe I was a number almost 40 of the lieutenant generals that we had in the police. So that, for me, was a problem, because a lot of infighting at the head office, especially.
Just as a matter of interest, why are there so many lieutenant generals?
Well, it ended up being a party thing. I get into a position of authority, I want to move my friend to that level, I create a division and appoint that person.
I see. That's really not a good reason. But
well,
we agree on that.
Some of the members ask here, why did the president appoint Mkhwanazi overnight and promote him to lieutenant general? I did not apply for the position. I just became a major general while I was still enjoying 5 months to be a major general. Next thing, I'm promoted to a lieutenant general. You asked me whether was it a good thing. It benefited me financially, but honestly speaking, we are too many. And
yes,
I don't think it was ideal to even appoint me. There were many lieutenant generals that could have been appointed at the time, but they chose me. Well, in choosing me, automatically meant they must now elevate me to the same level with the others, and that cost the state money.
I agree that there are way too many. Yeah. Now, the issues that you raised in your press conference are all important issues, but why didn't you raise them before July 2025? Why did you allow the position to become so desperate? If you did raise them, where did you raise them? And don't go back to the history of the Portfolio Committee. We know this. What did you do in the police to raise these issues?
Yeah, well, we've had a number of meetings with the National Commission trying to address this. That's why I even engaged the minister myself directly, because I wanted to get to understand what makes him to come with this decision. And what I was beginning to see, up to April, I tried to reach out to him again through the WhatsApp, which he acknowledged, because I wanted to raise this with him internally so that we can resolve it. But it proved that I was not successful in doing that.
So is there just a general apathy, a sort of a laid-back attitude? Or is this something that's done on purpose?
I wouldn't know, Honourable Member. I must say the actual press briefing happened immediately after I was given a statement by the National Commission that distanced themselves from what was happening. Because I kept on saying, General, these dockets are gone. Did you authorize? There are many of these things happening. Did you authorize? He says, no. I said, statement. And he hasn't given me a statement. So I kept waiting. I kept asking. And I ended up saying to him, we need to go public now and tell South Africa about what's happening, because it looks like we're not finding a solution. And when he said, we can have a press briefing, because I said I want to have a press briefing about the PKTT work, he said, oh, you can have a press briefing. And I said, but before that, can you help me to clarify this issue of the PKTT through the statement? Then he said, okay, take a statement. When I got that statement, that's when I said, now I can move. Nobody will turn back on me.
So yesterday, General Masemola said he thought that you went a little overboard with your press briefing.
Yeah, well, he knew the things that were raising over time. He had committed that he was going to address that with the president when he returns from Brazil, because I've heard that stories many times, that things have been addressed, I felt, no, I don't think it's ever going to happen. Let me release this thing.
Okay, while we're talking about the press conference, and then I'll move off it, just as a matter of interest, why did you feel the need to dress the way you dressed, as opposed to wearing your normal uniform or a suit?
As I said, Honourable Member, when I was talking to the members before, that as things were building up, as we're assessing what is happening and assessing the danger that we are facing, I then engage, and most those behind me are task force members.
Yes,
so I started to engage them, and I said, I think there's some kind of a takeover of government that is happening. When people want to control security cluster, they are going to take over government. And we reached a stage where we must face an enemy head on. So let's communicate a message directly and indirectly so. I asked the National Commission for permission to dress like that, and he gave me permission to. I still had my uniform anyway, so that's why we put it on.
Okay, I'm sure you're entitled to wear it. Why did you think that there was some force trying to take over South Africa?
Yeah, we knew from analysis that we were seeing that once General Sibiya ascended to the position of the head of the police,
yes,
with the relationship that he has with other key players within the security cluster, from intelligence to the NPA to presiding officers, some within judiciary, it is easy then for them to drive the country towards where they want. But what is a force behind them are these people that are controlling money. And the biggest pain on the people controlling money are within this drug business. That was a painful thing. And maybe members don't know, once you control the security cluster, you take over the country.
Yes,
that's where we were going. That's what we're seeing happening.
So I assume that you don't have to do it now, but I assume that you can prove these connections between General Sibiya, the NPA, and the judiciary.
Well, Honourable Member, you know the court process is about the admissibility of evidence. There are things that you can be able to admit in court, but the things that might be factually there but are not admissible in court. A typical example, if I were to come to you as a prosecutor and say, I've intercepted this communication between this one and that one, I've got this record of this one and that one, bank movements of money and so forth. The first question you're going to ask me, how did you access it?
Certainly.
Exactly. So for that, you might not accept it in court because of that.
Mhm.
But it does not necessarily mean it's not happening.
No, that's true.
There's a typical thing that we have. We can prove things to you on facts, but might not necessarily be admissible in court of law. But because it's things that we have to go beyond the normal way of gathering evidence, because of the enemy we see before us, we had to gather information in that fashion. People were recorded, and while they're talking to each other, photos were taken, and so forth.
Are you saying that you gathered evidence illegally?
We got that evidence through intelligence means.
Yes, that's an answer to the question. In your view, General, what are the changes and reforms that are immediately essential in the police and in the wider criminal justice system to correct the trajectory of the police and the criminal justice system?
Honourable Member, when I appeared here before, I raised something that majority of members seems to be warming up to it, except one member, Honourable Julius Malema, also not totally objecting, but he said we still debate. This country is big. The Constitution written gives the powers to one person to be responsible for your safety in the country. That is this big. To the extent that all the powers are centralized at the head office, that on its own increases the risk that this country is facing, what we are talking about today. I might not be in a good position to say you must devolve this from the national office to the provincial office, but it is my own conclusion that we have to, or government must look at this monster of an organization and do benchmark internationally. There are many countries that don't have the size that we have. One person overseeing almost 200,000 people. I don't think it's good. That's why there's going to be shortfalls. There's going to be a lot of shortfalls in between. Performance will be compromised, and then infiltration of the bad people will happen because there's not close supervision. Yes, we might trust all these managers that you've employed, but there's going to be problems that we have. So for me, I feel we might want to look at the risk mitigation measures against what we've seen that has happened or almost happened. Because if you have a wrong person as the head of this organization, a wrong person as the head of DPCI, a wrong person as the head of crime intelligence, then we are doomed.
Yes, I agree with you on that point. Now, your contract, whether you're aware of it or not, is, according to the newspapers, about to be extended for another 5 years. How do you, if it is extended, how do you propose to use this platform to effect the changes that you want to see done? How are you going to do that?
Honourable Member, I'm a provincial commissioner now. If I'm going to be one next month, I will still be one. But the provincial commissioner is given powers by the Constitution. And the Constitution says this person must account to the provincial executive. But at this present moment, there is not a direct accounting to the provincial government. I inform them as and when they need to know. They can't hold me accountable for anything. The fact that the citizens elevate this leadership in a province to be in charge, and the citizen says health, safety, social, and everything that we need to be provided with education. When it comes to security, there's limitation that executive in that provincial government can do. Whereas the Constitution says that provincial government must contribute to the appointment of these men and women to be a provincial commissioner. It ends there. Be part of the appointment, but when it comes to the accounting part, they are not involved. I think that's part of the problems. I might be a provincial commission, wish that I can do A to Z, but I've got so much limitations that I cannot do it. So most look at this present moment. We have vacancies. I've said before, I cannot appoint a brigadier in the police. In my own province, I cannot. I must write to my colleague at the head office and seek permission. My colleagues will advertise when he or she feels like and will bring that approval to me. I do shortlisting. I send the names to them for verification. And they decide to approve or not approve the shortlist. They bring them to me. I do the interviews. I submit 3 names recommended. Doesn't matter how best is this one. But if they feel because of the color of the skin, equity or otherwise, we take number 3.
Sure.
It doesn't matter how I feel about it. Number 3 is going to be appointed in that position. So these are all the limitations that the Provincial Commission has. While you want to make a difference, but there's this limitation which I've engaged with the provincial executive. I've been talking to the police management that please devolve some level of authority or powers to the provincial office so that it's a provincial commissioner with a provincial government that might say we have a problem in that place. We need a police station there. That the provincial commissioner doesn't have to write to the head office to ask for that police station to be there. He can just create that structure, obvious following the prescripts that are there. So those are limitations that if I were to be still granted the opportunity to be a provincial commissioner, I would still cry for. Because it doesn't have that you have the rank, the title, but no authority.
Okay, then there's another story during the rounds that I must have misunderstood somehow. There's a suggestion that you are suggesting that there was a sort of a second shadow government somewhere in waiting, a union building somewhere on a farm. Did you discuss that? And if so, what is that about?
What I said in the past, Honorable Member, is that there was a gentleman that was very big in the taxi business. He's late now. He had a game farm in north of Pretoria. Mm-hmm. Talk about taxi bosses, talk about business people, very prominent one. Talk about politicians, very prominent one. Will all make a turn in that place. I had conducted a peace talk in KZN on the taxes. He came there. I think he did not appreciate what I said in that meeting. When he left, I had this thing from people that are close to him. One of them is this Sergeant Nkosi, because he grew up with him there. He was his father. Where this man says, I want Mkhwanazi to come to the farm. If you can't bring Mkhwanazi to the farm, that means you don't have control over Mkhwanazi. Because he believed that if you come to the farm, it's a sign of respect to him. So everyone, that means they walk into that farm or drive into that farm, they are subjecting themselves to his authority. So this person was that powerful, that man. So many people were associated with him. That's why I'm saying there was that parallel kind of managing the country that was run in a farm. And there are many people of his, some of them brought us here today that were attending this gathering.
To Mkhwanazi. But we'll do it again tomorrow, 3 to 6. Thanks for listening in. Much appreciated. We couldn't take many calls because of the wall-to-wall coverage between the Madlanga Commission and the Ad Hoc Committee. But tomorrow, 3 to 6, set your alarms now. Right now, it's 6 o'clock. It's the news with Greg.
This is SAFM.
Music never sleeps, and neither do we.